This mysterious story was described in one ancient legend about a fiery war chariot, which has been passed down from generation to generation for 1,000 years. The legend said that over the many centuries of the existence of the great empire, only two duchies became famous in it, which will be discussed. These duchies were the famous Park family, famous for its ancient history, and the wealthy Serpent family, successful in financial affairs. Although the Serpent family's lineage was not as ancient as that of the Parks, they owned the largest bank in the world. The novel's main character, Adriana, was also connected to the Park family, which played an important role in the history of the empire. Adriana, being the only daughter, was basked in the love of her parents. But after her mother's death, a stepmother and stepbrother appeared in the house, and the relationship with them did not work out. Unfortunately, the plague took the life of Adriana's father, leaving her an orphan. Despite all the hardships of fate, Adriana did not become embittered and continued to bring light and goodness to the world. Adriana dedicated her life to helping the sick in the capital, where the plague epidemic was raging, and it was there that fate brought her together with the handsome crown prince. The crown prince, a stately and noble young man, was the main character of the novel and the love of Adriana's life. Together, they had to face the envy and intrigues of those around them, but they were able to overcome all difficulties and find happiness. In the end, as often happens in fairy tales, the heroes got married and lived happily ever after. Of course, the fairy tale was not without villains who tried to interfere with the happiness of the main characters. These villains were two brothers from the Serpent family who left the country for 2 years to avoid the plague epidemic. Another villain in this story was Sasha Sanchez, whose crimes led to chaos throughout the empire. As befits fairy tale villains, they all eventually died. But what if we try to look at this story differently, learning the motives and experiences of the antagonist heroes? This mysterious story begins at the Serpente family estate, where a real tragedy recently occurred. The young courtier complained about the heavenly punishment that had befallen the country in the form of a terrible disease that had taken the life of the emperor, and then the Duke and Duchess of Serpente. His friend spoke sadly of the Duke and Duchess's children, 2 young gentlemen and a young lady, who were left orphans. She was especially concerned about the young lady, who had recently lost her mother to illness and was now orphaned for the second time. The young maid Sasha, full of sorrow, asked forgiveness from her deceased masters and promised to take care of their children. Her memories of her childhood years spent in the Serpente house, where her mother worked as a nanny and where they were treated with great warmth, came to her mind. The girl became very sad, because these warm memories of a happy childhood did not fit in with the sudden death of her mother. Fragments of memories from another life flashed in her head, and she increasingly understood that she had not ended up in this world by accident. Sasha remembered her past life, where she was a lonely orphan and died in a fire in an old building. All the memories returned to the moment when her mother died of the plague in her current life, and Sasha realized that she found herself in the world of the very novel that she read shortly before her death. Sasha didn't even have time to mourn her mother, because fate seemed to be deliberately subjecting her to difficult trials. Standing at the graves of the Duke and Duchess, she swore an oath that she would do everything to protect their children from harm. The next day, Sasha woke up in a completely unfamiliar environment. Opening her eyes, she saw 12-year-old Estelle sleeping next to her, although she had not gone to bed next to her the night before. Sasha didn't understand how she ended up here and where this room was. She had absolutely no memory of Estelle going to bed with her. Had she lost her memory for a while? Estelle, waking up, was also surprised by Sasha's presence, because no matter how well she treated her, this act was a little strange. Sasha thought that Estelle was simply not fully awake yet, which is why she was saying strange and ridiculous things. At that very moment, somewhere outside, the voices of the brothers were heard. It was Latias and Benja. Latias, seeing Sasha, assured everyone that it was she who brought them to this mysterious place, and did not doubt the veracity of his version for a moment. Sasha didn't understand why he decided this, but it all looked pretty creepy. Latias continued to insist on his own, believing that it was not by chance that they ended up in the Demon King's castle. Benja, unlike everyone else, tried to remain calm and think rationally. Latias suddenly explained to the girls that he and Benya woke up in this room, but they couldn't remember how they got there. Sasha realized that the children, like herself, did not remember anything, which meant that they had ended up in this place against their will. To understand the situation, Benja asked if there was a similar room in their house. Latias was absolutely sure that he knew their house very well, and that there were definitely no rooms like this one. Latias, having completely lost his patience, turned to Sasha again, trying to get a clear explanation from her. But Sasha, like her brothers, saw this room for the first time in her life and tried to prove it to the distrustful children. Then she tried to remember what had happened yesterday, and the images of the funeral came back to her mind again. Then Latias decided that Sasha had decided to play a prank on them, and there simply couldn't be any other explanation. Sasha was offended by his words, because the servants in their house would never have dared to joke like that about the owner's children. Meanwhile, Estelle became capricious and asked to go outside, telling Sasha that she was very stuffy and it was no longer funny. Sasha, in response, tried to diffuse the situation and, with a smile on her face, replied that she felt the same stuffiness in the room because they were all here together. But the girl Estelle did not like this room, and she became more and more severe with every minute. Benja reminded that they came from the lower floor and looked around there. Sasha decided to check if there was an exit below that they could have missed. Latias reassured them by saying that he had personally checked absolutely everything in the house while Sasha and Benya were sleeping. Sasha suggested going through it again and checking to make sure there were no other exits. Benja agreed with Sasha that there must definitely be at least one door here. Otherwise, how would they have been able to get in here? Suddenly, Sasha noticed a large mirror right in front of her, which had not been there before. The mirror was so tall, as if it had been made especially for an adult to see himself at full height. An unpleasant feeling emanated from the mirror, and Sasha suddenly became wary, feeling an ominous aura. Letias asked Sasha if she was okay, noticing her strange state. At that moment, Sasha decided that they were probably brought here because of the plague, to protect them from the disease. Benja also suggested that they were moved to another room while they were sleeping so that the children would not panic when they woke up. Sasha tried to remember what exactly Benya's relatives had told them yesterday about this situation. The boy, Benja, explained that their relatives had suggested that they wait out the plague in FC, fearing that they would be lost after their parents died. Sasha continued to be distrustful of this story with the plague, because the children of the Serpenty family should have left for school long ago. So why were they left here? She suddenly wondered why Benya's relatives were still here if they should have left abroad long ago. The book only said that the children studied abroad, but there were no details about their lives there. Then, Sasha asked Benya if his relatives had told him anything else important about their stay in the capital. Benya only replied that he had asked his relatives to take the girl with them so that Sasha could go with them. He complained that without Sasha, he would not be able to calm the crying Estelle, and that at least for that reason, he needed to take the young maid with him. At that very moment, Estelle suddenly whispered in fear that she heard some sounds. Sasha tensed up. Could these really be the people who brought them here? And very soon, they would find out the answers to all the questions. And indeed, a tall man entered the room and immediately asked the children how they felt in the new place. Sasha frantically tried to remember what she knew about this man, whom the children called Uncle Jerome. A touching scene from the past came to her mind, when Jerome, noticing the tears in Estelle's eyes, tried to calm her down. Then Sasha told him that the doll that his lordship had given the girl was called Miss Wendy, and that it was her favorite toy. The girl added that a maid had already been sent for the doll, and that it would be brought any minute. And so it happened, because a few minutes later, Sasha already had in her hands that cute plush bunny that Estelle adored. Jerome said in a kind voice that Estelle should take care of her favorite doll. Sasha noted to herself that Uncle Jerome was indeed very kind and attentive to his nephews. This is exactly how kind and caring Sasha imagined Jerome to be until today. Benja exclaimed with relief that he and his sister had already begun to worry, and that Jerome needed to come to their house as soon as possible. Curiosity got the better of him, and the boy asked where they had ended up. Maybe it was all just a game? Estelle immediately complained that she was very hungry, and asked her uncle to quickly take them away from here. Benja supported his sister, saying that they also wanted to leave, and did not intend to stay here any longer. Jerome responded by quickly calming the children down and suggesting that they sit down and calmly discuss everything. He explained that they had to be moved to another room while they were sleeping. Otherwise, there was no way to protect them from the plague. Latias asked with concern in his voice if they were still in the estate or not, and waited for a quick answer. Sasha expressed the hope that they would not have to stay in this room for long, and really wanted Jerome to confirm her words. But Jerome informed the children that they would have to change their plans a little. Benja asked in bewilderment what he meant and what other new plans he was talking about. Jerome explained that they would most likely no longer be able to be taken to the port of Valencia due to the plague in the capital. He recalled that even the imperial family, who had always been safe, had all fallen ill. No one knew how to become infected with this disease, and so it was called God's punishment. That was why, Jerome explained, the children had been brought to this safe, secluded place. He added that small children are more susceptible to this disease, so only here they are not in danger. Sasha thought that this plague would most likely soon pass on its own, because it was simply someone's machinations, nothing else. Of course, Sasha reasoned. Jerome did the right thing, but still some inexplicable feeling did not give her peace. Benja, turning to his uncle, asked how long they would now have to live in this place. Jerome promised that they would not stay in this place for long, but it was the only way to ensure their safety. He couldn't allow anything bad to happen to them during these difficult times for everyone. Benja, impatient as always, wanted to know how long they would have to hide here. Jerome reassured him that it would not be more than a week and advised them to leave the country as soon as possible. Letias responded by becoming very worried and wanted to know how they would get food delivered to them while they were locked up. Jerome immediately reassured him, saying that the chamberlain would take care of it, and soon said goodbye, citing urgent matters. Before leaving, he once again reminded the children of the danger of the plague, strictly forbidding them to go out. Jerome then turned to Sasha with a request to be a patient girl, assuring her that as soon as the situation improved, she would be with Estelle again in Fiji. Having reminded her once again of the responsibility that lay upon her, the man hastened to leave. Jerome left, assuring them that the chamberlain would arrive soon and that they had nothing to worry about. A man entered the room, introducing himself as the new chamberlain, named Harris, and apologized for the unexpected visit. He explained that he had only started his duties today and could not warn them. At this time, Sasha remembered the plot of the novel, in which Latias, having returned from abroad, will become a duke and will rule the secret world, and Estelle's fragile health will most likely not withstand this test. Suddenly, Harris reported the sad news that Mr. Karen had recently died of the plague. Due to this sad situation, he will be the only one who will visit the children. But the chamberlain tried to calm the frightened children, assuring them that they had nothing to fear as long as they remained there. Turning to Sasha, Harris explained how and when she should serve food so that the young gentleman would not want for anything. He pointed to the cart, explaining where the food was, where you could always find breakfast, lunch, and dinner. After these words, Sasha decided to clarify whether it was true that he would come only once a day. Harris replied that she was old enough to understand that he couldn't come to them more often for every little thing. Then Sasha asked again what they would have to do when the food ran out. Harris simply replied that he needed to leave the cart by the mirrored door, and he would pick it up while the children were asleep. The young maid noticed that the door was locked from the outside, and suddenly she became afraid of what would happen if Estelle fell ill, according to the original plot of the novel. Sasha couldn't forget about the plot of the book and the death of Latias's parents, and, as she knew, the girl Estelle was not in good health. It was illness that caused Estelle's death in the book while she was abroad. Sasha promised herself that once they were in Fiji, she would take even more care of Estelle. Latias heard Sasha's footsteps and stopped her, reminding her of the danger behind the door of this house. In response, the girl shared her suspicions with him, because it was too strange that they were locked here right now. Benja suggested that this was simply a measure of their protection, so that they, overcome with grief, would not suddenly panic and run away. Sasha would have been glad to agree with him, but the oppressive feeling would not leave her. The girl reminded herself that although she knew about the events of the future, not everything would necessarily happen exactly like that, so there was no need to panic. The conversation was interrupted by Estelle, who was hungry and wanted to know when they could have lunch. In response, Sasha said that everything was ready and invited everyone to the table while the food was still warm. Benja reproachfully remarked to his older brother that now Letias would have nothing to complain about. Letias did not understand his words and thought that it would be better to just wait a little and that complaints would be inappropriate. But Benja immediately clarified that his words were addressed to the eternally dissatisfied Letias. Sasha, looking at her brothers, just thought that someday they would finally grow up and it would be desirable for this to happen sooner. Suddenly, Letias panicked like a child because he didn't find any pancake syrup. Sasha calmly drew his attention to the bottle next to the plate, which contained his favorite syrup. Embarrassed, Letias apologized. He just didn't notice it among the other dishes. Benja, not wanting to wait, demanded that his brother give him the bottle, because he also really wanted some syrup. Letias did not give up his position. He wanted to do everything himself and pour the syrup equally to everyone. In response, Benja quipped that at this rate there would be no syrup left at all, and it would be better to give him the bun without arguing. Tired of their bickering, Estelle reminded him that she was hungry and asked him to stop fighting. As Letias looked around the room, he wondered what it was used for before. He was very interested, especially since he had never been to this part of the estate before. Benja reminded him with surprise that he was the heir and should know all the secret corners of his house. A slightly offended Letias muttered that no one had told him anything, and besides, becoming an heir was not that easy. He still had a lot to learn. Estelle sadly said that she missed her parents and Sylvia, whom she would never see again. Letias suddenly became worried about his little sister, because in such unusual conditions, it would probably be difficult for the little one to fall asleep. Benja suggested that they explore the situation and go to that strange room, similar to an office or a warehouse, which they saw downstairs. Sasha didn't understand why the brothers needed to go to the old abandoned building, because in a few days they had to leave this gloomy place. Her curiosity, however, overcame her doubts, and she wanted to find out what was hidden in this ancient building, which had become a temporary shelter for people. The huge building, long forgotten by its owners, seemed too dilapidated for the nobility and too large for the servants, making it the perfect place for a hiding place. Benja decided to keep his friends company, but reminded them of the need to take candles to dispel the impenetrable darkness of the abandoned house. Anticipating an exciting adventure, Benja cheerfully urged his friends to set off. The walls of the abandoned house hid something incredible, a huge library with endless shelves of books covered with a thick layer of dust. The presence of a luxurious library in such an abandoned place seemed very strange to Sasha and raised even more questions. Benja happily informed his friends that there was a window high up under the ceiling that dimly illuminated the dusty room. If they could get to the window, they might be able to see the surrounding area and figure out what part of the estate they were in. Luckily, there was an old wooden staircase nearby that led straight to the window. The ladder looked very flimsy, raising serious doubts about its reliability, which prompted Benja to look for another one. Alas, Sasha strongly doubted that in this god-forsaken place there would be anything other than dust, cobwebs, and rubbish. Letias decided that it would be easiest for fragile Sasha to climb the stairs, since the flimsy steps had to support the girl's weight. In case Sasha did fall, Letias and Benja promised to catch her, watching her carefully from below. Benja asked his brother if he would follow his own plan if he was the one who had to fall down the stairs. With a slight grin, Letias made it clear that he wouldn't catch Benja, because that guy was tough. Offended by such callousness, Benja angrily attacked his brother with reproaches. What kind of older brother was he after this, if he abandoned his own person in trouble? Tired of listening to the bickering, Sasha suddenly began to doubt whether it was worth risking her life for a fleeting chance to see the surroundings. Is this risk really worth it if the ladder is so shaky and a fall from such a height could result in serious injury or worse? But in a single impulse, the brothers declared that they absolutely had to find out what was beyond the walls of their temporary shelter. Sasha timidly objected that it would be wiser to ask Jerome about the mysterious place, since he was the owner of this estate. Benja thought for a bit and agreed with Sasha that it would be better to refrain from rash actions and seek information from him. Sasha admitted her mistake, because Jerome himself had been with them only recently, and none of them had bothered to ask him any questions. What made everyone remain silent? Fear of a possible answer, or fear of not getting one at all? Bad feelings did not leave the girl. This anxiety was in the air, surrounding her with a gloomy cocoon. To avoid further tension, Sasha decided to take the initiative and try to climb the ladder herself. Having reached the top, Sasha discovered what she expected to see. There was a window wide open. There was nothing remarkable outside the window, only the blue abyss of the sky stretched overhead, which made the girl incredibly happy. Hoping to hear something encouraging, Benja loudly asked Sasha if she could see where they were. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Sasha tried to see at least something from her height, the surroundings were hidden behind dense greenery. Suddenly, there was a crack, and the old staircase gave way, unable to bear Sasha's weight, and the girl flew down. Before she could even comprehend what was happening, the shaky structure collapsed completely, sending Sasha crashing down on the unsuspecting Benya. Benja didn't have time to jump to the side and took the entire blow, becoming a human shield for her friend flying from above. A frightened Benya asked Sasha how she was feeling, because she was holding her head with her hand, and it was obvious that she had been hit pretty hard. Embarrassed, Sasha reminded him of his promise to catch her if such a situation arose. The blow took Sasha's breath away. She was afraid not so much for herself as for the condition of Benya, who had taken on her weight. In response, Benya dryly asked Sasha to quickly get off of him, because they weren't going to lie in that position for eternity. With a grin, Benja repeated that this incident once again confirmed his words, that Sasha was a rather difficult girl. Latias, having returned from his stupor, anxiously asked the girl what she had seen at the top of the stairs. Having come to her senses a little, Sasha told about how she managed to see in the distance the bell tower of the chapel located on the estate grounds. Benja was taken aback. Had they really been inside the abandoned bell tower all this time? His surprise knew no bounds. Could it be that none of his friends even suspected the existence of a secret room inside the old bell tower? Latias would never have thought before that an ordinary-looking bell tower could hide something so amazing within itself. Latias recalled a recent incident when, exactly at noon, a bell rang so loudly, as if trying to notify the surrounding area of its existence. Sasha expressed hope that the sound inside the bell tower would not be so piercing and would not frighten little Estelle. Sasha came to the conclusion that they would not find a safer place in the entire estate than the secret room inside the bell tower. Agreeing with the girl, the guys added that it would never occur to an ordinary person to seek refuge in a bell tower. No one will ever be able to find them inside the old bell tower, even if they scream with all their might. The only way out was that same mirrored door, and any attempt to escape through the window threatened a quick and painful fall downwards. This place, long forgotten by people, seemed to be waiting for its time to hide children within its walls forever. Sasha looked at Benya with concern and asked him why he suddenly had such a gloomy face. Benja brushed off her words, claiming that everything was fine and that it was time for him to go back to his place. Soon everyone went to their rooms, and Sasha went to visit little Estelle. Sasha gently combed Estelle's hair, asking about her sleep and how she was feeling. Estelle complained about the stuffiness and how she wanted to open the window, but she couldn't do it. Looking thoughtfully out the window, Sasha remembered the strangeness of her situation, because she never thought that she would wear Lady Serpenti's dress. Her guess was confirmed. No one bothered to bring her a change of clothes. Estelle, to her surprise, happily offered Sasha to wear her things, as if she were dressing up her favorite doll. Sasha was afraid that Estelle might be upset if she had to share clothes, but she, on the contrary, was delighted. The chamberlain promised to take care of everything necessary, but he only appeared at night, leaving food at the door. The week drew to a close, but neither Chamberlain Harris nor Jerome appeared again. Sasha was beginning to be worried by this silence. Why had no one come for them for a whole week? Thoughts that something bad could happen haunted her, although she tried to drive them away. Estelle, meanwhile, tired of the monotony, was capricious, complaining about the monotonous menu. Ladias, trying to distract his sister from her sad thoughts, asked what dish each of them would order first when they returned home. Without thinking for a second, he declared that he would eat all the cheese possible. Benja, in turn, dreamed of juicy perch and aromatic stewed veal. Assuming that Sasha would probably choose the cream cake, Benja remembered their carefree and happy childhood, as if they had already become adults since then. He told how, as a child, he gave her all his desserts, for which he was once punished by his mother. Sasha chuckled, confirming that Benya's mother was furious, deciding that she was the one forcing him to share the sweets. Teasing Sasha, Benja reminded Latias why she was so heavy, hinting at her love of sweets. Latias, not appreciating his brother's humor, asked him to be polite towards Sasha. The indignant Benja did not understand what was wrong with his words and continued to argue. The conflict escalated, and Latias accused his brother of constantly ruining everyone's mood. An irritated Benja, in turn, stated that Latias always started first and advised him not to interfere with his moralizing. The argument threatened to escalate into something more, and Latias sarcastically asked if Benja's tongue had dried up from insults. Sasha, watching the squabble, thought with alarm that a fight was all they needed now. Fearing that the argument would frighten Estelle, Sasha demanded that the boys stop arguing immediately. Not wanting to continue the argument, Benja decided to leave so as not to see anyone present. Latias, left alone with Sasha and Estelle, continued to look after his brother, who had left the room, calling him a bastard who understood his guilt perfectly well. Trying to resolve the conflict, Sasha asked Latias to calm down, reminding him that quarrels would not lead to anything good. Latias, although he agreed to forgive his brother this time, could not resist making a sarcastic remark, noting that it was time for him to grow up. Watching what was happening, Sasha increasingly felt how nervousness was growing, threatening to spill over into a serious conflict. It was no wonder that children, confined within four walls, became so irritable, although Benja's behavior surprised her a little. The week flew by unnoticed, and the long-awaited day of liberation arrived. Today, they were promised that their freedom would be restored, and this news instilled a timid hope in the hearts of the children hidden in the mansion. Despite her joy, Sasha barely closed her eyes, anticipating her imminent release from this place. She was awakened by the clatter of the wheels of the food cart, which, as before, was at the door. Sasha's mood darkened, because if they were planning to let them go, then why bring food? Have plans changed, and will they be left here for a long time, or perhaps forever? Benja's sudden voice made her jump, asking what she was doing at the door at such an early hour. Deciding that something had happened to her, he asked the reason for her sudden fright when he appeared nearby. Sasha noted with relief that Benja was no longer angry with her after yesterday's quarrel. He did not calm down, however, until he received an answer as to what she was doing at the door. Sasha admitted that she was curious whether Mr. Harris or Jerome had arrived yet. After all, today is the appointed day, and despite this, the food cart still ended up at their doorstep. It suddenly dawned on her that her behavior could have hurt Benja, causing him to doubt his family and her honesty with the children. Benja, however, sided with the relatives, reminding them that they had promised to arrive during the day. Not sharing his optimism, Sasha tried to convey to him that the food cart left out all day was a sign of the opposite. Benja didn't see anything suspicious in this, assuming that his relatives had simply left them a supply of food in case of a delay. Sasha was worried because they had to leave, but no one said when or why they were still in this strange place, and no one even talked to the children. Benja, seeing Sasha's worried face, asked what was really bothering her. Sasha didn't want to share her suspicions, fearing for Benja's feelings. And what if his family was involved in something very bad? There was no close relationship between them yet, and Sasha was worried, because she was not the kind of heroine that children were used to communicating with. Her actions could destroy the fragile trust between them, and it was Sasha from the original novel who was supposed to become a close person to them. To protect children and keep them out of trouble, it was necessary to gain authority and become someone important to them, and not just an acquaintance. Their destinies now depended only on each other, and Sasha, who found herself in an unfamiliar world, had to do a lot to survive in it. But how to talk about this with an impulsive boy from an aristocratic family without hurting his feelings remained a mystery. A sudden flick on the forehead brought Sasha back to reality, and the angry maid shouted at the mischievous Benja. Seeing that Sasha was not angry, the boy happily promised to teach the annoying chamberlain a lesson as soon as they were away from the estate. Benja's mood, to Sasha's delight, became carefree again, as if the unpleasant conversation had never happened. The girl carefully asked why Benja had behaved so strangely at dinner yesterday and what he was looking for in the library. Benja answered, with a mysterious look, that he wanted to show Sasha something and led her along. He brought the girl to the library, where ladders were laid out on the floor, and it turned out that he had been looking for them all day throughout the estate. Sasha didn't understand why the young aristocrat needed to assemble ladders. Was it really only for all those pranks that children love to play? But Benja admitted that he was looking for the strongest ladder to climb to the window without exposing himself to danger. Sasha was outraged by Benja's frivolity. Was this really the behavior of a reasonable young man? Benja calmly objected, because the main thing was that nothing happened to him, and the rest was not important. He enthusiastically called Sasha up to him, assuring her that she would be safe next to him and would be able to see something unusual. Sasha firmly ordered the prankster to return to the room. Such reckless behavior will not lead to anything good. The boy insisted on his own. Sasha had to go up to him and make him come back down herself. For a moment, Sasha even wanted to let this little catastrophe happen and see what would happen later. Surely, Grandma will not leave Benya unpunished for such a prank, and he will finally think about the consequences of his actions. Suddenly, Sasha realized with horror that Benya had disappeared. Had he really fallen out of the window? Her relief knew no bounds when Benja's voice was heard from below, inviting her to come down to him. Having called Benya a little devil in her heart, Sasha frightenedly imagined herself falling down. Benja, with a wide smile on his face, hurried to reassure her, because there was nothing to worry about, and he would never let her go. It was easy for him to say this, because he was a boy, but young Sasha had to try to overcome her girlish fear. Carefully descending, Sasha heard Benya's encouraging words, assuring her that he would catch her. He pointed to a ledge under the window. All she had to do was reach up and jump. Overcoming her fear, Sasha swore to herself that if she failed, she would turn into an evil ghost and live in the estate forever. It was scary to close her eyes and jump into the unknown, but Benja's strong arms were already waiting for her below. When Sasha was already at the bottom and felt the ground under her feet, Benya's contented voice was heard. He immediately pointed to the view that opened up before them, for the sake of which he invited Sasha to follow him. Taking in the beautiful scenery, Sasha asked Benja if he had really risked his life for the sake of a view of the sunset. The boy nodded proudly, adding that the sunset yesterday was much more beautiful. It turned out that he climbed up here to be alone and think about important things, about family, parents, and his own place in life. Noticing the sadness in his eyes, Sasha asked if everything was okay with him. In response, Benja thoughtfully admitted that he was very glad that nothing happened to her, and that this was the most important thing in life for him. The boy noted that Estelle needed her more than he and Latias did, and thanked her for taking care of the children. He admitted that without Sasha, he and Latias would have quarreled long ago and would have argued constantly. Deep down, Sasha understood that the boy was right. The children were very different, with different outlooks on life. Latias was drawn to his younger sister, trying to protect her and surround her with care, while Benja preferred solitude. Unlike the friendly Latias, Benja seemed withdrawn and unfriendly. That's why Benja's sudden frankness touched Sasha, and apparently he really began to trust her. Their conversation was interrupted by Latias, who asked in bewilderment what they were doing here together and why they weren't going to the others. Benja calmly replied that they were just talking about something, and there was no reason for his brother to be suspicious. But Latias did not calm down and demanded to know what was going on here. He said that, unlike his brother, he thinks about the future of their family and other important things in life. Benja answered calmly. He was also thinking about it. Despite his outward indifference, Benja was unhappy that Latias, having the title of heir, did not use it in any way, and believed that he could easily give this title to someone else. Latias was furious at his brother's words and decided that Benja had gone crazy, suggesting such reckless things that could destroy their family. Benja hastened to explain that he had meant not himself, but Sasha, since this title could be passed on to her without any consequences. However, Latias was somehow sure that Sasha could simply deceive them and run away with all the money, leaving them with nothing. Despite the fact that Latias and Benja's behavior kept Sasha in constant tension, The girl understood that they were actually good guys. Sasha was looking forward to her imminent departure and tried not to take her brother's antics to heart, because all children are capricious from time to time. Evening turned to night, and no one came for Sasha and the children, leaving them alone and worried. The next 2 days also brought no news, and Sasha began to seriously worry. Estelle, tired of being confined, wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The girl became increasingly angry with Sasha, considering her a liar, since she did not understand the reasons why they had to remain locked up. Sasha, trying to console Estelle, assured her that they would definitely leave today and asked the girl to eat a little. Estelle, having lost confidence in Sasha's words, refused to eat, complaining of nausea and a disgusting taste. Letias, trying to reason with the girl, reminded her that she was a representative of a noble family and should behave appropriately. Letias called for calm, convinced that their uncle, like all the other relatives, was faced with unexpected difficulties. 2 weeks of agonizing waiting brought no results other than a portion of food, which was regularly brought to them every day. Sasha had an uneasy feeling that something terrible had happened to her relatives, and she increasingly thought about not sleeping at night in the hope that at least someone would appear. Finally, Uncle Jerome appeared in their captivity, bringing with him the long-awaited hope of salvation. Jerome looked tired and immediately began apologizing for not being able to arrive earlier. Gathering his courage, Jerome announced that their plans had changed, without going into details. Letias, hearing his uncle's words, became even more worried, deciding that something terrible had happened. Looking at the depressed Jerome, Benja immediately realized that no one was going to take them away from here. Benja felt that something terrible was happening outside, but that didn't change the fact that they had to leave this place. Benja tried to reason with his uncle, reminding him of Estelle's poor health, which could seriously harm her from prolonged confinement. Jerome was confused by his nephew's words. He couldn't believe that they would even entertain the idea of their deliberate imprisonment. With sadness in his voice, Jerome reported that everyone present at the recent funeral had put themselves in great danger. It turned out that the cause of death was an incurable disease that had struck even those who carried the bodies, and now they were doomed. Jerome, struck by the frivolity of his nephews, was very upset by their attitude towards all these terrible troubles. Benja, not sharing his uncle's worries, was indignant only because of all the unbearable conditions in which they had to live every day. Benja's complaints poured in one after another because the lack of servants and free space for walking, the monotonous food, and the icy water in the bathroom made life simply unbearable. Benja was sure that the food they were bringing was only fit for cattle and did not understand how it could be eaten at all. The cold water in the bathroom seemed so icy to him that it was simply impossible to take a shower. Benja was unhappy with the old books in the library, which were impossible to read, and the lack of any entertainment made their life like torture. At the end of his tirade, Benja angrily compared them to cattle locked in a cage. Jerome's gaze fell on Sasha's clothes, and he stammered as he asked why she hadn't changed yet. Embarrassed, Sasha explained that she simply didn't have any other clothes than the ones she had arrived in. Jerome, reproaching himself for his inattention, promised that he would definitely convey to the chamberlain the order regarding clothes for Sasha and Estelle. Benja's indignation knew no bounds. He was irritated by the laziness of their chamberlain, who was indifferent to their problems. Benja demanded an explanation and wanted to know why they were being treated like this, considering it a real mockery. Jerome admitted with regret that he did not know when the situation would change for the better. He bitterly said that until this damn disease subsides, he will do everything to protect his nephews. Jerome assured the children that he had a duty to protect them, which was why they had to go into hiding. After listening to her uncle's explanation, Sasha realized that they could only come to terms with the situation, but she understood that they would not be able to exist like this for too long. Benja, feeling that his patience had snapped, demanded to be given a specific date when they could leave. He swore that they would endure anything, just to find out the truth, how long they would have to stay here. There was desperation in Benja's voice. He begged his uncle to tell the truth and not deceive them. Jerome, realizing that it was impossible to hide the truth any longer, answered the boys that 1 month was the maximum period for which he asked them to stay here. He promised that exactly 1 month later he would send them to Fseya and would keep his word. In fact, another month passed, but Uncle's promises remained just promises. Sasha and the children were still locked up. Estelle, trying to somehow have fun, dressed Sasha in her dresses, and these minutes were a real joy for her. One day, they were delighted by an unexpected parcel. The Chamberlain sent them a stove so that Estelle could finally wash herself with warm water. Estelle felt very lonely and homesick, despite Sasha's best efforts to cheer up her little friend. A month of confinement in an empty castle, without the usual entertainment and activities, seemed endless to the girls. They didn't ask for anything special, but simply hoped to find a way to pass the time and prevent boredom from consuming them. More than anything in the world, Sasha wanted to find a spacious room where he could play and run. She dreamed that there would be a window in this room so that she could watch the passage of time and not lose touch with the outside world. There was a similar room in the castle, but it was so dusty and abandoned that there was no question of games there. No one dared to go down there, afraid of getting entangled in the web or tripping over scattered boards. One day, Sasha was standing in the library, deep in thought, when suddenly she was distracted by Benya, who unexpectedly appeared nearby. He was surprised to see her in such an unusual pose, because Sasha stood motionless, staring at one point. It turns out that Sasha was thinking about how to improve their temporary home, and a wonderful idea came to her mind. Benya happily supported Sasha's plan to clean up the library, but he had a vague idea of how they would carry out their plan. With her characteristic irony, Sasha reminded Benya that he had grown up in luxury and was unfamiliar with the concerns of the common people. According to Sasha, he had no idea how to turn a neglected room into a cozy nest. Letias, however, was skeptical of Sasha's idea to clean the library, considering it simply unrealistic. He was puzzled as to who exactly would take on the duties of a servant, since it was impossible to call anyone for help. Benja reminded him that no one had visited this part of the castle except them and the silent valet for a long time. Sasha, without a moment's hesitation, volunteered to do all the work herself, showing unexpected determination. Letias clarified whether he had heard correctly that Sasha was indeed ready to take on such a burden. Sasha rightly noted that a month is a long time, and they could easily turn the library into a cozy corner for games. She called on the boys to join forces and promised that, together, they would overcome any difficulties. Sasha didn't waste any time and suggested starting cleaning immediately. The children got down to work together, and after a while, the library was transformed. The clean furniture sparkled like new. Letias was surprised to note that he was very tired. He was not used to such hard physical labor, although he was pleased to see the result of their efforts. Sasha agreed that cleaning wasn't that easy, but the joyful smile that would surely spread across Estelle's face was worth any effort. After waking up, Estelle went in search of her brothers and soon found them in the library. Seeing the girl on the threshold, Sasha said that they were waiting for her to wake up. Estelle couldn't understand what had brought the boys together in this usually empty room. Letias, wanting to keep Estelle busy with something useful, suggested that she choose any book and read it aloud. Benja remembered the comfortable hammock that used to stand near the window. It was a great place for a daytime rest, and it was a pity that it was gone now. Sasha noted with delight that there was enough space in the library to play hide-and-seek. Estelle was pleased with the changes that had taken place in the library thanks to the children's efforts. Since then, the library has become a favorite place for children to play. The choice of entertainment was small, and the children mainly played hide-and-seek and tag. Time dragged on slowly, and it seemed as if each endlessly long day was equal to a week. The children tried their best not to give in to despondency and fought boredom in the ways available to them. The monotonous food further depressed the prisoners of the castle, making them yearn for home. All attempts to influence the situation were fruitless, and the notes they wrote remained unanswered. Every day, the children made a new mark on the wall, eagerly anticipating the day of liberation. The uncle promised to return exactly 1 month later to take his nephews with him to the capital. And finally, the long-awaited day that they had been waiting for a whole month has arrived. During her imprisonment, Sasha learned a lot. For example, she became a real master at washing clothes. She perceived everything that happened as an important life lesson and tried to benefit from it. Sasha was proud of her achievements and happily told the boys and Estelle about them. She noted to herself that such a delicate matter as washing expensive clothes would only be possible for an experienced maid. Sasha was confident that the skills she acquired would definitely be useful in the future. One day, Benya decided to visit Sasha and accidentally scared her by appearing on the doorstep at such an inopportune moment. The girl calmed him down and explained that she was doing her usual thing, washing clothes and cleaning. Benja did not understand her diligence, and besides, why waste energy on something that would not bring any benefit? Sasha only replied that in their situation, they couldn't give in to weakness, and then continued to do her job. Benja was amazed by her hard work, because he had never seen her work so hard before. Sasha reminded Benya of his own aversion to disorder, because in the past he would probably have scolded the servants if his room had not been tidy. Benja still didn't understand what all this effort with cleaning was for, if they would soon have to leave this place, and he tried passionately to convince the girl of this. He rudely and sharply rebuked Sasha, calling on her not to go beyond the bounds of her duties as a servant. Benja rudely stated that her only job here was to play with the children and nothing more. Sasha asked with annoyance what had caused such a violent reaction to her attempt to help. Noticing the tears on Sasha's face, Benya was taken aback and hastily began to apologize, muttering indistinct words of consolation. Sasha silently called him an idiot for his unfair reproaches and his inept attempt to make amends. Benja, realizing his mistake, admitted that he had lost his temper because of fatigue and sincerely apologized to the girl. In an attempt to make amends, he offered to help her, once again asking for forgiveness for his outburst. Sasha was shocked by this behavior, because Benya usually never apologized to anyone. While hanging out clean laundry, Benja jokingly complained that in this house, he had to do things he had never done before. Sasha agreed with a smile that his story about what happened would seem like an absolute tall tale to everyone. Intrigued by Benja's behavior, Sasha tried to find out the true reason for his outburst of anger. However, Benja avoided giving a direct answer, believing that she already understood perfectly well what was going on. He reminded that no one can know exactly when the mirror door will open. It could happen today or in a month. It occurred to Sasha that perhaps the children's relatives were deliberately creating these painful waits for them. The girl realized that Benja had guessed that there was more to all this than it seemed. By midday, Benja was getting nervous because his relatives had not shown up, as if they had decided to play a joke on them. Benya thought with annoyance that only Sasha could come up with such jokes without understanding their cruelty. Letias haughtily asked his younger brother if Benja had any respect for him. Benja asked in response whether there were any reasons at all for which he could be respected, and then advised Sasha to confess to her stupid prank. Sasha was confused and silent, not understanding what she was being accused of and what kind of prank she had to confess to. Letias smiled and assumed that this was all just a carefully planned prank by Sasha. He added with a caustic sneer that it would be quite funny if it were true. Indignant Sasha thought that the children had simply read some stupid books. Estelle innocently asked Sasha if she was an evil witch, picking up on the topic started by Letias. After some time, Sasha was already singing the lines of a lullaby that Estelle had once sung as a child. She continued the song with the verses that the girl liked more than all the others, and she fell asleep beautifully. She remembered how Estelle could never fall asleep while reading, but a lullaby worked on her without fail. Sasha sewed Estelle a doll from an old nightgown to calm the girl and help her cope with the trials. The doll named Miss Wendy became Estelle's favorite toy, although the girl was no longer at the age to play with dolls. Sasha thought sadly that Estelle was already 12 years old, and very soon she would turn from a little girl into a grown-up girl. In this captivity, Sasha felt how they were all degrading, like animals locked in a cage. They stayed in this house for more than 3 months, and the hope of release became less and less. Sasha remembered that by this time, the plague epidemic, in theory, should have begun to subside. But there was no news from the outside world, which made one doubt the words of their relatives. The lack of any news further strengthened Sasha's suspicions that they were being deliberately kept in this tower. Sasha had long ago noticed that someone was replacing the food trays while they were sleeping. She realized that the servants in the house were also aware of what was happening and were keeping their prisoners in the dark. She was terrified by the thought that if the children decided to run away, they might all be left without food as punishment. Sasha imagined that the children of the Serpenta family would be forced to spend all these years locked up instead of living abroad. It became clear to her that the relatives wanted to eliminate the children in order to appropriate the wealth of the Serpent family. They may even have faked the children's deaths by bribing people who looked like them. The only thing that remained unclear was why they hadn't been killed yet, if the children of aristocrats were bothering these people so much. Perhaps the reason is that the sudden death of the heirs will arouse suspicion among the bank, and even the emperor. Yes, Jerome had thought it all out cleverly, hiding behind concern for the children and the plague in order to divert all suspicion from himself. And even if they manage to escape, Jerome will always find something to justify himself to the public. It was already late in the evening that Latias entered the room where Sasha was sitting and quietly asked if Estelle was sleeping. Sasha, slightly embarrassed, replied that the girl fell asleep as soon as she heard the familiar lullaby. Hearing about the lullaby, Benja hopefully asked if Sasha could sing to him too, so that he could finally fall asleep. Then suddenly, Benja, as cheerful as ever, decided to cheer Sasha up with a game of chess, promising that he would treat her like an older one if she won. Sasha happily agreed to play, but on the condition that she would immediately go up to Estelle as soon as she woke up. Looking at the candle in the candlestick, Sasha noticed that it had almost burned out. Benja, who had been following her with his eyes, asked why she was standing so close to the candlestick. Sasha admitted that she wondered what they would do when the candles ran out and suggested using lamp oil. Benja supported her thoughts about the upcoming cold winter and asked her to sew him a down blanket, like the reindeer toy that Sasha made for Estelle. Surprised, Sasha reminded that the toy was a rabbit, not a deer, and they had neither fluff nor wool to make a blanket. Benja, suddenly realizing it, agreed that they had no sheep or birds to shear their wool. Trying to find a way out of the situation, Benja assured Sasha that they would have plenty to light a fire, even if the candles ran out. By this, Benja meant books that could be used as kindling. With a sigh of relief, Sasha agreed with this and decided to select books for this purpose in advance. Latias, who had been silent until then, abruptly interrupted their conversation, scolding Sasha for her unnecessary and inappropriate panicking. Sasha tried to justify herself by saying that she simply prefers to be prepared for any situation, even the most unpleasant ones. Not wanting to listen to an explanation, Latias repeated his order to stop worrying about things that haven't happened yet. An enraged Latias reminded Sasha that she was not their equal and had no right to talk about such things. He rudely called her a simple servant who should not cross boundaries, and then rudely drove her out of the room. Unexpectedly, Benja stood up for Sasha, noting that it was Latias who was ruining everyone's mood with his whims. Latias was surprised by the words of his younger brother Benja and asked again if he was sure of his words, for which he could pay. Benja repeated his words, adding that Latias should calm down and not take it out on Sasha. The enraged Latias, without thinking for a moment, sharply insulted Benja, calling him a little bastard. Frightened, Sasha tried to calm the quarreling brothers, asking them not to quarrel for at least one day. Addressing both of them, Sasha reproached them for their constant quarrels, which everyone was already tired of. Unable to bear the tension, Sasha decided to leave herself, since these two were used to sorting things out only by shouting. As she left, she thought bitterly that she had not expected to hear such words from Latias, who seemed to her to be a kind boy. Although, of course, Sasha reproached herself for forgetting about the difference in their social status. At that moment, she longingly remembered how they spent time together as children. Sasha wondered if she had crossed boundaries in her interactions with them, mistaking childhood friendship for something more. Sad thoughts about her own simplicity seemed to all come flooding back to the poor girl at once, and it was very difficult for her to feel all this. The next day, Estelle asked to postpone her planned bath, citing the constant cold in the house. But Sasha insisted that Estelle immediately take a warm bath and, at the same time, warm herself up in it. Estelle immediately tried to object that she could wash herself tomorrow, because no one would even notice. Sasha objected that she and her brothers would definitely notice. Wasn't that clear without explanation? Sasha believed that the bath was important not only for Estelle's health, but also to maintain her status as the daughter of a duke. Sasha believed that even in conditions of forced modesty, one should not allow oneself to become dissolute and forget about the rules of decency. While persuading Estelle not to be capricious and wash herself calmly, she tenderly called her little lady to further instill in her an understanding of this process in the life of every well-bred girl. Later, Sasha entered Latias's room, who was sitting completely alone and thinking about something. She told him that the bath was ready and added that she had tried to make the food tastier than yesterday. Latias asked sadly if they would have to eat the same food every day. Sasha asked the boy in surprise what he meant and why he was talking about it in such a tone. Latias noted with bitterness that they had to eat the same thing every day, as if they were animals on a farm. At this time, Benya entered the room and, not noticing their conversation, thanked Sasha for the hot bath. Benja happily informed everyone that he felt much better after his bath. Sasha, somewhat embarrassed, greeted Benya and confirmed that the bath was prepared especially for all the children. Benja called Latias to have breakfast before the food got cold, otherwise he would have stayed in his room until tomorrow morning. After the argument with Latias, the atmosphere at the table was tense and silent. Latias was gloomier than usual, while Benja acted as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Latias asked Sasha to write a letter asking for lamp oil. Sasha calmly replied that she would definitely do it, adding that there was not much time left before Christmas. Hearing about Christmas, Estelle worried that their loved ones might have forgotten about them. But then Latias cut his sister off abruptly, objecting that no one said that they would stay here until Christmas. Latias asked Estelle directly who had put the idea into her head that they would not be allowed out of the tower until the holiday, suspecting Sasha of being behind it. Sasha couldn't keep silent when she heard her name, and Latias, as usual, took her reaction for hostility. Wanting to diffuse the situation, Sasha suggested postponing this conversation until the end of the meal, fearing to spoil Estelle's appetite. But Latias, overcome with irritation, was determined to say everything that had accumulated in him right now. With difficulty containing his anger, he ordered Sasha to stop filling Estelle's head with all sorts of nonsense. Estelle was quick to defend Sasha, claiming that she was only telling her stories at her request. Latias sarcastically asked his sister if she was referring to fairy tales about the happy life of princes and princesses, hinting at her not-so-childish age. Growing increasingly irritated, Latias reproached Estelle for her attachment to the old doll, considering it ridiculous and childish. In a fit of anger, Latias asked if Estelle would behave the same way in Fizi, hiding behind Sasha. He had no doubt that Estelle's behavior would bring shame on the entire family and make her an object of ridicule. Seeing that Latias was going too far, Benja intervened in the altercation, stating that he was tired of these endless attacks. Latias looked at Benya with a cheeky grin and asked him sarcastically if he wanted to protect their mate again. Without hiding it, Benja confirmed Latias' guess, making it clear that he saw nothing wrong with it. Latias didn't stop there, and, wanting to tease Benya, suggested that he was simply in love with Sasha, like Romeo with Juliet. These words became the last straw, and Benja, unable to restrain himself, hit his brother in the face. Noticing that a fight was brewing, Sasha was ready to rush to separate the brothers, trying to reason with them. In anger, Benja shouted at Latias that he himself was to blame for what happened and was getting what he deserved. Not wanting to give in to his younger brother, Latias fought back and delivered a powerful blow with all his might. Feeling superior, Latias stated that he had only tolerated Benja's antics until now because he was younger. Benja, shocked by what happened, could not understand how his brother could hit him. Not knowing how to stop the fight, Sasha, forgetting about caution, rushed straight towards the two brothers. But in the heat of the fight, one of the boys accidentally kicked Sasha, not noticing how she ended up next to him. Sasha bent over from the unexpected and severe pain, barely holding back a groan of pain. Frightened, Latias began to apologize to Sasha, assuring her that he did not mean to hurt her. Estelle was outraged by Latias's behavior and attacked him with loud reproaches. Benja also rushed to defend Sasha, wondering why she suffered and why Latias became so cruel. Estelle angrily shouted that Sasha was much better than both of them, and boys always just ruin everything. Barely containing herself, she admitted that she, too, could not bear to be in this tower, and that she dreamed of getting out of here. The girl was unbearably frightened by the thought that they could be kept locked up for the rest of their days. In conclusion, Estelle stated that she hated Latias even more than Uncle Jerome. The blow received from Latias was painful and caused Sasha severe pain in her stomach, and it was good that she remained conscious at all after such a blow. A little later, Latias carefully opened Sasha's room and asked if he could come in to see her. Sasha noted with coldness in her voice that he couldn't help her in any way, even if he really wanted to. Trying to smooth things over a little, she suddenly announced that it was her own fault, and the pain had already passed. Latias decided to apologize for his behavior, explaining everything by his tension and anxiety that had been building up all this time. He admitted that he and Benya were having a hard time coping with their emotions and thoughts about betraying their loved ones. He explained his aggression towards Sasha by a simple fear of the unknown and a lack of understanding of what awaits them in the future. Sasha tried to calm Latias down, noting that she understood how hard things were for them right now. Wanting to distract everyone from unpleasant experiences, she asked Latias, who, in his opinion, could be suspected of treason. After thinking about it, Latias admitted that he couldn't suspect anyone in particular, but Uncle Jerome was the one who worried him the most. He recalled how the night before his departure, he signed various documents, including a power of attorney. Sasha, having considered all the facts, concluded that their guardians acted within the law and were unlikely to let them go. She also believed that, being far from the capital, the guardians would not be able to control the family's finances for long. And since the distance between Phthia and Xerxesia was small, the deception with studying abroad would quickly be revealed. Estelle's words about possible imprisonment in the tower made Latias seriously worried. Sasha, not wanting Latias' fears to increase, hastened to remind him of his right to the title. She fervently convinced Latias that he was the heir and that no one else could take his place. With doubt in his voice, Latias began to discuss whether he was worthy of such responsibility. But with firm determination in her voice, Sasha assured him that everything would definitely work out. She suddenly said that the abilities of their kind help them to look into the future, and she clearly sees his future success. Sasha believed in Latias' potential and believed that he could achieve greatness if he showed a little willpower. Latias, tormented by a sense of guilt, sincerely regretted his actions towards Estelle, Beignet, and, of course, towards Sasha for his behavior. Despite the apologies, awkwardness hung in the air, and everyone seemed to agree not to bring up the topic again. The next day, the room was in chaos. Benja and Latias were waving sticks, and an alarmed Sasha was ready to separate them, mistaking it for a fight. It turned out that the brothers were practicing fencing, which Latias reported with his characteristic arrogance. Even while locked in the tower, Latias did not miss the opportunity to improve his fighting skills. Sasha hastened to explain that she was not worried about her brother's lack of physical activity, but rather their lack of mental activity. Latias readily agreed with her, adding that Estelle could also use some time to occupy herself. He offered Estelle to practice dancing, a skill that was essential for every girl from the noble Serpenta family. Estelle looked at him in bewilderment, wondering how anyone could dance without music. Latias began to explain that they had not had the opportunity to dance to music before because of Estelle's illness. He encouraged his sister and urged her to start right away, not embarrassed by the lack of musical accompaniment. So, to the rhythmic clapping of hands, which replaced the music, the whole trio began to spin in a free dance. Latias noted with pride that Estelle was doing quite well, despite the ridiculous nature of their activity. Estelle, slightly out of breath, asked her brother to slow down, as she was already tired. Latias, on the contrary, insisted that he had chosen the optimal rhythm, and only Estelle could not maintain the set pace. Inspired by his sister's success, Latias decided to involve Benja in dancing as well. He awkwardly invited his brother to dance with him, doubting his abilities in advance. Benja, however, categorically refused to dance, considering such an activity beneath his dignity. Suddenly, Benyu had an idea that they needed a fourth partner to create dance couples. His gaze fell on Sasha, and without giving her time to come to her senses, he gallantly invited her to join the dance. Sasha hesitated, timidly admitting that she couldn't dance at all. Estelle was delighted with this idea, because she dreamed of dressing Sasha in a beautiful dress and turning her into a real lady. Latias, indifferent to Sasha's appearance, noted that all that mattered to them was the required number of participants. Sasha looked at the inspired Estelle with a smile, clearly imagining her as a dress-up doll. Estelle decided that Beignet also needed to change her clothes for more fun and to match the atmosphere of their little ball. Sasha, feeling like a guinea pig, still agreed to the boys' proposal. Benja, trying to calm the constrained Sasha, advised her to simply relax and imagine that they were dancing to music. He suggested that she imagine that they were in a real dance hall. It was difficult for Sasha to imagine herself at a real ball because she had never been to such places. Benja hastened to reassure her, assuring her that her uncertainty was completely understandable for the first time. He gently asked Sasha to relax her hands, look into his eyes, and try to feel the rhythm. Benja's unusual seriousness and his gaze confused Sasha, because in ordinary life he did not behave like that. Letias, who was watching the couple, nodded approvingly, because in his opinion, Sasha was holding up quite well for a newbie. He teased her, telling her that she could feel free to step on Benny's toes, because everyone learns gradually. Watching these funny dance lessons, Sasha became immersed in thoughts about the heroine of the novel. She became interested in how Sasha from the book learned to dance so well to shine at all the balls on par with the nobles from the Serpenti family. The appearance of the commoner Sasha at balls caused envy and discontent among the local aristocracy. However, no one dared to drive Sasha away, because it would have been tantamount to declaring war on the entire Serpent family. This was precisely the strength of the book's heroine. She had immunity and boldly used her special position. Several months later, winter was already raging outside the windows, and our heroes were still languishing in the tower. Life in the tower went on as usual, although at times the children were overcome by waves of despair and hopelessness. Letias, for example, was extremely unhappy with Benja's demand to repay him triple the debt. Benja, on the contrary, considered it absolutely fair, since he had once helped Letias avoid financial ruin. Estelle considered her brother's behavior ungrateful and sided with Benja, and Sasha watched with bated breath as they played their childish game, which, in essence, was just innocent fun. Suddenly, Estelle noticed Sasha and turned to her with a joyful exclamation, surprised at how she had entered unnoticed. Sasha tenderly wrapped the shivering Estelle in a warm blanket so that the girl would not get sick again. Benja suddenly suggested to his brother a great way to warm up by having another stick fight. But the tired Latias replied that they had enough training for today, otherwise one of them would definitely collapse without strength. The only stove barely heated the house, and Sasha knew they had to keep moving to avoid freezing. The fear of starting a fire was stronger than the cold, so burning books, as Benja suggested, was unthinkable. Due to the lack of firewood and the long drying time of laundry, washing and bathing became an unaffordable luxury for them. Sasha was worried about how to maintain hygiene in such conditions, and at the same time not expose the children to the risk of catching a cold. Seeing no other way out, Letius resolutely rushed to hug his little brother to keep warm. He smiled slyly, enjoying the warmth of Benja, to whom he pressed his whole body. But Benja, outraged by such behavior, rudely pushed the boy away, cursing that he stunk. Letius admitted that he, too, does not enjoy such closeness, but the cold forces him to make sacrifices. Benja was adamant that he would rather die of cold than let him hug him. Offended by his brother's words, Letius hastened to share his indignation with Estelle. Estelle, having sensed the unpleasant smell emanating from Letius, delicately asked him to step away and wash himself. Letius sincerely did not understand why everyone around him was so angry and did not appreciate his attempts to do the best. However, he decided not to give up and try to hug everyone at once to warm up together. Despite the absurdity of the situation, Sasha was warmed by the children's presence as they all hugged each other. Touching Benja's hand, Sasha was amazed at how icy it was. Benja, in turn, noticed that Sasha's hands were also not very warm, as if she had held them in cold water. And yet, despite the cold, waves of tenderness spread through Sasha's heart. After a week of agonizing waiting, Sasha heard the long-awaited creak of the opening door. Seeing Sasha in Estelle's clothes, Uncle was beside himself with anger and demanded an immediate explanation. Not believing her eyes, Sasha turned to Uncle Jerome, whom she had not seen for several months. He gestured for Sasha to follow him so they could talk in private without waking the children. Sasha mentally replayed the events of the past days, trying to understand how this strange situation had come about. It all seemed unreal. Sasha couldn't believe that the children all fell asleep together. Sasha, her own judge, reproached herself for not sending the children to their rooms to sleep. Moreover, leaving the fire in the stove was another omission in the chain of random events. Sasha believed that her uncle would not appear before spring, and his unexpected arrival took her by surprise. A feeling of anxiety arose in Sasha's soul. How would his uncle react to his nephews and a commoner sleeping together? But deep down, Sasha cherished the hope that his family feelings had not yet died out. It was quite possible, Sasha thought, that this scene would awaken in him a desire to free the children. With difficulty containing his storm of emotions, the uncle abruptly broke the silence, demanding an explanation from Sasha. Sasha realized that she would have a difficult task ahead of her in convincing him to let the children go. Uncle, upset by Sasha's silence, reproachfully said that she had made a grave mistake. He always believed that Sasha and her mother were clearly aware of their position in society, despite the good attitude towards them. Uncle was disgusted even to think about the possible closeness between Sasha and his nephews. He was convinced that this was all part of a cunning plan by Sasha and her mother. Unable to bear the unfair attacks, Sasha sharply reminded him that he himself had locked them here. Uncle briefly explained that it was only the desire to protect Estelle that made him take such a step. In anger, he compared Sasha to her mother, declaring that his family's long-standing favor did not mean anything. Sasha tried to explain that this was all just an unfortunate misunderstanding and that she had no evil intentions. She told her uncle that the children slept together only because it was very cold in the house and Estelle needed to be warmed up. Admitting her guilt, Sasha emphasized that she saw no other way out of the difficult situation. Sasha reminded that she owed her position only to the mercy of her uncle, who allowed her to serve Estelle. She honestly admitted that she had not been trained in anything and all she knew how to do was stoke the stove. The children treated her with genuine warmth, giving her their friendship and even lending her clothes. But still, turning to her uncle, Sasha could not remain silent about his lies and constant escape from responsibility. Sasha anxiously asked her uncle how long the children would remain in captivity. The uncle did not hide the fact that life here was not easy for the children, although, of course, he was very touched by their concern for their servant. Sasha felt a hint of hypocrisy in his words and doubted his sincerity. Unexpectedly, the uncle asked Sasha for help and offered to carry the things he had brought into the house. He asked to do this with extreme caution so as not to accidentally wake up the sleeping children. After finishing carrying the things, Harris politely asked his master if he needed anything else. Jerome waved his hand towards Sasha and casually told her to put her things away in the closet. Sasha's heart sank with bitterness, because these things, brought with such difficulty, served for her only as further proof of the falsity of the promises about a quick move to the capital. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the open door, and a crazy thought of escape flashed through her mind. Noticing her impulse, Jerome rushed to Sasha, begging her to stop. Freed from her stupor, Sasha began to run without looking back, intoxicated by the sudden feeling of freedom. However, her joy was short-lived, and she knew very well that it was impossible to leave this place. Hearing her name spoken in a loud voice, Sasha turned around and saw Jerome's worried face. He, as if not noticing her condition, asked her to hurry and move things inside, be it a storeroom or a library. Sasha felt a terrifying guess growing in her soul. Was her long confinement in this damned tower driving her crazy? Trying to calm her down a little, Jerome assured Sasha that they would all leave this place very soon. He asked her, as before, to take care of the children and be a support for them. That was all he could entrust to her in this situation. To her shame, Sasha felt that she was already grateful to him for the things he brought. Sasha's thoughts were racing, trying to find an explanation for Jerome's words. Did he really have some kind of plan, and could it really work? The sudden appearance of Benja, who noticed new things, interrupted her thoughts. He looked at Sasha with distrust, demanding an explanation of where these unfamiliar objects came from. With a heavy sigh, Sasha decided that she would not tell the children the details of the situation for now, explaining that their uncle had visited them, and now all that was left was to be patient and wait. Time dragged on unbearably slowly. Winter gave way to spring, and the atmosphere in the house became more and more oppressive. Latayas and Benja's latest argument, which ended in a huge fight in the kitchen, was just one of many manifestations of the growing tension. Hearing the crash, Sasha hurried to the kitchen, abandoning all her household chores. With each passing day, she became increasingly aware of the devastating effects of confinement on the children's psyche, and especially on the vulnerable Estelle. The next morning was deceptively calm. The house was quiet, and the sun was shining brightly outside. Only the absence of Benja, who was usually always hanging around, made Sasha start to worry. She found the boy outside, sitting on a ledge all alone. Benja was not happy about her appearance, and did not hide his desire to be left alone. However, Sasha already knew about her and Latia's quarrel from Estelle, and her anxiety only increased. Trying to appear indifferent, Benja gloomily joked so as not to develop the conversation. When asked if he was okay, he muttered that everything was fine and sent her back to Estelle. Sasha shook her head sadly, because in reality, none of them were feeling well right now. Although she caught herself thinking that adults would have endured their situation much more difficult than children. Looking at the depressed boy with bitterness, she quietly said that she understood his feelings, but still knew the real reason for Latia's anxious behavior. However, Benja abruptly interrupted her. Because Latias, in his opinion, has no right to become weak and give in to panic. He is the heir of the Serpenti family. In difficult times, he must be a support for his loved ones and an example for everyone. Benja noted with bitterness that he and Estelle were trying to hold on with all their might, hiding their despair and fear. He confessed to Sasha that he hated Latias for his weakness and inability to pull himself together. Benja was plagued by unanswered questions, such as who betrayed his family and why they were still being left alive. The boy bitterly said that he despised the pity and sympathy of their relatives. In Benja's opinion, they are too weak and cowardly to make a responsible decision. By locking them here, they naively believed that they had kept them safe, but in fact they had turned their lives into hell. With cold determination, he promised to use their own weapons against them. They still perceive him as a small, stupid child, so he must act on his own if even his own brother can betray him. Sasha gently tried to calm Benya down by saying that they would definitely get out of here, no matter how or with whose help. The details of their release will be carefully disguised and presented as an act of mercy towards the unfortunate children. Sasha understood that the real culprits of their imprisonment would most likely remain unpunished, but Benja firmly believed that there would definitely be someone who would restore justice, and that is the purpose of a true hero. The boy felt that he had made a cruel mistake about his relatives, and he no longer trusted anyone, even the closest people. Sasha understood his condition and only quietly asked for forgiveness, promising to explain everything a little later. Touching Benny tenderly, she tried to convey to him the simple idea that none of the boys were to blame for what happened. Only those who betrayed them and cynically deceived them are to blame. All these people must be punished for their crimes. She believed that everything would work out, and Latios would never allow anything bad to happen to Benya or any of the girls. Of course, Sasha understood that even if they managed to get out, they would not see a peaceful life, because they were just shadows against the backdrop of someone else's fate. The main character will definitely appear at the most decisive moment, because that is his role, to save and shine. And justice is just a word, devoid of meaning in a world where other people decide everything for you. Benja was very concerned about the condition of Estelle, who could not get rid of her debilitating cough. They had no medicine, and Estelle's temperature did not go down, despite all Sasha's efforts. Seeing how exhausted poor Sasha was, Benya begged her to take care of herself and get some sleep. However, the fear that she would infect Benja and Latias did not allow Sasha to leave her post at the girl's bedside. Benja reminded her that by caring for the sick Estelle, she herself could catch the disease. Sasha didn't want to even think about what could happen to Estelle in her absence, so she couldn't give in to the boy's persuasion. Estelle called out to Sasha, her body shaking and her voice weak and broken. No matter how hard Sasha tried to warm the room, Estelle's temperature stubbornly did not drop. In just a few days, Estelle had changed beyond recognition. Her cheeks had sunken, her gaze had grown dull, and her hair had become dull and lifeless. A terrible premonition crept into Sasha's heart that Estelle would soon die. The thought that little Estelle would never get better haunted Sasha day and night. Sasha clung to her last hope. What if Harris read the notes she left in the food cart, and help was already close? There was no longer any time to wait. Sasha had to act, even if it cost her her life. She came up with a desperate plan. She just needed to hide in a food cart, and thus escape from captivity. And so, gathering her courage, Sasha deftly ducked under the white tablecloth, praying for a miracle. Harris found it strange that the cart, which was supposed to contain nothing but dishes, was so heavy. The maid agreed with him, noting that she herself had also noticed this fact. But then Harris advised her not to pay attention to such trifles, and to continue to carry out her duties calmly. On this day, all the servants had enough to do, because the palace was preparing for a lavish banquet. Harris hurried all the servants, demanding that they quickly bring the treats to the table and not keep the guests waiting. The celebration was going on as usual, but who was the main guest, waiting for his moment of glory? Sasha was left alone, hiding under a cart forgotten by the workers, and feeling relieved that she had not been discovered. The girl was worried that someone might notice her presence under the cart, which had become noticeably heavier. Luckily, Harris was too inattentive to notice Sasha in the hiding place. The girl knew that it would be much more difficult for Beignet or Letias to hide here. They were both taller and stronger than her. She seemed to have found herself in the tea room, the quietest place in the house. Sasha decided that while the servants were not in the room, she needed to quickly change her eye-catching dress. The girl was delighted to find the spare uniform for the servants that Estelle had told her about. She carefully put on her uniform and tied a scarf on her head, just as the maids did. For a moment, Sasha wondered if the people she remembered were still working here. Suddenly, a loud voice of a maid was heard from the corridor, giving orders for preparations for something important. Another maid answered her, saying that everyone was very busy right now. Judging by the hustle and bustle and the late hour, Sasha realized that some important event was happening in the house. The girl decided to take advantage of the general bustle so that she would not be noticed among strangers. She needed to find Jerome as soon as possible and ask for help. But turning to Jerome could be dangerous, and she was a little hesitant about whether to do so directly or to turn to someone else. Among those who were now in the house, there could have been their sworn enemies, who had arranged all these intrigues with locking the children in the tower. But there was no time to think, and Sasha decided that she would look for Jerome. Today's banquet was not much different from the previous ones that were held here before. The main difference was that the real owners of this house were not here today. Estelle was dying, and no one cared about her, because as long as there is no benefit from a person, aristocrats treat all people coldly. Sasha understood perfectly well that Latias and Benja were very worried about her and did not know how to help her. She was sure that only Jerome could help them now, but it was unclear where to look for him among the numerous guests. At that very moment, a sudden noise made her become alert and hide in the shadows. Sasha didn't know who was walking down the corridor and didn't want to be noticed and have her method of sneaking into the ball exposed. Imagine her surprise when she recognized the stranger as the crown prince. From the hall came the alarmed voices of frightened servants who were looking for the prince and could not find him anywhere. One of them suggested that he saw the prince go up to the upper floors and several servants run there. And the prince at the same time, hearing voices, hastened to leave so as not to attract attention. Sasha breathed a sigh of relief when everything became quiet and decided to quickly leave this secluded corner and continue her search. The girl did not expect to meet the crown prince here, and gradually ideas about this began to come to her mind. She decided that he was there as an honored guest at a banquet, invited by the highest nobility. A plan has matured in Sasha's head. He needs to try to get to the prince and ask him for help. But before she could take a step, an angry Jerome appeared before her. He pounced on Sasha with reproaches and questions, wanting to know how she dared to leave the tower. Jerome was furious and couldn't understand how Sasha managed to escape and what she wanted from the prince. Sasha stuttered and explained that she had been looking for him to tell him about Estelle's illness and ask for help. She said that Estelle was very ill and that she needed to be seen by a doctor immediately. Sasha's voice trembled with excitement. She asked Jerome to help them and not turn a blind eye to the huge threat to the life of little Estelle. Not wanting to listen to her explanation, Jerome took Sasha back to the tower and ordered Harris to lock the door. Harris, in turn, scolded Sasha, calling her an irresponsible and dangerous girl. Letias, hearing the noise, looked out of the room with concern and looked at Sasha's downcast face. Fighting back tears, Sasha told Letias about her failed attempt to reach Jerome. Jerome didn't listen to her and forced her to go back to the tower, as if he hadn't heard about Estelle's illness. Estelle, exhausted and worn out by the heat, moaned weakly that she felt very ill. Sasha turned to Harris and tried again to explain that the girl needed help. Conventional medications were no longer effective, and a doctor was needed who had experience working with such patients. Sasha's patience snapped, and she screamed at Harris to go and get a doctor immediately. She begged Harris to hurry, because it was a matter of life and death. Sasha tried to get through to him, saying that if she didn't do something right now, it would be too late. But in response, the angry Harris could not stand it and hit Sasha right on the head with a heavy book. Harris, confident in his abilities, believed that he could resolve the situation on his own. The celebration in the castle was in full swing, but something prompted Mr. Jerome to leave the festivities and go straight to the tower where the prisoners languished. Watching Harris's rude treatment of the defenseless girl, Letias could not contain his indignation. In a fit of anger and a desire to protect Sasha, Letias attacked the offender with his fists. Youthful rage gave him strength. He threw Harris to the floor, not giving him time to recover from the unexpected attack. Sasha, frightened by the fight that had broken out, wanted to rush to separate the grappling opponents. But then a heavy candlestick, lying on the floor, accidentally fell into Letias's hands, and he, without thinking, swung it at the lying Harris. At that tense moment, a cry of anger was heard from Harris, who tried to dodge the blow. Luckily, Harris managed to put his hands out and parry the blow, but the force was such that he almost ended up with a broken arm. Jerome, who suddenly appeared in the room, was shocked by what he saw. He could not even imagine that the meek young man was capable of such cruelty. Jerome tried to reason with Letias, reminding him of how caring Harris had been towards him all this time, fulfilling his slightest whims. Anger and disappointment were evident in Jerome's voice, as he had never expected his pupil to be so cruel to his servant. Letias, in his defense, mentioned Estelle's grave condition and the fact that Harris had treated Benya cruelly. Harris noted that he would never have believed that he would encounter such arrogance and disrespect for servants. Jerome, no longer able to hide his anger, said that he was now seriously considering whether to release the prisoners from confinement. And after that, leaving everyone in oppressive silence, Jerome left the room. Left alone, Sasha, not holding back the anxiety in her voice, asked if they would really be left to die in this tower. Letias, noticing the concern on Sasha's face, sympathetically asked how she was feeling after everything that had happened today. Sasha tried to calm Letias down, assuring him that she was okay, although she was more concerned about the safety of little Estelle. The girl understood that their situation was becoming increasingly precarious, and the hope for a quick release was melting away with every minute. She was especially worried about possible revenge from an offended Harris, who could harm them, for example, by spoiling the food. Sasha increasingly caught herself in dark thoughts, not excluding the most terrible thing, that they had decided to starve them to death in this damn tower. Tired from heavy thoughts and fear, Sasha dozed off, and in her dream she saw the image of her mother, tenderly singing a lullaby. The image of the mother was so realistic, as if she was next to me, the same red hair and familiar facial features. Through her drowsiness, Sasha whispered a few words about Estelle's illness and Jerome's indifference, who had not even tried to find a doctor. Her mother stroked her head soothingly, calming her with gentle words and promising that everything would soon be fine. Sasha felt how fatigue was taking over her body, and her mother's words sounded more and more tempting, beckoning her into a world of peaceful sleep. Perhaps it was because Estelle's fever had subsided a little, allowing Sasha to finally relax and drift off to sleep. Waking up from her sleep, Sasha heard Benya calling her to go out somewhere with him. But what was he planning? Benja once very quietly suggested going out for a minute, but there was something unspoken in his words, as if he was hiding something. Not understanding what was happening, Sasha looked around and asked Benya in surprise where he was calling her and why there was so much water spilled in the bathroom. But then she noticed bloody scissors lying on the floor, and in the bathtub, filled to the brim with water, Letias was lying unconscious and fully clothed. It looked like Letias was unconscious. But what happened? Without wasting any time, Benja carried Letias to a warmer room, where he soon came to his senses. Coming to his senses, Letias came across Sasha's reproachful gaze, who could not understand why he had done this to himself. Benya, unlike the gentle Sasha, did not hide his disappointment and anger at his older brother. Now, on top of his other problems, he also had to make sure that Letias did not attempt suicide again. Benja was unable to contain his anger and heaped accusations of utter selfishness on Letias. Sasha tried to calm her brothers down and, turning to Letias, told him to rest and that they would return a little later. Left alone with Benya, Sasha reprimanded him for being too harsh with Letias, to which Benja sighed and replied that this was not the first such case. It was painful for Sasha to hear this, because she herself had guessed this when she saw the boy who was constantly alone. The old Letias, full of hope and faith in himself, disappeared forever. Despite the despair and hopelessness of the situation, he would never allow himself such weakness. Benya suddenly asked Sasha if she still believed that they could get out of this damned place. Sasha answered decisively that they would be able to get out in about 6 months. When Benja asked how she knew this, Sasha answered very vaguely, but there was confidence in her voice. She said she had a dream in which they killed Harris, and thus took revenge on him for all their suffering. Benja was skeptical of Sasha's words about the vision, not believing that they would be able to deal with the warden. The situation seemed hopeless. They were locked in the tower, and their only hope for salvation was based on Sasha's vague words about her prophetic dream. Benja was very worried and wondered what they should do now, because they were in trouble and needed to find a way out. He kept thinking about the people who had locked them up in the tower and wondering what would happen to them next. Sasha was very angry and promised Benya to take revenge for all the bad things they had to go through. Meanwhile, Jerome was thinking about how the children were so brave that they staged a real rebellion, although they were still so small. He was very sad that he could not convince his brothers to leave the children alive, because he hoped that they would become at least a little kinder to them. Jerome could not even imagine that his brothers were capable of such cruelty and could deal with children in cold blood, forgetting that they were innocent. Suddenly, Cosimo's figure appeared right in front of him, and Jerome was so confused that he had to explain where he was. When Jerome saw his brothers in the tower, he barely contained his surprise so that they would not suspect anything. Cosimo did not trust Jerome and tried to find out whether he had secretly visited the children. Gonzalo chuckled sarcastically and said that Jerome probably wanted to check if their prisoners were still alive. Jerome didn't know what to answer and muttered uncertainly that he wanted to know how Estelle was feeling. Gonzalo laughed and said that the idea of calling a doctor was complete nonsense. He warned Jerome not to do anything unnecessary because rumors about the children could harm them. Gonzalo was sure that Estelle would die soon anyway, because in his opinion, she was destined to live a short life. Jerome didn't know for sure that he would succeed, but he still hoped that the doctor's visit would at least restore the children's faith in him a little. Cosimo reminded Jerome that he had forbidden him to communicate with the prisoners because he had foreseen that this was how it would turn out. He knew that the children already knew everything about their captors and thought that Jerome's plan made no sense. Jerome realized that he was wrong and obediently agreed with his brother. At that moment, a servant came out of the gate and said that the Count immediately wanted to see the brothers. Gonzalo said regretfully that they could not leave now because the banquet was not over yet, but promised that they would return soon. Jerome felt sad that he was the only one who cared even a little about the children. The man was afraid that his brothers would declare him their enemy, and therefore desperately tried to prove that he was innocent. After some time, the servant bowed politely to Prince Assad and said that he was ready to answer his questions. Prince Assad asked the servant with hope if he had seen that same girl with amber hair anywhere. The servant replied with regret that, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find the girl, although the search still did not stop. The prince did not want to believe that the girl had disappeared and assumed that one of the servants had seen her after all. The servant replied that he had asked everyone, but no one admitted to having seen such a maid. Although Prince Assad had his doubts, he was still sure that he had seen this mysterious girl somewhere on the palace grounds. It's been a long time since Letias introduced Sasha to Prince Assad and said she hoped for their strong friendship. Prince Assad looked at the girl with interest and asked Latias if she was his sister. Latias explained to the prince that, although he and Sasha did not have the same parents, he considered her his blood relative. At this moment, Prince Assad finally realized that he had found the very girl and ordered that he be immediately informed where the captain of the knightly order was. A sudden flood of memories brought Sasha back to harsh reality. Sasha felt very tired. She was tormented by uncertainty, and it seemed that there was no hope for salvation. Time went on as usual, and then one day the ringing of New Year's bells announced the arrival of the new year. The children began to make marks on the wall again so as not to lose track of time. They began to worry because the food was noticeably worse than before, and it was very strange. Harris himself also changed. He stopped hiding and could come at any time. Sasha worriedly told Harris that Estelle had run out of pain medication and was getting worse. She also asked Harris to bring Estelle lighter foods because her cough made it difficult for her to swallow. Latias was very angry when the chamberlain came in and reminded him of Estelle's illness, and also that the food they were being brought was not tasty. He angrily asked why they were being treated so badly, since Estelle was seriously ill. Harris's assistant tried to take the chamberlain away to stop this unpleasant conversation. But Harris, taking advantage of the moment, hit the boy with the tray he was holding. The boy fell to the floor, and Harris remained standing over him, with the tray raised above his head. Sasha, wanting to stop Harris and protect the boy, screamed loudly and rushed to save Latias. She didn't seem to be scared at all and bravely rushed to protect the boy, biting Harris on the arm. The man, groaning in pain, grabbed Sasha by the hair to throw her aside. Latias saw the danger his girlfriend was in, and without thinking, he hit Harris with the ladder. Latias asked Sasha in fear if she was okay, very worried that Harris had hurt her. Harris took a step back and saw a defenseless Latias right in front of him, who was in his path, covering Sasha with his body. Harris quickly swung the heavy club and hit the boy, and at that moment, everything went dark before Latias's eyes, leaving only pain. Latias felt warm blood running down his arm, and his scream caught in his throat because it was so scary and painful. Everything swam before his eyes, and through the veil of pain, Latias realized with horror that he had been hit right in the eye. Sasha's heart sank at the sight of the boy's bloody face, and fear gripped her, preventing her from saying a word. Harris's face twisted into an evil grin, making him look like a terrifying monster, and vicious insults poured from his mouth. He stepped towards the children like a predatory beast, looming over them, and began to promise them a painful death. There was a mad fire in his eyes, as if he was enjoying his words, predicting a terrible end for the children. Sasha seemed to be gripped by an icy fear. Her inner voice told her that Harris was indeed capable of carrying out his threat. Harris, leaving the children alone with the horror they had experienced, turned around and, throwing out a mocking phrase as if it were a sentence, walked out. As soon as the door slammed behind him, Sasha rushed to Latias, looking into his face with horror. Latias opened his swollen eyelids with difficulty and croaked that one of his eyes seemed to be burning with fire, and everything around him had gone dark. The pale but collected boy Benja made the only correct decision. He ordered that his wounded brother be immediately taken to the room. The children, like shadows, hurried away from this cursed place, although they knew that the worst could still await them ahead. Sasha carefully laid Latias down and anxiously asked Benja about his brother's condition, silently praying that he would calm her down. Benja examined the wounded Latias and said that the fever was gradually subsiding, but it was too early to rejoice. Despite the apparent improvement, fear reigned in Sasha's soul. What if Latias would never see again? Latias, lying on his bed, quietly said what frightened him most of all, how he didn't want to remain blind in one eye forever. Benja, to cheer up his brother, said that now Latias is like that hero of the ancient legend, nicknamed the One-Eyed Duke of Serpente. But Latias did not share Benja's optimism, and in response suggested that soon everyone would forget about them, because no one would leave here alive. Benja, however, responded in a firm voice with the exact opposite. He had no doubt that they would be able to get out of this damned place. There was nothing but determination in his words. He swore to take revenge on all those involved in the misfortunes of the Serpente family. But Latias continued to doubt. because what difference did it make whether they died of hunger and disease in this tower or during the escape? He reminded them of the guards that were most likely waiting for them outside, making escape pointless and even more dangerous. The determined Benja refused to give up. He firmly said that they would not know what awaited them beyond the walls of the tower until they tried to escape. Despite Benja's enthusiasm, Sasha urged them to be prudent and to assess their chances of success before running. She said that the food had become much worse lately, and that very soon they might stop bringing it altogether. But Benja did not give up even here, and confidently replied that they would definitely not be starved to death, and the worst thing that could happen to them was that they would simply be put on bad food. Sasha didn't believe his words, and then Benya decided to explain why he was so sure. He said coldly that for Harris, their torment had become a real pleasure, and for this he was ready to do a lot. And he won't stop torturing them until he gets tired of it. This means that while Harris enjoys their suffering, they are relatively safe and have time to plan their escape. Litias remembered Harris's furious face and confirmed that the psycho definitely enjoyed the violence. A sly glint flashed in Benja's eyes. He needed to continue pretending to be unhappy and look for an opportunity to attack. Litias looked around carefully and suggested using the remains of an old staircase to create a weapon. Benja assessed the strength of the ladder and said that a strong rope should be made from the belt to tie Harris up. Sasha's eyes lit up with hope, because now they had a plan. All that was left was to choose the right day to escape. Benja eventually suggested that they escape during a family holiday in early spring. Time dragged on endlessly. Days seemed like years, but the hope that was glimmering in their hearts did not fade. Harris no longer hid his pleasure from the opportunity to mock children on a daily basis, transferring all his grievances onto them. With each passing day, he became more and more self-confident and careless, which gave the prisoners little chance of success. That day, he swung the door open, pleased with himself, but the words died on his lips after what he saw the next second. He suddenly discovered in his prison only Sasha, who was in the middle of the room and looking him straight in the eyes. Not wanting to lose the opportunity to mock at least one of the prisoners, he decided to immediately deal with the girl. But before he could take a step, he heard Sasha's ringing voice and felt someone quickly approaching him from behind. From behind his back, as if from underground, Latius appeared and threw a strong belt around the neck of the surprised Harris. In an instant, the noose around Harris's neck tightened, preventing him from calling for help or even breathing. At that very moment, a frightened cry was heard from behind the door. Harris's young assistant was rushing to help, but it was too late. And then Benja jumped out of the next room, and with one blow of a broken, well-sharpened board straight to the head, silenced him forever. The last thing Harris saw before the boy's world went dark was the scarlet blood on his blue jacket. It finally dawned on Harris that he had made a terrible mistake in getting involved with children who were ready to kill not only him, but his assistant without a second thought. The time for remorse had already passed, because Latias, sitting astride his back, was tightening the noose around Harris's neck. At that moment, Sasha appeared and struck Harris with a heavy candlestick, repelling his attack. Sasha froze in place and looked at the immobilized Harris in horror. Had she accidentally taken his life? Trying to keep his voice calm, Benja asked Sasha to quickly follow Latias to find Estelle. Trembling with fear, Sasha agreed. It was necessary to see the matter through to the end at any cost. Benja's confidence was based on the simple fact that Harris didn't care at all what happened to them. Trying to suppress his feelings of guilt, Benja continued to insist that they simply had no other choice. Holding Estelle tightly to himself, Latias called Sasha to follow him in order to quickly get away from the dangerous Harris. As Sasha walked down the long spiral staircase, she glanced anxiously at Latias, afraid that he might trip. Returning to the room where they left Benja, Sasha discovered that Harris was no longer there. Benja was covered in blood, but he tried to calm the girl down, saying that Harris no longer posed any danger to them. But instead of the joy of liberation, Sasha was overcome by a new fear. What awaits them beyond the walls of this tower? The girl felt a cold wave of horror pierce her heart. What if something much more terrible awaits them? Sasha was tormented by anxiety about Estelle. Would they be able to find a doctor before she became too ill? Pointing to the open door, Benja smiled encouragingly and quickly led Sasha out into the street. Realizing that they had no other choice, Sasha hurried after Benya. They had to fight for their lives. Without wasting a second, the guys were ready to rush to the exit, as if they were being pursued by hellhounds. But before the feeling of joy had time to flare up in Sasha's heart, it was overshadowed by a cold fear. What if an even greater danger awaited them outside the estate? With every step, the anxiety grew. Sasha's heart beat faster and faster from the thought that they were already being waited for in the guarded area. Suddenly, someone's voices were heard at the end of the long corridor, causing Sasha to stop in place in horror. The voices were getting closer and closer. Guards were wandering along the street, looking for fugitives. Suddenly, there was a jubilant cry from one of those guys outside, and the children were discovered. As if by command from above, those very knights of the Order of the Python family appeared and stood up to protect the children. Acting clearly and quickly, as if according to a pre-planned plan, the knights secretly took the children out of the Xerxes estate. Imagine the children's surprise when they found themselves in the imperial palace where the knights brought them. The knights' isolation and silence were alarming, because no one explained why they brought the children to the palace and what awaited them next. But despite the uncertainty of the future, Sasha, Lydias, and Benja were left with a feeling of relief because they miraculously managed to stay alive. After examining Estelle, the doctor anxiously asked Sasha how long the girl had been ill and what symptoms were bothering her. Sasha, trying to speak calmly, replied that Estelle had been suffering from a debilitating cough for a month and a half. To get a more complete picture of the little patient's illness, the doctor continued to ask Sasha about her symptoms. The girl spoke bitterly about other, no less alarming symptoms that tormented the little girl. After listening carefully to Sasha's story, the doctor suggested that she rest a little while he would take care of the sick girl. At that moment, a maid quietly entered the room and offered to take Sasha to the dining room to get some refreshment. Noticing that the girl was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, the kind girl tried to calm Sasha with kind words. Struck by Sasha's thinness and exhaustion, the maid hurriedly set the table, trying to treat the poor girl. The guard who was guarding the room was no less worried than the others. He was impatiently awaiting news from the doctor. The heavy silence was suddenly broken by the doctor's quiet voice. He announced that poor Estelle had only a few days left to live. Sasha's thoughts were far away. From fear and excitement, she lost her appetite and did not touch the food. Letias, entering the room, immediately asked his friend about his sister's health and the doctor's words. Sasha, deep down in her soul, no longer hoping for anything, tried to change the subject of the conversation. Noticing how upset his friend was, Benja hurried to find out if she had managed to eat anything. Letias, noticing that Benja was very worried, calmed him down, saying that he and Sasha had already had dinner on the terrace, where they accidentally overheard a very important conversation. Sasha immediately demanded an explanation of how Letias found out about what happened in her absence. In response, Letias told his friends that he had spoken with Crown Prince Assad himself. Imagine Sasha's surprise when she found out that all this time, instead of them, there were fake children living on the estate. Letias said that they accidentally overheard a conversation between Prince Assad and his subordinates, from which it became clear that the children were deliberately replaced with actors with similar appearances. Apparently, their enemy's plan was thought out to the smallest detail. The relatives carefully selected actors for each of the children. Everything was mixed up in Sasha's head. She understood that this story was much more serious than it seemed at first glance, because now they had a strong enemy. This time, the girl clearly realized that their lives were in danger, because now they knew too much. Sasha had no doubt that it was not just Uncle Jerome who was behind their imprisonment, but a cunning conspiracy of relatives thirsting for their inheritance. She had no idea how Prince Assad had learned of their imprisonment in the old tower. Prince Assad, who suddenly appeared in the room, politely apologized for the uninvited intrusion. Sasha was very surprised and greeted the prince, noting that it was a great honor for her to see him here. The prince seemed to recognize Sasha, noticing that she had not changed at all since their last meeting. He reminded Sasha of the incident at the ball when she called out to him from the balcony and hastily left. Letias listened to the prince with obvious bewilderment, because their first meeting happened completely differently. Not believing his ears, he thought that the prince had simply decided to make a joke by passing off the maid as his relative. Smiling, the prince described that meeting in vivid detail, noting how Latias had prevented him from getting to know Sasha better. Addressing Latias, the prince advised him to see a doctor immediately for fear of infection. Sasha was amazed. She never expected that their savior would be Prince Assad himself. The prince anxiously reported Estelle's sad diagnosis. The imperial doctor suspected that she had pneumonia. The prince assured them that the doctor would do everything possible to get Estelle back on her feet. However, Prince Assad, looking gloomy, advised them to be prepared for any outcome, promising to visit them later. Estelle opened her eyes with difficulty, not understanding where she was or what was happening. Sasha placed her hand on her small head, explaining that they were safe in the imperial palace and had been saved by Prince Assad. Estelle, confident that sleep would help her recover, asked Sasha to sing her a lullaby. Sasha's heart was restless. She knew that fate can sometimes be unpredictable and cruel. And so it happened, because after the blow inflicted by Mr. Harris, Lydias permanently lost the sight in one eye, and Estelle died 2 days after their long-awaited release from captivity. She fell asleep peacefully and did not wake up, just 2 weeks short of her 14th birthday. For a long time, Sasha refused to believe in the baby's death, considering it just a bad dream. More than anything, she wanted to see Estelle smile again, but Sasha knew it was just a pipe dream. Suddenly, she saw Estelle and froze, not believing her eyes. Could this really be true? She asked the girl to stop playing with her and answer if it was really her. With bated breath, she peered into Estelle's face, afraid to frighten the vision and wanting to look long enough at the beloved face of her pupil. Estelle's soft voice, sounding in her thoughts, reassured Sasha that she would always be there. Sasha rushed to tell Estelle how long she had been looking for her, not believing in her death. But Estelle interrupted her, repeating that she would always be there and that she didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, Prince Assad reported that the actors posing as them had been executed by order of the emperor. The prince also added that their uncles, who were responsible for their imprisonment, would be expelled from the estate. However, he noted that the emperor, wanting to avoid a scandal, decided to conceal the incident. The prince explained that information about the imprisonment of the heirs of the powerful Serpenti family would undermine the authority of the empire. After all, if it becomes known that the Serpentis became victims of their own relatives, it will show their weakness in front of their enemies. Maintaining the reputation and influence of the Serpenti family was extremely important for the well-being of the entire empire. Prince Assad, apologizing for his forced frankness, suggested that they accept the emperor's offer in order to avoid unnecessary problems. Sasha couldn't understand how it was possible to just leave everything as it was and pretend that nothing had happened. To her surprise, Ladius and Benja agreed to carry out the emperor's will without hesitation. To hide the truth, Prince Assad offered to pass off their 2-year absence as studying abroad. Sasha was amazed by Latias and Benja's obedience. Could they really forget and forgive everything so easily? Will those responsible for their suffering and Estelle's death go unpunished? Sasha believed that they had no right to remain silent. Someone had to answer for the death of her beloved little Estelle. Prince Assad decided to leave them for a while so that they could discuss everything in private. When the prince left the room, Sasha allowed herself to give free rein to her feelings, not hiding her gratitude to their savior. Benja felt that they needed to put the past behind them and focus on what was coming next. Latias, noticing Sasha's tension, asked her not to keep everything to herself, but to openly share her thoughts. Sasha couldn't bring herself to ask why they had agreed to the emperor's proposal so quickly, without even hesitating. Latias explained that they had no other choice. The most important thing for them now was to regain their influence. Benja supported Latias, reminding him that the emperor had promised them his protection and help, and now they were in his debt. Latias cheerfully said that now was not the time to think about revenge. There was a time for everything, and they would definitely achieve justice later. Latias, looking thoughtfully out the window, understood that now it was important not only to enlist the support of the emperor, but also to unravel the plans of his insidious uncles. But much more than these political games, he was concerned about the fate of young Sasha, who found herself in the thick of dangerous intrigues. After all, their insidious relatives are ready to do anything to hide the secret of her birth, even to the most extreme measures. Benja, unlike Litias, did not trust the emperor and believed that his patronage was unreliable. He scolded himself for agreeing to this risky plan and putting them all in danger. To protect himself and Sasha in this turbulent situation, he suggested that she temporarily go to study in a distant country. He was sure that studying abroad would not only give Sasha new knowledge, but would also help him escape from disturbing thoughts. Finally, the day of departure came, and Sasha, nervously, boarded the ship that was taking her to a foreign country. Benja, trying to hide his own worries, asked Sasha if she had everything ready for sailing, but the girl's heart was restless, and she, without hiding her sadness, admitted her doubts. Benja tried to give his parting words, and, in order to distract Sasha, reminded her of her long-standing dream of studying abroad. Sasha, trusting Benya, promised him not to worry and to try to enjoy her studies. As she said goodbye, she gave Latias and Benja a humorous order not to get too bored and to take care of themselves. The announcement of boarding sounded like a thunderclap to Sasha, causing his heart to clench with a premonition of separation. With hope in her eyes, she asked Benja if they would ever see each other again. Benya hastened to reassure Sasha that their separation would not be long and solemnly promised that they would definitely see each other again. 7 years, like one moment, flew by unnoticed, and now the matured and changed Sasha was preparing to return home. At the graduation ball, former students said goodbye to each other, promising not to forget everything they had learned. One of Sasha's comrades, watching her go, wondered what path this girl would choose now. But Marianne, her close friend, could not contain her impatience in anticipation of the journey home. Looking at her former classmate, she had difficulty recognizing the timid provincial girl who had arrived 7 years ago. The party was in full swing, and Marianne suggested celebrating the event properly. But Sasha needed to send an important letter, and apologizing, she refused her friend's offer. Marianne did not specify to whom exactly the letter was addressed, but she guessed that her friend was writing to some guy. She said that it would be very nice to be in her place, but it was unlikely that fate would give her such a chance. Meanwhile, Sasha, tired of the noise and fun, wanted to be left alone. Entering her room, she closed her eyes and plunged into her own thoughts, because now she had something to remember. An image of little Estelle, a touching girl who had not changed with the passage of time, appeared before her inner gaze. Sasha whispered the girl's name, reminding her of her imminent return to her home. It seemed to her that Estelle, just like Sasha, was waiting impatiently for the time when they could see each other again. Taking up her pen, she carefully wrote out the lines of a letter addressed to her old friend, Duke Benyer Serpente. She wrote with a smile that he seemed to have completely forgotten how to write beautifully. Unable to resist giving him some kind advice, Sasha once again reminded him that it was high time he hired a secretary. Concluding the letter, she proudly announced that she had successfully passed all her exams. Sasha believed that she would be back before the Duke's birthday, which is why she was preparing for departure so hastily. The only thing that marred her joy was the thought of the vagaries of the weather and the dangers of a sea voyage. Sasha reminded the Duke of his promise to give up his bad habits for her sake. She noted with humor that the nickname he was given because of these very habits did not paint him in a good light. In fact, she was a little offended that she still hadn't received a single line from Benja, although it wouldn't have been difficult for him to devote 5 minutes to it. She wrote that she was looking forward to the meeting and really wanted to see him soon. Having sealed the letter, Sasha looked at the clock, realizing that it was time for her to go to bed, because she would need strength for the long journey. Only now, on the eve of her departure, she suddenly felt how much she missed her home. She ran her fingers tenderly over the paper, as if transferring some of her warmth to the addressee of this letter. Meanwhile, exciting news spread throughout the Serpente estate that a long-awaited letter had arrived from Sasha. The maid, burning with impatience to share the news as soon as possible, rushed to report to the butler. The poor butler was completely at a loss when he heard about the letter, because after a long break, the Duke was finally fast asleep. But he couldn't wait, and gathering his courage, he went to wake up his master. There was a loud knock on the door, but the owner of the office did not answer. With a solemn look, the butler was ready to enter the room and tell the young master the good news. Suddenly, Litias's faithful assistant appeared behind Butler and calmly asked what had happened. The butler, seeing the assistant of the young master Latias behind him, asked if the master was now in his office. The assistant was a little confused and assumed that Latias had left on behalf of the first prince. Butler immediately hurried to hand the young man a letter, which had to be delivered to Beignet. He also added that the assistant should tell Latias about the prince's well-being. Of course, the guy didn't like being a messenger at all, because Latias was not in the mood today. The young gentleman was not distinguished by his kindness and responsiveness, and therefore the assistant was a little afraid to go to him. He remembered how he once went to Latias with more news and a letter from Butler. But when he saw the assistant, Latias frowned and he realized that he should not bother the master with trifles anymore. Lydias's gaze made me feel uneasy. It was cold and arrogant. The assistant was afraid to tell about his brother starting to drink again, because Latias couldn't stand it. Maybe it would be better for Butler to tell him about it himself, because he is an older man, and Latias treats him with more respect. Butler probably didn't mean to offend him, but he just worked very hard and couldn't get away from it. So the young assistant went straight to his master, clutching the letter tightly. At this very time, Sasha was already getting ready to go to the other shore, where a ship was waiting for her to sail to her home harbor. Her companion Mariana loudly admired the luxurious furnishings of the cabin in which Sasha was sailing when they arrived at their destination. Marianne kept talking about how huge the cabin was and how many beautiful things there were in it. Sasha felt a little uncomfortable with such luxurious conditions. She hadn't asked Latias about this at all. A smiling servant passing by offered Sasha his help if she needed it. Marianne, who had long dreamed of trying the ship's cook's dishes, suggested going to the dining room. Sasha agreed to have a little snack, saying that she would join her soon. Left alone, Sasha thought about the Serpenti brothers and their generosity, although she never even hinted at the need for all this luxury. Aren't they spending too much money on her, when she's not even their blood sister like Estelle? The closer she got to returning home, the happier she felt. But this joy was mixed with some kind of wariness. Sasha sadly recalled how 3 years ago a war began in the country, which greatly changed her attitude to familiar things. Two powerful countries declared war on each other because after long negotiations they were unable to agree on peace. The war, which lasted for 5 long years, ended with the victory of the empire, and this changed its development forever. Students from warring countries were very worried because many of their relatives went to the front. At first, it seemed to Sasha that the war had nothing to do with her, until Benya was taken to the front. When letters from him stopped coming, Sasha lost hope of seeing Benya alive. And what a joy it was to learn that Benja returned from the war alive and well. Unfortunately, the same could not be said about little Estelle, who had long since passed away from a serious illness. Sasha suddenly had a vision that the late Estelle was still with her and trying to comfort her. Yes, she was told that Benya had returned, but Sasha wanted to make sure of it herself. She wanted to see Benya with her own eyes, talk to him, and find out how he was doing. Sasha closed her eyes and imagined Estelle, who would have probably grown a lot by now. If she had lived, the girls would probably have continued to be friends like sisters. She often remembered her, unlike others, because it seemed to Sasha that everyone had long forgotten about the poor girl. Meanwhile, Marianne never ceased to admire the beauty of the sea that opened up from the deck of the ship. The view from the window of the cabin in which Sasha was sailing was especially beautiful. Sasha reminded her friend that it was time for them to pack their bags, because the ship would soon arrive at the port. But Marianne didn't want to do this at all. She preferred to admire the sea. Sasha said that she wouldn't mind if Mariana got some rest before leaving. She added that she would wait for her friend in her cabin to have tea together after getting ready, and told her not to be capricious. Sitting by the window and looking at the waves, Sasha remembered how she and Benya had met the dawn together. They had one secret place where they dreamed about the future, sharing their most intimate thoughts. However, real life turned out to be far from their dreams. It turned out to be much harsher than she had previously thought. They had to hide and constantly fear that they would be found by those who wanted them dead. Sasha was very worried about Benja and Latias, because she was afraid that they could be imprisoned again or even killed. Benja and Latia's letters helped Sasha survive all the difficulties. They always contained hope for the best. However, they preferred not to remember what happened in the past, so as not to disturb old wounds. Sad thoughts about the past flooded Sasha, and she could barely hold back her tears, trying not to remember that terrible day. She understood that there was no point in dwelling on the past, but the memories stubbornly returned, preventing her from living on. 7 years ago, Sasha promised herself to find those responsible for the death of her little friend Lady Estelle and avenge her. In her thoughts, Sasha talked to Estelle more than once, promising that she would never forget her. Addressing Estelle in her imagination, she promised that very soon they would be together. Suddenly, a strange young man appeared, seeming vaguely familiar to Sasha, as if he were another image from the past. The stranger abruptly asked the girl's name, without bothering to introduce himself. Sasha was surprised to recognize him as a passenger from the neighboring first-class cabin, with whom they had sailed on the ship. Sasha was extremely outraged by such rude treatment, which a girl from decent society was not accustomed to. The stranger calmly remarked that asking questions was his right, and no one could forbid him from doing so. The girl was shocked by the young man's blatant lack of good manners. After all, it is customary to introduce yourself first before asking someone else's name. Seeing Sasha's indignation, the young man mockingly suggested that she must be from the Xerkesian Empire, since she was behaving like that. Sasha thought that this impudent fellow was taking too much liberty with himself. She quickly looked at the guy. He was quite simple in appearance, with purple eyes, and as if she had seen him somewhere before. But Sasha caught herself in time, interrupting these ridiculous comparisons with that sweet boy with exactly the same eyes. The ship finally weighed anchor, and now Sasha was only a few days away from home. When they parted, Marianne promised to write letters to her friend and asked her to respond in kind. Sasha assured that she would definitely write and expressed hope to see her friend again soon. Marianne's family was waiting for her at the gangway, as if all her relatives had come to support this girl. Suddenly, a strange guy approached Sasha, called her by name, and said that he was the Duke's servant. Sasha, of course, was surprised, but still confirmed that it was really her, and asked what he needed. The servant explained that he had been ordered to take her to the estate, and invited her to follow him. A carriage was already waiting for them nearby, and the servant immediately hurried to the door to help Sasha get out, and at the same time take her things. The girl politely refused, saying that she could handle it herself and was already used to doing everything in life on her own. The dumbfounded servant began to fervently assure that he was not some kind of servant, but a real elite guard and could be trusted. He seemed ready to throw himself at Sasha's feet so that she would stop suspecting him of all mortal sins. Sasha had a hard time holding back her laughter and calmed the poor man down, assuring him that she had no suspicions. Sasha added that he was, of course, very gallant, but she did not like excessive ceremony, and suggested that he address her simply by her first name. The servant replied with a smile that he would never dare to address her so familiarly. A few minutes later, he gallantly helped her into the carriage, and they set off on their journey. Soon the carriage pulled up to the estate, and Sasha's heart began to beat even faster from excitement. Ahead of the girl, the servant of the Serpente estate hurried to bring her things into the house so that the owner could see that he was doing his job as expected. Suddenly, Sasha heard a familiar voice, which she was so happy to hear that she almost rushed to meet it. It was Latias, who greeted Sasha with joy and was surprised at how much she had grown up. Sasha barely recognized Latias. He had changed so much during her absence. She exclaimed that he, too, had grown very much and had become quite an adult, resembling in his appearance the late Duke. Latias smiled and noted that she, too, was no longer the little girl he remembered. Sasha happily agreed that he had also changed a lot, and she would never have recognized him. In front of her stood no longer that thin, shy boy, but a strong and self-confident young man. He reminded Sasha very much of his father, the late Duke of Serpente, who was also tall. Letias asked how school went and if Sasha enjoyed being away from home. Sasha shrugged and replied that all schools were similar to each other, but more than anything in the world, she wanted to go back home. Latias, smiling, offered Sasha a similar headband with shiny stones, which immediately attracted the girl's attention. Sasha pretended to be surprised, asking if these stones were the source of such a wonderful shine. Latias asked, a little mockingly, if this was really what they taught her at that famous school abroad. Sasha replied with a laugh that now he too understood how expensive her classical education had been. After that, she asked where Benja was now, because he had promised to meet her with Latias. Latias replied that Benja was very busy, and right now he was working on their new family hotel. Sasha thought that Benya, as always, had a million things to do and worries about, although she was a little offended by his carelessness towards her. Then, Latias suggested to Sasha to arrange a surprise for Benja and catch him off guard at the new hotel. Sasha liked this idea and happily agreed to go to the hotel. The whole way, Sasha was haunted by the thought that she hadn't seen Benya for a long time and didn't know how much he had changed. Friends told Sasha that Benya was very busy with important things, but the girl was still a little worried that he might forget about her. Sasha was tormented by her conscience. It seemed to her that she could interfere with Benya by appearing in his life so unexpectedly. The girl reproached herself for possibly preventing Benya from starting a new life and forgetting the past. Latias was eager to show Sasha his new project. It was a grand hotel that he had built. Sasha decided it was time to tell Latias the truth and what she knew. Soon the carriage with Latias and Sasha drove up to the luxurious hotel building, sparkling in the rays of the sun. When Latias entered the hotel, he expected to see Benya there, but he was not there. As Latias's assistant explained, Benja had gone away on business, but promised to return soon. Sasha looked with interest at the rich interior of the hotel and listened as the assistant told Latias about the progress of the work. Everything in the hotel was exquisite and tasteful, beautiful furniture, paintings, and expensive carpets, and it even seemed as if Sasha had found herself in a fairy tale. Latias watched with pride as Sasha admired the luxury of the hotel. The hotel really made a lasting impression on Sasha, but the assistant's strange behavior made her wary. As it turned out, the humble assistant was the chief architect of the hotel, and Sasha was very surprised by this discovery. Sasha was amazed that behind the assistant's nondescript appearance, there was a talented master of his craft. Latias suddenly became a little tense about all these attempts by Sasha to figure out who his assistant really was. In fact, Sasha had no doubt that this man was pretending to be a simple assistant so that no one would guess about his real past. After reading the original plot of the novel, Sasha began to guess about the dark deeds of people she knew. One day, Sasha overheard a conversation about the Dirty Club, a new gang of bandits who had challenged seasoned criminals. Sasha was sure that such an influential organization could not have appeared without outside support. There was only one clan in the city that could stand up to the old bandits, and that was the rich and influential Serpente clan. By chance, Sasha learned that a bank owned by the Serpente clan was secretly financing the Dirty Club of Delos, and her suspicions were confirmed. The girl realized with a grin that both of Letias and Benja's uncles were somehow connected to this bandit story. But how exactly Latias and Benja managed to help the Dirty Club remained a mystery to Sasha. Sasha thought that Latias was probably embarrassed about his past and was afraid that Sasha would refuse to communicate with him. Suddenly, Latias's assistant ran into the room, alarmed, and reported that there was trouble at the hotel. Frightened, Sasha did not understand what was happening and what danger threatened them. Latias was very angry with his subordinates, who allowed outsiders into the hotel. The assistant tried to calm Latias down and take him and Sasha to a safe place, but he didn't want to hear anything. An enraged Latias grabbed his pistol and prepared to fight back against the intruders. The assistant tried to dissuade Latias from risking himself, but it was useless. Latias was angry and thirsty for revenge. Ordering his assistant to guard Sasha, Latias rushed towards danger. Latias vowed to teach a lesson to those who dared to disturb the peace of his guests and break into his hotel. The assistant hurried to take Sasha to a safe place to protect her from a possible shootout. Sasha was very scared. She couldn't understand what was really happening. The assistant tried to calm the girl down, but his words only made her feel more scared. The girl suspected that Latias's enemies had broken into the hotel to take revenge on him for the deeds of days long past. Suddenly, Sasha heard shots and her heart sank with fear. Had Latias really killed someone? The assistant felt that Sasha was trembling with fear and tried to calm her down. It seemed to Sasha that the shots were heard very close, somewhere on the first floor, where Latias ran. The assistant reassured Sasha once again and, promising to return soon, went to investigate the situation. Sasha tried to pull herself together. She promised herself that she would be strong and would not give in to panic. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the hotel, Latias scolded his subordinates, who were unable to carry out his orders. Suddenly, Sasha heard a painfully familiar voice. Latias was talking to someone at the entrance to the hotel. Sasha had never heard Latias swear so rudely, because before he always chose his words and did not stoop to dirty expressions. Suddenly, Latias noticed an unfamiliar man behind Sasha and tried to loudly warn the girl about the danger. The man, who had quietly approached the poor girl, grabbed Sasha, and it became clear that she was his hostage. With a brazen smile, he ordered the girl not to resist and to follow him if she wanted to remain alive and unharmed. The man who grabbed Sasha was confident that he would be able to hold her before Latias and his retinue could burst into the room. The girl did not understand how the kidnapper managed to get into the house and where her guard had gone. Irritated by Sasha's silence, the man shouted at her, demanding unquestioning obedience. Sasha's heart began to pound wildly when she realized that in her haste, she had forgotten the dagger in her room. The sound of a gunshot broke the silence. A drop of blood from the man's pierced neck fell to the floor. He could no longer survive. The kidnapper staggered, but he no longer understood anything, because he only had a few seconds left to live. Through the veil of fear, Sasha saw a man who was rushing to her aid. Imagine her surprise when she recognized Benya, her childhood friend, in the savior. It was hard to believe that this brave young man was the same mischievous boy with whom she once played. Benya examined Sasha, afraid to discover any wounds that this bastard might leave before the young man finished him off. The girl hastened to assure her friend that he had arrived on time and that she was okay. Suddenly, Sasha felt a slight embarrassment from this moment, because Benya touched her fragile palm with his strong hand in a particularly gentle way. At that moment, the owner of the house appeared, angrily addressing the confused guy named Yan. He was very angry because due to Yan's carelessness, his whole family was in danger. With a stupid smile on his face, Yan tried to apologize, promising to be more careful in the future. Sasha watched them with curiosity, not understanding what role each of them played in this complicated story. Seeing the unexpected guests, Yan turned pale, but immediately returned his stupid smile and involuntarily took a step back. Benja looked coldly at his friend, reminding him that enemies were cunning and treacherous, and therefore one must always be on guard. Yan looked at his friend and then at Sasha in bewilderment, trying in vain to grasp the connection between them. Realizing his guilt, Yan meekly accepted the reprimand, agreeing to any punishment. Latias told the boys to leave, believing that this unpleasant incident would have a bad effect on Sasha. Taking responsibility, he sent Benya and the girl home to sort out what happened himself. Looking at Sasha, Yan guessed that this was the same guest whose arrival he had recently heard about. Thoughtfully walking towards the main church of the city, he could not get the image of the girl out of his head. Having descended into the secret room under the church, Yan entered inside, where his sister was already waiting for him. Having passed through the dimly lit room and finally finding himself in a bright room, the young man loudly greeted Valentina. Seeing her brother, the girl frowned. She was unhappy not only with his lateness, but also with his appearance. Embarrassed, Yan explained that he had been with Benja today, who had defended a certain girl from attack. Trying to justify himself, he began to tell how people from the Fibonacci gang got into the hotel. With annoyance, Yan admitted that the criminals turned out to be more cunning and agile than he had expected. But he hastened to calm his sister, assuring her that his friend had neutralized the bandits and that the girl had not been harmed, although this did not save him from a resounding slap from his sister. Angry, Valentina began to scold her brother. Because he had not completed an important assignment, Yan began to explain that the attack was staged to piss off the Serpenti brothers. That was the whole point. Valentina was angry with her brother. She demanded that he tell her everything in order and explain his guesses. The young man assumed that the enemies had deliberately staged this provocation. In this way, they hoped to force the Serpenti brothers to act rashly, confirming their suspicions about their connection to the Dallas Club. Valentina doubted that anyone would really dare to take such a dangerous step. Yan was confident that by answering the challenge, they would force the enemy to reveal their cards, and it would be easier to fight them. Lost in thought, the girl asked if he had any idea who was behind all this. Not wanting to betray his friend, Jan avoided answering, speaking in general terms about how Benja had not ordered him to do anything special. Deep down, he was sure that a mysterious enemy was watching their every move. Jan reminded his sister about the opening of a hotel where she would have to work undercover. Valentina imagined how she would be among noisy and rude men, and she did not like it at all. Jan reassured her by explaining that the hotel would be run by that same girl, and Valentina would become her assistant. The girl's expression changed in response, bitterly noting that she had no understanding of the hotel business at all. She understood perfectly well that in reality, she would have to serve this stranger, and that this was her main goal. The thought of being an errand girl didn't appeal to her at all, but her brother assured her that her role was much more important. She should become a friend and bodyguard. Intrigued, Valentina asked what she was like. This mysterious stranger who had arrived at their estate. Jan thought about it, because he hadn't managed to get to know the girl properly, since she was acting very cold. Jan, struck by the beauty of that girl, completely forgot that it was indecent to stare at a stranger like that. For some unknown reason, Jan decided that he and this girl would become friends and have fun. Jan found his new acquaintance sweet and shy, and he noted to himself that she was very beautiful. Valentina didn't like her brother's words at all, and not wanting to hold back, she told him everything she thought. In the end, Jan had to apologize to his sister for his careless words, praising her beauty and charm. Meanwhile, Sasha was studying her new room with interest, which she really liked. The servant greeted Sasha with a bow and informed her that this beautiful room now belonged to her. The luxurious furnishings of the room impressed Sasha so much that she decided to check whether this was definitely not a mistake. The servant reassured Sasha, confirming that she could settle into this room and feel like the mistress. Sasha was a little embarrassed and explained to the servant that he was mistaken and that she did not deserve such treatment. She believed that it was better for her and the servant to communicate more simply and without any titles, despite the difference in position. Sasha's new acquaintance introduced himself as chaplain and said that he worked as a chamberlain for the Serpenti family. Sasha liked Mr. Chaplain and asked if she could call him by his first name. Chaplain really liked Sasha's simplicity and ease, and he even allowed himself to be called Old Chaplain. The man politely said goodbye to Sasha and left her so that she could unpack her suitcases in peace. Watching Chaplain, Sasha thought that he reminded her of her old friend, Mr. Karen. This room was well known to Sasha because she had previously spent a lot of time here with her children. Sasha felt a little sad to realize that time does not stand still, and a lot in this room has changed. Previously, this was a nursery, but now it is a luxurious room in which you would not be ashamed to receive guests. Looking around the room, Sasha noticed an unusual toy and began to remember where she had seen it before. And then Sasha remembered that this toy, a plush rabbit with shiny eyes, was given to Estelle for her birthday. Sasha remembered how little Estelle, having received a long-awaited gift from her father, bragged to her about her new bunny. Benja came into the room and asked Sasha if she liked the room. Sasha shared with Benja her thoughts about this toy, which reminded her of the past. She wondered if there were any other things left that reminded her of her previous life. Benja replied that, apart from this toy, they decided to get rid of all the old things. Sasha didn't understand why it was necessary to burn all the things, because they contain the memory of the days lived, which will never return. But, on the other hand, she guessed that old things often remind us of sad events. Sasha liked how the room had been transformed, and she told Benja that it was now completely different. She fondly remembered the small room in which she once lived with her mother. Sasha wasn't sure she had the right to live in such a luxurious room. She warmly thanked Benja for his care, emphasizing that she was unworthy of such an honor. Sasha thought sadly about her background and the fact that many considered her unworthy of this luxury. Benja hastened to dissuade Sasha, saying that he never considered her a simple servant. Sasha honestly admitted that she was offended at Benja for not writing to her for so long, and yet she waited for a letter from him every day. But now everything is in the past, and it's time to start a new life. Only now did she realize that her grievances were actually trivial, because Benja had deliberately not disturbed her heart or distracted her from her studies. Sasha tried not to show it, but she was very worried about Benja and his brother Latias. She was worried about how he was doing without her, whether he often had nightmares, and whether he was even alive. Benja admitted that he also thought about Sasha very often and missed her, but decided not to show his feelings these years. They had been through a lot together and had become almost like family to each other, so the girl should have understood him. They understand loved ones without words, and that's exactly how it was with him and Sasha all the time they spent together. Estelle had passed away many years ago, and they had to come to terms with the bitterness of loss. Sasha had a hard time coping with the pain of loss, but she tried to be strong and not show her sadness to anyone. Sasha's kind heart thawed, and she forgave Benya for all the insults that the boy had caused her in childhood. She only asked him how she could thank him for his care and for saving her from the attacker at the hotel. Benja didn't think long, but immediately suggested that Sasha take up an interesting task, namely, become the designer of their hotel. Benya's proposal surprised Sasha so much that she was even confused and didn't know what to answer. Having come to her senses a little, Sasha agreed, but still suggested that Benya turn to professionals. After all, she didn't consider herself an expert in interior design and could only ruin everything. But Benya did not give up and assured Sasha that she would cope with the task perfectly because he believed in her talent and, in addition, she would have assistance in this matter. Sasha was overcome with curiosity as she tried to understand Benja's words, wondering who all these assistants were. At this moment, Latias frightened Benja with his sudden visit and loudly asked if Sasha liked the room he had prepared for her. The beauty and comfort of the room exceeded all of Sasha's expectations, as if it were not a room, but a magic box. The girl sincerely thanked Latias, because his gift was like a piece of a fairy tale that came true. In honor of Sasha's return, Latias decided to throw a big family dinner. He was sure that there was nothing better than getting everyone together at one table after a long separation. Despite agreeing to decorate the mansion, Sasha was tormented by doubts, because she had never done this before. Even the strict and picky Latias found no reason to stop Sasha, allowing her to try her hand. After some time, Faber appeared in the room, wanting to find out whether Sasha liked the dishes prepared under his careful guidance. The butler also delicately reminded Sasha that the carriage was already waiting, ready to take her on her business. Not wanting to delay, Sasha confidently replied that she was ready to set off. Sasha guessed that one of the assistants Benja was talking about would be Yan, the same architect who was at the hotel at the time of the attack on her. The thought that in our time, even architects do not part with weapons caused a sly smile in Sasha, and she quickly covered her face with her hands. Benja said that Yan was his faithful friend, with whom they had gone through fire and water during the war. Sasha was extremely surprised to learn that the modest and quiet Yan was Benja's comrade in arms. Benja wisely noted that in war, there are neither noble lords nor simple soldiers. Everyone is equal in the face of danger. Thus, on the battlefield, a true male friendship was born that stood the test of harsh times. Sasha felt that her brother was hiding something, wanting to protect her from unnecessary worries. The girl tried to assure Benja that she could be trusted, since they had faced difficulties more than once. Trying to calm Sasha down, Benya vowed to protect her from any troubles. But Sasha felt a little sad, because he clearly underestimated her courage and determination, still seeing her as a fragile girl. Their conversation was interrupted by Faber, who announced that the carriage had already arrived at its destination. Sasha's thoughts were occupied with the fact that her brother, despite all their adventures, still saw her as a defenseless child. The first person Sasha saw was an elegant and well-mannered girl who introduced herself as Valentina. Valentina greeted Sasha with special respect, expressing her joy at meeting him. Smiling modestly, Valentina said that her main task is to help Sasha in all matters. Embarrassed by such a greeting, Sasha asked to address her simply by her name, without ceremony. Sasha's memory recalled all the information about Valentina as an influential figure with many secrets behind her. Sasha knew that behind the inconspicuous sign of the tavern run by Valentina, there was a dangerous business. The girl could not understand why Benja decided that working with Valentina was exactly what she needed right now. Valentina, wanting to smooth over the awkwardness, noted that receiving such a brilliant education was already a great achievement. The girl smiled sadly, because she, too, would not have minded being a noble lady, but fate decreed otherwise. Sasha noted with irony that the title of noble lady was already taken, and there was someone in this house who could bear that title. Agreeing with Sasha, Valentina suggested taking on routine work, freeing up time for more important matters. Sasha doubted that using Valentina's talents in such simple matters was a smart idea. Valentina enthusiastically reported that she was up to date with all the latest fashion trends in the capital and would be happy to share her knowledge. The girl offered her help in finding the best shops and craftsmen. She proudly showed Sasha the lists of establishments and contacts of the necessary people. Looking at Valentina, Sasha suddenly thought, what if this girl knows how to shoot a pistol? Remembering the novel she had read, where the main character was a sharpshooter, Sasha became even more interested in Valentina's personality. The evening found Sasha tired. Although she had planned to rest a little after returning home, Benja noted with alarm that Sasha had overdone it and looked very tired. But Sasha hastened to calm her brother, because she wanted not only to cope with the task, but also to prove her abilities to everyone. Sasha enjoyed the work, and she happily immersed herself in a new world full of beauty and style. Benya reminded Sasha that the grand opening was scheduled for her birthday. This day was supposed to be special, the first joint holiday after the tragedy. Sadness flashed in Benja's eyes, because all this time their birthdays were ordinary, without joy and fun. Now, having gathered the whole family, they will celebrate this day as befits a real birthday. Sasha reminded Benja that Latias would soon have his own holiday, and this holiday also needed to be celebrated brightly and unforgettable. Sasha wanted to surprise Latias, because he, like no one else, deserved the best gift. True, Sasha was a little offended by Latias, and did not want to give him a gift until he apologized to her. The girl decided to check with Benja whether she should definitely go to Latia's birthday party, since there would be guests from high society there, and she didn't even have a title. In addition, Sasha was worried that there might be people at the party who were unpleasant to her. She even joked that she might not be able to control herself and accidentally offend someone. Benya was sure that Sasha would not do anything stupid, and calmly promised to protect her from any problems. The girl jokingly reproached him for spoiling her too much and allowing her to behave like a capricious princess. Benja kindly assured that Sasha could do as she wanted. He firmly promised to deal with any difficulties to show his loyalty. Sasha didn't like that he was trying so desperately to prove his love, as if he was afraid of losing it. She felt that the young man was worrying too much about their relationship, and she felt a little sad. Where did this distrust of her feelings come from? Valentina immediately noticed her thoughtful mood and asked if she was tired. Sasha replied that everything was fine and decided to find out what dress Valentina had chosen for the upcoming ball. Valentina said that she had already picked out an outfit, but thanks to Sasha, she was still not sure whether to go to this ball. The girl was confused, did not understand the hint, and asked her to explain so that there would be no more questions. A little embarrassed, Valentina admitted that she had not at all expected an invitation to such an important event. She felt awkward going to the ball, because she was a simple servant and did not know all the rules of etiquette. Sasha reassured her, assuring her that they would stick together, and suggested choosing a beautiful dress. Valentina timidly suggested that in that case, it would be better to turn to a tailor who sews clothes for the nobility. Sasha just laughed, reminding him that she was not a princess, and honestly admitted her dislike of old-fashioned clothes. Valentina looked through her wardrobe and was surprised to notice that there wasn't a single fluffy dress there. Sasha explained that Benja would never allow her to wear such uncomfortable clothes. Valentina smiled and suggested that they simply try on all the dresses to see which ones fit best. She decided to take advantage of the opportunity and try something new, since there was such an opportunity. Sasha liked this idea, and she led Valentina into the dressing room. While choosing an outfit, Valentina asked if Sasha had learned to create clothes when she lived in distant Vibrant. Sasha explained that these were just optional lessons and excitedly asked for opinions about her dress. Valentina froze, amazed by Sasha's beauty in this image. Having come to her senses, the girl asked how she could thank Sasha for such a wonderful day. Sasha refused the gifts, but remembered that she might need Valentina's help. Valentina promised to help with any matter, because that was her main job, to take care of Sasha. Encouraged by her answer, Sasha asked if Valentina could teach her how to shoot a pistol. Valentina was very surprised. Where did Sasha get the idea that she knew how to handle a weapon? Sasha recalled that Valentina's family is known for its dark deeds in Dallas. Valentina suddenly realized that Sasha knew the truth about them and assumed that Benya had hidden it before. Sasha admitted that this was true, but she would have figured it out sooner or later anyway. Valentina decided that if Benya had wanted, Sasha would not have found out about anything. Sasha only smiled sadly, because Benja knew very well the true value of information about people, especially in such difficult times. She suspected that Valentina had come to her request against her will. Valentina confirmed her guess and added that Benya is very worried about Sasha and constantly protects her. Sasha noticed that Valentina didn't seem to be thrilled with such an assignment. Otherwise, she would have behaved more freely in communicating with Sasha. The girl coldly replied that she could not condemn Benja's orders. Despite the cold tone, Sasha felt that Valentina was very worried, and she was touched by her and Benya's mutual trust. Valentina was a little embarrassed and apologized for being overly emotional. But Sasha immediately calmed her down and added that, from the outside, it probably seemed as if she was living in a fairy tale. Valentina assured Sasha that she did not want to offend her, but that life had simply taught her to be cynical. Sasha was not offended, because her reaction was quite understandable, especially since she herself had experienced many difficulties in life. After some thought, Valentina decided that Sasha shouldn't learn to shoot, since she was already completely safe. However, Sasha remembered how scary this house had seemed to her just a few days ago. Unfortunately, Valentina did not discuss the incident with the attack on Sasha and advised him to contact another teacher. She added that if Lord Benya found out about what she was going to teach Sasha, she would have a hard time. Even though Sasha had helped the children escape from their captors all those years ago in that tower, she knew that the murder of Harris and his assistant had left an indelible mark on their souls. And now, by confessing to Valentina that she killed Harris with her own hands, Sasha was only making it clear that she could definitely be trusted with a weapon and taught to shoot. Then, changing the subject briefly, Sasha suggested going with her friend to a ball held in honor of her brother's return from the front. The huge hall, decorated with golden flowers and precious fabrics, amazed with its luxury. The appearance of beautiful ladies in magnificent outfits attracted the attention of all the guests present. The luxury and grandeur of the celebration, held in honor of Latias, made an indelible impression on Sasha. This holiday was much more magnificent and interesting than those she had seen in her early childhood. Faber jokingly noted that today there were especially many distinguished guests who were united by a common interest. Sasha was afraid that the public had come to stare at her as if she were some kind of savage. She was also embarrassed by Latias's loud voice, introducing Sasha as his family's elite designer. The girl thought that he had overindulged in alcohol a little, allowing himself to behave inappropriately. Could he really get drunk so quickly, when just an hour ago he was completely sober? Letias was upset by Sasha's coldness, who seemed uncomfortable being around him. It was unpleasant for him to see her indifference, so different from her previous sisterly feelings. Valentina thought that it would be better for Letias not to appear in front of the guests in such a state. Letias decided that Valentina was jealous of him and Sasha, and loudly told her about it right to her face. But Valentina, smiling slyly, hastened to dissuade him, honestly saying that this was not at all the case. Having calmed down a little, Letias remembered that today, for the first time after a long separation, they were celebrating his birthday together. He happily invited the girl to the first dance, which opened the ball in his honor. Sasha was also happy to dance with Letias, whom they had not seen for so long. Proudly admiring his friend, Letias noticed that she attracted the admiring glances of everyone present. Sasha responded with a radiant smile, emphasizing that he, too, had managed to win over the audience. Letias remembered with nostalgia how he taught her to dance to the rhythmic clapping of hands that replaced the children's music during their confinement. She warmly assured him that she would never forget the dancing lessons, which came very easily to her. Latias asked if she had attended foreign balls while living away from home. She sadly admitted that she had been to several parties that had turned out to be very boring, and even told her brother about them in letters. Latias had no memory of these letters at all, and decided that someone had stolen them. He immediately reassured Sasha, saying that some servants were always curious and interested in their lives. Perhaps they were able to read her letters to learn more about Sasha's life in someone else's house. Having learned about this, Sasha asked her brother if these people were still working in the house. With a strange smile on his face, Latias suddenly answered her that all those people who read her letters had died long ago. Sasha was shocked by her brother's answer, and even frightened, deciding that he was capable of such cruelty to guilty servants. Then Latias explained to her that he had simply fired the overly curious servants, and the answer about their deaths was just a joke. Sasha still doubted his sincerity and wanted to find out about it herself a little later. Latias suggested that she forget about these troubles and show him the gift she had prepared for him. At that moment, Sasha suddenly realized that she did not see Latias's bride at the ball, who was supposed to be next to him that day. Then she asked him where his chosen one was, and why he hadn't introduced them to each other yet. Latias thought about it, because he had completely forgotten about it, most likely because of the alcohol he had drunk. Then he quickly led Sasha to that sweet, modest girl and introduced her to Sasha. Sasha, with a slight bow, expressed her joy at their meeting and said that she had long wanted to meet her. Alfonsia, as Latia's fiancée was called, greeted her new acquaintance hesitantly. Stuttering slightly from excitement, Alfonsia added that she had heard a lot about Sasha and was eagerly awaiting her return. Looking at her future daughter-in-law, Sasha was surprised to note her ridiculous outfit and overly bright makeup, which the girl had chosen herself. Contrary to the rules of good manners, Sasha did not hide her disappointment with the girl's appearance. Latias could easily notice the slight shadow of disapproval on Sasha's face, which he knew very well. Sasha did not hold back and reprimanded her brother, considering his behavior not very nice. Latias tried to justify himself by saying that he was too worried about her and therefore did not even ask his bride to dance. Then she sternly reminded him that a true gentleman is always attentive to his lady. She advised Latias to invite his bride immediately, otherwise she might harbor a grudge against him in her heart. Realizing his guilt, he extended his hand to Alfonsia and led her to the center of the room. Sasha watched Latias dance with her new friend and gradually got used to the fact that they were now a couple. Latias and his companion looked great together, and Sasha no longer doubted that he had made a good choice. Suddenly, Sasha noticed a familiar girl approaching her and, looking closely, recognized her as Adriana Park. The presence of the Duke's daughter at the ball was a surprise for Sasha, and she watched her approach with interest. As the girl came closer, Sasha greeted her politely, assuming that it was Lady Adriana. Adriana confirmed that it was indeed her, and in turn, asked Sasha whether she had correctly spotted her at the ball. Sasha was very happy to meet the Duke's daughter and considered it a great honor for herself. Adriana, who had heard about how talented Sasha was and how great she had come up with the design for the hotel, praised her. Sasha, as always, was modest, but she was pleased, and she asked Adriana if she was looking for someone. It turned out that, having become carried away by dancing, Adriana lost sight of her friend, whom they were supposed to meet. Sasha felt sorry for the girl and asked why she had been appearing at such events so rarely lately. Adriana was a little embarrassed and said that it was all about her mother, who, as Sasha knows, has been ill for a long time. Sasha, of course, knew about the illness of the Duchess, who for several months had not even been able to get out of bed. Everyone understood that the disease was very serious, and there was almost no hope for recovery. From the novel that Sasha read, she knew that the Duchess was a strict and not very affectionate mother. There were even rumors that she poisoned her husband, the Duke, but no one knew for sure whether this was true or not. Even though mother and daughter were not very close, Sasha wondered if Adriana was sad, now that her mother was going to die soon. One way or another, Sasha didn't want to stay on the sidelines, and she decided to find out if everything was okay with Adriana. Suddenly, Adriana's brother, Juan, ran up to them from behind and, very angry, accused Sasha of offending his sister. Sasha couldn't figure out what had happened, because she was just talking to Adriana. An angry Juan even decided that Sasha had deliberately wanted to offend his sister, taking advantage of the fact that she was the sister of the Serpenti brothers. Sasha was simply speechless with surprise. Is it really possible to talk like that to a person you don't know at all? Trying to appear impressive, Juan reminded Sasha that his sister was a person of noble birth. Of course, the noise and shouting attracted the attention of the guests, and they began to look with curiosity in the direction of the dispute that had begun. Adriana, wanting to stop the scandal, began to explain to her brother that Sasha had nothing to do with it. He just came too late. Seeing this scene from afar, Letias decided to immediately stand up for the girl and without hesitation rushed at Juan. In an instant, he was there and grabbed Juan by the neck, ready to teach him a lesson for his rudeness. Barely restraining himself, Letias sternly asked Juan if he knew who Sasha was and what trouble he had brought upon himself. Juan tried to explain that he simply wanted to protect his sister, who had allegedly been hurt by this girl. Letias didn't even listen. He pushed Juan away, who, unable to stay on his feet, fell to the floor with a crash. Getting up from the floor, Juan mockingly reminded Letias that it was difficult for him to correctly assess the situation because he only had one eye. Letias flushed with anger. The words had touched him to the quick, and he was ready to explode like a powder keg. Juan believed that a fight would be the last thing he should do, and that only a coward would settle disputes with his fists rather than with words. Sasha watched the quarrel with horror, fearing that a real fight would start now. Valentina calmed the frightened Sasha, assuring her that everything would be fine, because help was already close. Her eyes sparkled mysteriously. She knew that something important was about to happen. Suddenly, Benja's loud voice was heard. He, as always, appeared at the most necessary moment. Benja was clearly unhappy with the behavior of Letias and Juan. Their quarrel seemed childish to him. Juan tried to explain his outburst of anger, because his sister had been offended, and for him this was unforgivable. The quiet Adriana suddenly intervened in the conversation, taking the blame for what happened upon herself. She blushed to the tips of her ears for her brother. She was ashamed of his behavior, and the fact that it made everyone nervous. Juan wanted to object, because he was not used to people apologizing for him, especially so publicly. But Adriana sternly stopped him, because she was tired of his hot temper and endless squabbles. She sighed, realizing that it would have been better if her brother had stayed at home, and then everything would have been calm. Benya asked the upset Sasha with concern whether this noisy scandal had frightened her. Sasha tried to smile, assuring Benya that everything was fine, but to herself, she thought about how hard it was for poor Adriana. Valentina took Adriana away from the noisy crowd in a friendly manner so that she could calm down and rest a little. Letias, unable to hide his feelings any longer, hurried after his beloved girl. Sasha thought with relief that at least Letias was okay now. Juan tried to make amends to Benya by explaining his reaction as a simple misunderstanding. Sasha barely held back a smile. This excuse seemed too unconvincing to her. Benya looked sternly at Juan, reminding him that he was no longer a boy and should be able to control his emotions. Sasha was glad that the conflict was finally over, and she could stop worrying about the consequences. Valentina agreed with her, recalling the recent quarrel with unpleasant excitement. She lowered her voice, confidentially explaining to Sasha the real reasons for Juan's rudeness. Benja, trying to smooth over the awkwardness of the situation, suggested that Adriana simply forget about what happened. Sasha felt sorry for Adrian, because it's not every day that your family squabbles become public knowledge. Juan put an end to the conversation decisively, and without saying goodbye, took his sister away with him. Sasha watched them go, realizing that even the richest and most noble families have their own problems. Benja was noticeably upset. He believed Letias' promises, but he let him down again. He turned away to the window, hiding his annoyance, because he did not want to discuss Letias's behavior with Sasha. But Sasha stood up for Letias, reminding him that he was provoked into this conflict. Benja shook his head in response. He considered Letias' behavior unworthy, even if someone forced him to react like that. Sasha sadly realized that Benja still could not forgive Letias for the misdeed he had committed many years ago. She felt sorry for both brothers, because they both suffered from past events that separated them. Sasha quietly said that Letias was still very young when that disaster happened, but this argument did not make any impression on Benja. She looked at Benya and saw how much pain he was in, how he was suffering, and she wanted to help her friend. Benya's voice trembled as he said these words, and Sasha realized how much he had suffered then. Sasha noticed with alarm that Benya didn't even mention the name of his dead sister, as if he was afraid of these memories. And then Sasha wondered for the first time whether everything was really so clear-cut. To dispel Sasha's sad thoughts, Benya brought her a glass of champagne, asking if she was enjoying the evening. There was warmth and care in his gaze. Benya sincerely wanted Sasha to be well. Sasha hastened to reassure him, saying that she was completely fine. Benja responded with a serious expression and ordered that he be called immediately if anyone dared to offend her. There was such sincere concern in his words that Sasha's heart warmed. She responded to Beignet with a grateful smile and admitted that something completely different was troubling her. Sasha quietly said that she constantly thinks about her difficult relationship with Latias, and it makes her sad. Benja looked tenderly at Sasha. He understood her perfectly, because Latias had been a difficult person since childhood. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a loud knock on the door from an excited Faber. He apologized for disturbing them and began to hastily explain the reason for his sudden appearance. Benja apologized to Sasha and, promising to return soon, hurried to find out what was going on. Sasha said goodbye to Benya, advising him not to worry and to calmly finish his business. She thought that perhaps Valentina knew what had happened and decided to ask her friend later. Suddenly, Sasha heard a familiar voice that took her back to the distant past. The girl's heart trembled. This voice, forgotten for many years, could not be confused with any other. The man noted with a smile how much Sasha had changed, turning from an awkward teenager into a beautiful girl. He added that he had always found her very sweet, but now she was simply charming. Sasha was alarmed by these words and the way he looked at her, as if he regretted something. He admitted that he had been worried about her fate and was very glad to see her again, especially in such a favorable light of the Serpenti family. Sasha cut him off abruptly, making it clear that she was uncomfortable with such close attention. Looking defiantly at the man, Sasha asked why he was looking for her and why he couldn't warn her about his visit in advance. But as if he had not heard her question, the man turned to the girl standing to the side and asked her to come closer. With a smile, he explained to Sasha that this young lady had long dreamed of meeting her. Fleur, which was the girl's name, smiled at Sasha and confirmed that she had long asked her uncle to introduce them. Seeing Fleur, Sasha felt a vague anxiety, as if some long-forgotten memory had awakened within her. The man explained that Fleur was from the Serpente family, as if offering Sasha to meet his distant relative, who looked so much like the deceased girl Estelle. Sasha flared up, because he had no right to pronounce Estelle's name after everything that had happened. She blamed him for the fact that it was his fault that Estelle was unable to live a long life. The words burst from my tongue, full of long-suppressed pain and resentment. She tried to breathe evenly and speak calmly so that he would not notice her worries. Sasha was sure that the man had some hidden reason for seeking a meeting with her. Fleur did not wait for permission and asked Sasha to talk to her alone. The girl noted that she had heard a lot of interesting things about Sasha and her life, and in response, she tried to change her anger to a friendly tone. Sasha did not hide her curiosity and asked what exactly was being discussed. But suddenly, Fleur herself seemed to have been replaced, and she began to tell Sasha off the grievances that had accumulated against her. Fleur said that she had heard about Sasha's extraordinary beauty and how men lose their heads at one glance from her, as if she were a witch. Sasha did not take offense at such a compliment and only thanked Fleur with irony. Fleur stated that she was speaking quite seriously and that Sasha should not make fun of her. Sasha calmly noted that she didn't want anyone to hear their conversation and asked the girl to speak more quietly. Having calmed down a little, Fleur explained that although the Serpente family was not of ancient origin, they had always supported each other. She assured Sasha that her uncle, even during his lifetime, always took care of his family. Fleur admitted that at first she did not believe the rumors that her cousins were enchanted by an ordinary girl. She was shocked by the news that they were spending money on someone else's girl, forgetting about their own needs. Although she still didn't want to believe it, she now realizes that the rumors were true. Sasha was amazed by what right this girl had to talk about her and her relationship with Latias and Benya. She decided that Fleur simply did not know how cruelly her family had treated her and Estelle. Sasha thought that Fleur didn't have enough sympathy and understanding to even start this conversation. She decided that Fleur would thank her for helping her cousins. Is she unhappy that Latias and Benja trusted strangers to run their business? Sasha just grinned. Fleur has yet to learn the truth about her family. Fleur noticed how willingly Latias and Benja fulfilled any request Sasha made, and this thought made her furious. She got the impression that Sasha was controlling the brothers with some kind of spell. However, Sasha, not wanting to explain anything, advised Fleur to discuss this with her parents. Not understanding what Sasha was talking about, Fleur asked again what she meant and what her parents had to do with it. Sasha shrugged her shoulders wearily and noted that Fleur would understand everything anyway. But a little later, having finished the conversation, Sasha sharply told Lady Fleur that she did not consider it necessary to justify herself to her. Fleur threw a threat at her in response, but Sasha seemed not to hear her words, because in life she had met enemies more serious than this little brat. Fleur looked at Sasha with disdain and decided that she liked to weave intrigues and manipulate people. Her words reached Sasha, and, unable to bear it, she abruptly stopped the flow of offensive remarks directed at her. She looked coldly at Fleur and declared that she had no intention of listening to her insults. Besides, Sasha noted with irony that good manners were exactly what Fleur needed to work on first and foremost in order to win people's respect. An irritated Fleur couldn't hold back and blurted out that Sasha would regret crossing her path. Sasha remembered that when she received a letter from her friend, she never expected that it would cause such a stir in the large and, as it seemed to her before, boring estate where her relatives lived. In response, Fleur expressed how the servants were secretly looking at Sasha, as if trying to find out some secret that she was hiding from everyone. Sasha replied with a smile that the servants simply had nothing to do in their free time, and out of boredom, they decided to gossip about her life before arriving at the estate. Imagine Sasha's surprise when she learned that the letter, which was passed from hand to hand by curious servants, eventually ended up with Benya and his mother. Sasha's patience snapped, and she finally asked Fleur to tell her how this story with the letter ended. Sasha's heart sank with a bad feeling. What happened to those servants who read the letter addressed to the owner of the house? Unfortunately, Fleur said that a sad fate awaited them, because the owner of the house turned out to be a cruel and merciless man. Sasha felt goosebumps running down her spine. Was it really true, and all the maids and servants who read the letter were killed? Fleur shuddered as she recalled how Benja had dealt with the offending servants in cold blood. No matter how much the unfortunate servants cried, no matter how much they swore that they knew nothing about the ban on reading other people's letters, their prayers were in vain. Even the most loyal subjects, trembling with fear before the angry master, trying to somehow justify their guilt, could not convince him. The smell of gunpowder and fear hung in the air for a long time. All the servants were executed so that others would not dare to break the rules. And even Fleur, accustomed to the harsh morals in her cousin's house, was shocked by what happened. The terrible spectacle of the massacre of the servants will remain in the memory of everyone who was in the estate that day for a long time. Despite Fleur's chilling story, Sasha remained outwardly unperturbed, as if it was about something insignificant. Fleur couldn't understand such a reaction. Was she really not scared at all after such a story? Fleur decided that Sasha was just pretending that she wasn't afraid of anything, and that deep down she was very scared. Fleur reminded Sasha that the world in which she and Benya lived was full of secrets, intrigue, and cruelty. For the first time, Sasha felt uneasy not because of Fleur's story, but because she was so sincerely worried about her fate. Fleur sighed with annoyance, realizing that Sasha still did not realize the full danger of her situation. Sasha calmly replied that if she were afraid of such stories, she would not have returned to this house. As she parted, she added meaningfully that by trying to get her out of the way, Fleur was only risking harming herself. Fleur looked at the confident Sasha with puzzlement, because she still didn't understand what she meant. Unexpectedly, Valentina appeared in the hall and asked Fleur in surprise what she was doing there. Sasha happily greeted her new friend, mistaking Valentina for another girl. Valentina, not paying attention to Lady Fleur's whims, cheerfully asked Sasha if she had managed to make new friends here. Valentina's words about friendship made Fleur angry. She took it as a personal insult and said that she would never be friends with an upstart from the provinces. Valentina delicately pointed out to Fleur that she was using two rude expressions, which were unacceptable for a well-mannered girl. She also noted that Sasha was most likely unpleasantly surprised to hear such rude words addressed to her. Jerome, tired of the noise and scandals, burst into their room with displeasure, hearing Fleur's loud voices. He approached his niece and sternly asked why she behaved so badly in decent society. Jerome tried to reason with his niece that her antics could cause a lot of trouble for all of them. He awkwardly apologized to Sasha for Fleur's bad manners, citing the fact that she was still a completely stupid child. Fleur was furious because her uncle was apparently afraid of this girl and didn't even dare to object to her. It seemed to her that the thing was that Sasha now represented the rich Serpente family, and that was the only reason Uncle Jerome was afraid of her. Jerome's patience snapped. He told Fleur to shut up and not to say another word in that tone. Sasha sighed. She didn't like quarrels and scandals, and suggested that her relatives sort out their relationships somewhere else. Jerome quickly led Fleur out of the room, after apologizing to Sasha. When they left, Sasha sighed with relief. She was finally alone with Valentina, and could now ask her friend about everything that had happened in her absence. Valentina reassured her that now that Fleur and her uncle had left, no one would disturb them from having a calm conversation. It turned out that Valentina was familiar with Fleur and Jerome, and did not have any sympathy for them, considering them arrogant and spoiled by the attention of others. Noticing that Fleur and her uncle were plotting something against Sasha, Valentina rushed to her aid to prevent a conflict. Sasha's curiosity got the better of her, and she asked her friend to tell her what she knew about Benya and his family. Valentina noted that Benja's cruelty was caused by deep emotional wounds he had received in the past, but she decided not to share the details for now. Sasha asked her friend not to worry. She knew about Benya's difficulties and was not going to blame anyone for them. Sasha was already happy that Benya was alive and well, and the past should be left in the past. During the conversation, Valentina accidentally let it slip that she had recently seen Benya at the estate and that he was very excited about something. She then added that it seemed that Benja and his fiancée Alfonsia were in some kind of trouble. As it turned out, Alfonsia felt insulted and went home in tears after an argument with Latias. Apparently, the relationship between Benya and his lordship also became strained, and the Count angrily locked himself in his office. After Lady Alfonsia got upset and left, the Lord had to see her off, and Valentina stayed to calm Lord Benja down, which brought a smile to Sasha's face. Sasha found it funny to imagine Benja comforting Latias, because she knew that in reality everything was not so sad. It seemed that this evening did not want to end well for any of its participants. Valentina has already gotten used to the fact that various awkward situations often occur in the palace, which make things difficult for her and the advisor. Sasha never ceased to be amazed by the loyalty of Valentina and Benya, who patiently endured the antics of the spoiled aristocrats year after year. Valentina countered by saying that Benja treated her servants well and valued their loyalty much more than some rich gentlemen valued their relatives. Sasha noticed that Valentina was defending her master, although he had recently scolded her in public. To understand what actually happened, Sasha decided to find out who exactly Valentina considers guilty of what happened. No matter how hard Sasha tried, she could not figure out who she really was and why she was hiding it. The only thing Valentina understood during Sasha's stay in the palace was that the girl was somehow connected to the Serpenti family. Valentina was afraid of Sasha because she was a complete stranger to her, so she preferred to stay away from her. Sasha wanted Valentina to trust her, so she hastened to assure the girl of her good intentions. Valentina was worried because she knew a lot of palace secrets and was afraid that Sasha would be scared when he found out the truth about her. Imagine her surprise when Sasha admitted that she not only knew about her occupation, but also wanted her help. Sasha's answer seemed strange to Valentina, but this only made her trust her more. The girl responded by saying that she did not want to risk her life, knowing the harsh nature of the brothers Benja and Latias. Sasha never doubted for a minute that she would be able to persuade Valentina to cooperate. Tired of her worries, Sasha decided to take a walk around the palace to at least come to her senses a little. Valentina carefully walked Sasha to the door, offering her help if she suddenly needed it. This small conversation stirred up memories in Sasha's soul of how she secretly snuck into the palace to help her best friend. Sasha again experienced the same fear and excitement as when she was looking for Jerome at the ball. As Sasha got older, she learned to hide her true emotions, but this time it was beyond her strength to do so. Now she has become part of the palace life, full of secrets and intrigues, where no one can be trusted. The unexpected appearance of Lady Alfonsia made Sasha's heart tremble from the memories that flooded her. For a moment, she even believed that her beloved little Estelle was alive and standing right in front of her. Lady Alfonsia looked very much like her dead friend with her soft, fair hair. Sasha felt sad and realized how much she missed Estelle. Her sadness seemed to grow even stronger, as if someone had reminded her of a great loss. Sasha was visited by a strange and completely wild thought that could help prevent the tragedy that is embedded in the plot of the novel. First of all, she needed to destroy the relationship between Latias and Lady Adriana Park. She needed the Dallas Club to become the premier club in the entire empire. But the most important thing was to avenge the pain and suffering of her deceased little friend Estelle. Sasha understood that in order to achieve her goal, she would have to do some not very good things. But she was no longer the little girl they had known her as. Now before them was a real predator, ready to do anything for her goal. Sasha even made a vow to herself that only after her revenge took place would she be able to calmly visit the graves of her relatives. Suddenly, someone called her name, but who could it be? Turning around, she saw the crown prince standing in front of her and bowed to him with respect. Assad grinned. He understood that he had gone unnoticed by everyone except Sasha. After all, his appearance in the palace would have made a lot of noise if someone had found out about it and told all the guests. He arranged with Lord Benya to secretly take him into the palace through the back door. Sasha had no idea that the prince and Benja were well acquainted, since Latias introduced her to the prince. Assad hastened to calm her down, explaining his haste and confusion in his words. He did not want Sasha to publicize his presence in the palace by addressing him officially. If Lord Benja found out about this, he would be very unhappy, although Sasha was a little amused by this little intrigue. It is worth noting that Assad also did not recognize the grown-up Sasha at first. She had changed so much since the time they met. He was glad to see this sweet girl in front of him, especially since she had changed so much in recent years. Assad's words awakened in Sasha's soul memories of the past, much of which she had tried so hard to forget. She remembered very well that the young prince was the only one who supported their family in difficult times. It was he who helped them clear their name and prove their innocence in the 2 murders in the tower. These memories made Sasha nervous, not knowing how best to behave in the future. Sasha had a strange feeling that Prince Assad could read her thoughts, like some kind of wizard. The prince praised Sasha for her help in building a luxurious hotel, and she thanked him shyly, since she considered her contribution to be quite insignificant. Prince Assad was told that Sasha was actively involved in the creation of the new hotel, and he wanted to get to know such a smart girl better. Sasha, however, believed that her role in the construction was trivial and was worried that she might inadvertently interfere with the real specialists. Smiling, Prince Assad reassured the girl, reminding her that every famous master was once a student, and praised her for her resourcefulness. Having heard from the prince that she knew how to sit perfectly in the saddle, Sasha only nodded modestly in response. The prince delighted Sasha with an invitation to the royal hunt, an important event that attracts guests from all over the country. Having heard about the hunt, Sasha couldn't even believe her ears. Was it really true that they were waiting for her? A simple girl in the palace? Assad confirmed his words, specifying that the hunt will take place at the beginning of autumn, when the leaves on the trees begin to dress in golden attire. The prince suggested that Sasha go hunting with the Serpenty brothers, a cheerful company that would definitely not let her get bored. Assad confidently stated that after the opening of the hotel, Sasha will have time for rest and entertainment. Sasha's thoughts were racing through his head, because the royal hunt was not just a walk in the forest. In fact, the royal hunt was an important event that brought together the cream of society, the rich and noble people accustomed to living in luxury. Sasha knew that an ordinary person could not get into the hunt, even if he was very rich. He had to get a special invitation from someone influential. Sasha's heart began to beat anxiously. It was scary to be the center of attention of the prince and his famous guests. The girl suspected that Assad had a secret plan, because he behaved completely differently from the hero from her favorite novel. Sasha felt that she already owed the prince a lot for the help he had given her in the past. The bank of her friend, Lord Python, had already tried to settle the emperor's financial problems after the recent war. The Serpenti brothers also put a lot of effort into this, because they brought back the people's love for their ruler. Sasha thought that Assad knew about the dangerous connections of the Serpenti brothers, which no one should guess about. Sasha couldn't share her fears even with her brothers, much less with Assad. This young prince was too unpredictable. In the book, which Sasha reread many times, the prince hardly noticed her and liked another heroine. Maybe it was for the best, and that's why Sasha decided not to take it to heart and not to worry about trifles. With a radiant smile, Sasha accepted Prince Assad's invitation, flattered that he cared so much about her. Prince Assad, having said goodbye, wished Sasha a good evening and hoped to see him soon. To Sasha's surprise, Prince Assad was about to leave without waiting for the birthday boy, although this was not very polite on his part. The prince apologized for leaving so quickly. He was afraid of the gossip that could spread among the guests if he stayed at the party for too long. Watching the prince go, Sasha decided that he had probably witnessed the brothers' quarrel, accidentally overhearing their conversation. The prince was very similar to his father, who loved to be the center of attention. Finally, the girl headed home. The day had been stressful, and she wanted to get to her room as soon as possible. At the threshold, the young butler Faber was already waiting for Sasha, sincerely surprised by her visit. After greeting the butler, Sasha asked if she could see her brothers. Watching how Faber behaved, Sasha thought that after such a long time, he could have gotten used to her visits and not reacted with such surprise. Tired of the brothers' endless quarrels, Faber complained to Sasha that it was time for him to take a well-deserved rest. Otherwise, he would completely lose his last strength. Sasha knew that the young man would never abandon his brothers, no matter how much they pestered him. The girl encouraged Faber, assuring him of her support in case of any problems in the estate. Letias, seeing Sasha, covered his face with his hands and, with a guilty look, blamed himself for ruining everything again. Benja was angry with him and grumbled that one shouldn't cry on one's birthday, thereby ruining the holiday for others. Sasha stroked Letias's hand, whispering that tears could ruin his beauty. Sasha took a beautiful package out of her bag and handed it to Letias, saying that she had prepared a gift for him. Letias's eyes lit up with curiosity. He couldn't wait to find out what was hidden in the bright wrapper. Benja continued to grumble. He thought that Letias should not be given gifts, but rather given a long, boring lecture on how to behave decently. Sasha responded by reminding him that Letias should not be scolded, but supported, because he was his brother and deserved leniency. She added that Letias is wonderful and kind, but sometimes he just needs to control his cravings for alcohol. A touched Letias hugged the boys tightly, promising them to improve and never upset them again. Benja wrinkled his nose, claiming that hugging Letias in this state did not give him pleasure. It had long since gotten dark outside the windows of the house. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it seemed that it would soon start raining. Suddenly, Valentina appeared in the doorway, so transformed that Yan even whistled in surprise. Jan's sarcastic tone did not please Valentina, and she immediately rebuffed him. Unable to restrain herself, Valentina threw the first thing she could get her hands on at her brother and hit him right in the face. Seeing Valentina's gloomy face, Yan, as a brother, asked what had upset her so. Valentina did not answer right away, but only said mysteriously that they needed to deal with one person. Plucking up her courage, Valentina said that they needed to find out everything about this woman named Sasha Sanchez as soon as possible. Something told Valentina that everything was not so simple, and the truth was hidden somewhere very deep. Summer was rapidly drawing to an end, which meant that Benja's birthday and the opening of a luxury hotel were coming soon. Everyone was busy decorating the hotel. They wanted everything to sparkle and please the eye. Letias came to visit Sasha to invite her to have lunch together, knowing that she, as always, was busy. Despite her fatigue, Sasha happily agreed. She had long dreamed of a short rest. To make the dinner special, Letias invited a chef who knows how to prepare unusual and delicious dishes. During lunch, Letias asked Sasha if she would be free after she finished all her business at the hotel. Sasha reminded Letias about his brother Benja's birthday and asked what he would give him. Letias replied that the best gift for Benja was a joyful celebration in his honor, although his face was gloomy and did not resemble a festive mood. He then made a caustic joke that he was ready to throw a birthday cake at Benya right during the celebration. Then, Sasha suddenly asked if Latias was going to introduce them to his fiancée Alfonsia. Latias was very surprised why they needed to meet Alfonsia, since she was just his fiancée, not a business partner. Sasha gently objected that it wouldn't hurt to get acquainted, since they were getting married soon, and Alfonsia would become almost like family to them. Latias responded by asking Sasha not to worry, and said that she didn't need to please anyone. Sasha replied that she wasn't going to please anyone, she just wanted to be friends with Alfonsia. What's wrong with that? Letius didn't like this idea at all. He didn't want Sasha to serve someone and worry in vain. Then, Sasha said a little sadly that if she was going to be someone's servant, it would be better if Estelle were her mistress. Latias, hearing this, asked Sasha to promise that she would tell him immediately if something went wrong. Sasha, noticing that Latias had been sitting for too long, asked if it was time for him to go about his business. Latias said that he really had to go to the palace and offered to give Sasha a ride to the hotel, taking some desserts with him. Sasha didn't want to ride in the carriage. She wanted to take a walk, so she thanked Latias and stayed outside. After saying goodbye to Latias, she thought that he was worrying in vain, because she was already an adult and could handle everything herself. Taking with her the goodies that were on the table, Sasha decided to treat Valentina when she met her today. Suddenly, Sasha heard a familiar voice that she had remembered for many years. It was Jerome. She immediately recognized his unusual voice, which was imprinted in her memory since the time of imprisonment in the tower. Sasha found all this suspicious, and she asked Jerome with distrust if he was following her. Jerome immediately began to make excuses and said that he was just passing by and accidentally noticed her. Sasha didn't really believe him and asked if he really decided to approach her just because he saw her by chance. A little shyly, Jerome said that he had come to the city on business and timidly asked permission to sit next to Sasha. Sasha thought that since Jerome brought Fleur to them, it meant that he knew about what happened at Latia's party. He probably waited for Latias to leave and decided to use Sasha to obtain forgiveness from his nephews. Trying not to show it, Sasha offered Jerome some pie, reminding him how much Estelle liked him. Teasingly, she said that they were warm and cozy in the winter, thanks to his care. Jerome felt very ashamed of his actions and once again asked the girl for forgiveness for everything that happened in the past. Reminding him of his strictness towards the servants, Sasha asked him point-blank, who had injured Latias? Without waiting for Jerome's answer, she immediately asked a second question, which took his breath away. Did he know who exactly took Latias's eye or not? Jerome began to stutter and say that he was not himself and did not understand what he was doing. Trying to somehow whitewash himself, he said that he was actually against this plan and even tried to protect his brothers from it. Sasha got tired of guessing, and she asked Jerome directly when they came up with all this. After all, finding actors who look like his nephews is not a quick task, as we know. Sasha continued her reasoning out loud and noted that the death of their parents happened as unexpectedly as everything else after that. Jerome realized that Sasha had guessed everything long ago and admitted that they had thought up their plan long before the children's parents died. He added that the story should begin even earlier, from the moment they decided to interfere in the affairs of the imperial family. The mention of the imperial family surprised Sasha, and she asked him to explain what he meant. Then, Jerome told about their distant relative, whom they wanted to make the wife of the emperor himself. However, they did not succeed, because Jerome's brother was a noble and honest man and did not want to participate in this conspiracy. The emperor's new wife turned out to be a smart and suspicious woman and quickly figured out their insidious plan, beginning to closely monitor the entire Serpenti family. Sasha understood that there were still secrets in her family's past, and these secrets frightened her more than everything she had learned over the past week. All doubts disappeared, and Sasha realized that they had betrayed the Empress herself, the person they were supposed to serve. Jerome admitted that they were driven by anger and uncertainty, but when they learned that the Empress had died of illness, there was no turning back. The anxious days dragged on, and when the news of little Estelle's death arrived, Jerome's mind was finally clouded by grief and guilt. No matter how much Jerome assured Sasha of his innocence, there was more despair than truth in his words, and he himself understood this. Sincerely regretting what he had done, Jerome asked Sasha for forgiveness and hoped to be reunited with his family. Sasha sadly recalled how ill Latias became after losing his eye, how he cried for his parents, fighting for his life. Sasha had never seen Latias in such pain before, and it was unbearable to watch. On that fateful day, when Jerome refused to help the sick Estelle, Latias, unable to bear the betrayal of his beloved uncle, decided on a desperate act. Poor Estelle, in order not to worry her loved ones, hid how ill she was and continued to eat spoiled food, which caused terrible nausea. Sweet and kind girl Estelle did not live to see her 14th birthday, forever remaining in memory as a little girl. Not believing Jerome's words, Sasha felt that he was driven by fear of punishment or a thirst for revenge, and not remorse. Jerome, willing to do anything for forgiveness, begged Sasha to tell him what he could do to atone for his guilt. Looking at Jerome's despair, Sasha realized that there was only one way to gain forgiveness for such a terrible offense. Sasha demanded that Jerome answer for his actions and pay with his life for the lives of those who suffered because of him. Meanwhile, the guests, among whom was Benja, were eagerly awaiting the opening of the new, beautiful hotel. The hotel designer, worried, asked Sasha again if she liked what they had ended up with. Sasha reassured the designer, saying that Mr. Benya himself highly appreciated his work. A cheerful Valentina joked that Benja would probably approve of the hotel's design, even if it resembled a gloomy castle. Sasha was a little offended, because they put a lot of effort into creating something truly beautiful, not gloomy. Valentina agreed that Sasha tried harder than anyone else, spending sleepless nights working. Not knowing much about design, Valentina noted that the hotel looked amazing. Embarrassed by the praise, Sasha admitted that it was a very important experience for her. Upon seeing Benja, the hotel designer rushed to greet the important guest and express his admiration. Of course, the designer did not forget to note Benja's impressive appearance, giving him a pleasant compliment. Thanking him for the kind words, Benja said that Yan was already waiting for him. Valentina said goodbye to Sasha and wished her good luck before going on business and leaving her friend for a while. Benya stopped Sasha, wanting to talk to her about something important in private. Sasha was very interested in what he wanted to tell her, and she was a little excited by his sudden proposal. Left alone with Benya, Sasha asked if he had any problems he wanted to talk about. Far from prying eyes and ears, Sasha decided to find out directly from Benja what he really thinks about the interior. Benja was surprised to hear this, because the lobby had made a good impression on him, which he immediately told Sasha. It was important for Sasha to hear not only the opinions of those around him, but also Benya himself, especially since today was a special day. Hinting to Benye about the solemnity of this day, Sasha reminded him that today was his birthday. Having finished the conversation on a pleasant note, they went to the room that Sasha had worked on the longest. With excitement and pride, Sasha announced that this room had become the embodiment of her design ideas. She waited with bated breath for Benja's assessment, hoping that the room's design would leave a lasting impression on him. To make the room more cozy and festive, Sasha placed beautiful gift boxes in it, reminiscent of Christmas. Sasha explained her decision by saying that the festive atmosphere awakens generosity in guests and makes their business more profitable. Even though she thought the room was perfect, Sasha asked Benja if he wanted to change anything in it. Impressed by Sasha's work, Benja admitted that he really liked the room and would not change anything in it. Suddenly, Benja changed the subject of the conversation and asked what Sasha did in the evenings with Valentina. Sasha's heart began to beat faster with excitement, and she suspected that Benya had guessed something and decided to test her. Confused by Benya's question, Sasha said that he could have found out about this from Valentina. A little rudely, Benya cut him off, saying that he was only interested in her, and emphasized that he was not asking her to answer, since he himself did not tell Sasha everything. However, Sasha's thought was never finished, because she knew that Benya would never refuse to answer her question. Embarrassed, Sasha admitted that she was asking Valentina to teach her how to shoot a gun, because she was afraid of another attack by a family that was at odds with them. The basement of Valentina's store was chosen as the training location, because there was no one there late in the evening. Sasha was worried that Benya would be against these activities and would scold Valentina for not saying anything. Finishing her story, Sasha explained that she had strictly forbidden Valentina to tell anyone about their activities. Suddenly, Benja, who always loved to please Sasha with unexpected gifts, decided to surprise her this time too. Approaching the mirror, as Benya had asked, Sasha froze in anticipation of a miracle, because he was famous for his special surprises. Knowing how hard Sasha worked to organize an unforgettable holiday, Benya decided that the girl deserved a special gift. Embarrassed by Benya's generosity, Sasha could not believe that she deserved such a valuable and beautiful compliment from him. Benya doted on Sasha and was ready to shower her with expensive jewelry, considering her a real treasure. Words of gratitude stuck in Sasha's throat, because this luxurious gift from Benja left her speechless. Benya worried in vain. Sasha could not even think of reproaching him for being excessively generous. Benja's gift turned out to be not only beautiful, but also useful, because with its help, Sasha could improve her skills without leaving home. Benja looked at his watch with impatience. All the preparations were completed, and he was ready to go to the long-awaited celebration. Before setting off, Sasha decided to find out what name their magnificent hotel, which remains nameless for now, would receive. Smiling mysteriously, Benya promised Sasha that the secret of the hotel's name would be revealed very soon. Tired from the long conversation, Latiya said that he was as hungry as if he had been hungry all day. Benja responded by saying that anyone who didn't know Latias well would think that he was the calmest person in the world, although that was far from the truth. The hotel opening ceremony, which Sasha prepared with such love, was a great success. Guests, entering the luxurious hall of the new hotel one after another, did not hide their admiration. Everything was thought out down to the smallest detail. Prince Assad, accustomed to luxury and glitter, was hard to surprise with anything, so he was not at all surprised by the chic of the new hotel, although he liked the interior decoration. As soon as Prince Assad crossed the threshold of the hotel, the hospitable hostess of the celebration, Sasha, greeted him warmly. While inspecting the hotel, Prince Assad was generous with compliments, as Sasha had truly managed to exceed all his expectations. Despite the festive atmosphere and words of admiration, Sasha was overcome with anxiety, and the conversation with Jerome did not leave her mind. Prince Assad, turning to Beignet, made it clear that they had a very important conversation to have in private. Having solemnly entered the hall, Adriana hastened to pay a compliment, noting the impeccable taste of the event organizers. The appearance of the Park brother and sister at the grand opening of the hotel was expected, and Sasha knew about their intention to attend the celebration. Latias, wanting to improve relations with Adriana, offered her a sincere apology for his behavior. Juan did not remain silent either. He also felt remorse and decided to apologize for his actions. Sasha's abilities aroused genuine admiration in Adriana. She did not expect such mastery in design from a very young girl. Approaching Sasha, Adriana apologized again for her past behavior, admitting that she was wrong. It is always more pleasant to forgive insults than to ask for forgiveness, and Sasha willingly accepted Adriana's apology. Looking over the guests who had arrived for the ceremony, Adriana noticed that Lady Alfonsia, who usually accompanied the prince to all events, was not there. Sasha hastened to reassure her friend, telling her that Lady Alfonsia was in for a surprise and would appear a little later. Soon Lady Alfonsia appeared in the hall. Sasha picked out such a magnificent dress for her that everyone simply gasped. After apologizing for her lateness, Lady Alfonsia said that she had been enchanted by the beauty of the local scenery and had simply lost track of time. Ledias, echoing Lady Alfonsia's words, stressed that the views were truly stunning. Everyone who knew Benya noted how happy he was with Sasha. This couple served as an example of true and strong love, which the prince openly stated. The hotel's opening ceremony was underway, but Prince Assad still did not know its name. Sasha was in the spotlight. She was the one who had to announce the name of the new hotel to all the guests. Announcing the name turned out to be a real test for Sasha. She could not get used to the sound of this word, which she was already ready to pronounce. After some hesitation, Sasha nevertheless announced that from today on, the new hotel would be given the short name Wendy, which she herself had come up with. The choice of the hotel name was not accidental, since Miss Wendy was the name of the favorite doll of little Estelle, Benja's sister. There were no hidden meanings in the name of the hotel. Sasha simply chose a word she liked, which, in her opinion, sounded quite nice. Prince Assad found the name of the hotel quite original, simple, and at the same time sophisticated, like Sasha herself. An unexpected meeting with one of the guests made Latias notice that changes in appearance can transform a person beyond recognition. Hearing these words, Adriana supported Latias, confirming that the changes in Sasha were truly amazing. Having decided to get to know the guests of the celebration better, Adriana said goodbye to Latias with a smile and went into the thick of things. Lady Alfonsia did not immediately recognize Elsie, who appeared at the celebration in a new image. Adriana revealed the secret of Elsie's transformation, saying that it was Sasha who helped her create such a stunning image. Modest Sasha, not wanting to take all the credit, noted that Elsie has excellent taste, and she herself knows that it suits her. Seeing a young girl among the guests, Sasha introduced her as her student Valentina, whom, according to her, many were already familiar with. Sasha's magnificent necklace could not go unnoticed, and Adriana decided that it was a gift from Benja. Smiling, Sasha confirmed Adriana's guess and added that this luxurious gift was a reward for her efforts. Curious Adriana had long wanted to ask Sasha about this amazing decoration, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Adriana believed that it would perfectly complement her beautiful image and look very respectable. Alfonsia looked at Sasha with admiration and said that no one could compare to her charm that evening. Modestly accepting the compliments, Sasha thanked Alfonsia and asked with a smile how her mother was feeling. Trying not to show her concern, Adriana replied that her mother was not feeling any better yet. Adriana wanted to talk to Sasha alone and asked if she could give her some of her time. Suddenly, Sasha felt unwell. Her gaze suddenly froze in place, and she wanted to immediately run out into the fresh air. Everyone noticed how Sasha turned pale, and her gaze became frightened and confused. The glass of wine fell out of her hands, and the wine spilled all over the floor. But what happened to her? Sasha wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Fear took hold of her, and she only convulsively gasped for air, wheezing and asking for help. The guests rushed to Sasha, surrounding her, trying to understand what had happened and help her as quickly as possible. Already almost unconscious, Sasha vaguely remembered how Benya held her hand tightly and said that he would always be by her side, no matter what happened. But at that moment, Sasha was tormented by doubts, and she asked if Benya would love her after learning the whole truth about her. Thoughts of a terrible punishment frightened Sasha. She couldn't find a place for herself, but she was not at all tormented by pangs of conscience. In desperation, she asked Benya to forget her, considering herself too dangerous for all the people who were around. Her words hurt Benya deeply. He begged the girl not to say that and to calm down. Recalling the tragic events, Sasha reminded Benja of how high the price of their escape from the tower had been. Benja wanted Sasha to be happy and carefree again, so he tried not to remind her of this incident again. But Sasha did not share his optimism, realizing that it was impossible to simply forget what had happened. Suddenly changing her expression, with firm determination, Sasha ordered Benya to remove everyone who would interfere with their happiness. A short time later, Sasha opened her eyes and did not understand where she was. It seemed to her that it was just a nightmare. The events of the previous evening came flooding back to her mind. She only remembered the banquet hall, blood, and severe nausea. Sasha blamed herself. She had waited so long for this birthday, but she had ruined everything. Valentina explained that Sasha had been poisoned, and now he needed to lie down more to recover. Valentina, as an experienced connoisseur of poisons, spent the whole night at Sasha's bedside, saving her. Sasha was surprised to learn that she had been unconscious for so long, because it seemed to her that only a few minutes had passed. Valentina felt guilty for what happened, because they failed to complete their task and did not protect Sasha. Sasha suddenly began to think, because perhaps the poisoner's target was not her at all, but someone else who was next to her at the table. Valentina was surprised. Did Sasha really allow that it could have been an accident? Sasha herself didn't know what to think, but she was afraid that someone might use this for their own purposes. This had never happened before, so it was difficult to understand who might be involved in the poisoning. The relatives of the Serpenti family would kill Sasha without hesitation, and she was sure of it. Valentina confirmed her words, recalling what a scandal the Serpenti brothers would have caused. It was not worth the risk, because in this fight everyone could die, And who needs such a peace? Changing the subject, Valentina asked what Sasha was going to do next. Sasha wanted to make sure that Valentina would help her if she knew what she was thinking and worrying about all this time. Valentina, as a true friend, assured that she should be aware of Sasha's plans in order to support her. By saying this, she made it clear that she was capable of many things and knew how to quickly get rid of obstacles. Sasha, hiding the details, admitted that she simply wants to see her loved one happy. Realizing that words alone were not enough, Valentina decided to take matters into her own hands and act. Ledias's unexpected appearance when he burst into his friend's room immediately revealed how much he was worried about Sasha. Having calmed Latias down and assured him of her good health, Sasha asked Benya about the news from yesterday. Benja calmly said that the important people had made peace and no more troubles were expected. Sasha noted with humor that Benja was late again because, as always, he showed up at the wrong time. Waking up from sleep, Sasha looked around in confusion and did not immediately understand where she was. Benja hugged her and said in a guilty voice that this was his mistake, because he could have foreseen such a turn of events. Benya reproached himself for dragging Sasha into all this and putting him in danger. And now, after the attempted poisoning, their enemies could repeat another dirty trick. He believed that Sasha had suffered again because of him, and he was tormented by pangs of conscience. Calming him down, Sasha said that she was fine and that she was not badly hurt, in order to at least distract the young man a little from his dark thoughts. Although, of course, Sasha noticed that it would not be possible to hide it forever, and it would be necessary to act in advance. Sasha believed that this was how things turned out, and that it was no one's fault, and especially not Benya's. After her poisoning, Sasha felt a strange sense of relief, because the fear of the unknown had finally receded. Benya was upset, because now he would have preferred to see Sasha angry at everyone for her brother's negligence, and such a reaction would have been completely fair. Hearing Sasha's words about her ruined life, Benya wondered if their actions really had such a strong influence on her fate. Sasha, in turn, convinced him not to blame himself for what was happening, emphasizing that the issue was not at all about his feelings of guilt. She stubbornly repeated that he shouldn't take the blame on himself, because it wouldn't change anything anyway. To cheer up the depressed Benya, Sasha jokingly imagined how she would take away all his property and throw him out to live on the street. Benja appreciated his friend's humor and added that such an ending would be quite logical. Sometimes Benja's anxiety scared Sasha even more than Latias's unpredictability. He looked at the world as if he knew all the secrets of the universe. But even Benja was able to relax a little when Sasha returned, because he had already seen so many horrors in her absence that he had become absolutely impenetrable. However, even he could not help but notice the sadness in Sasha's eyes. She had lost her lightness and joy after the tragic death of Estelle. When talking about the assassination attempt, Sasha seemed to have walled herself off from emotions, as if she were talking about something completely ordinary. Benja clenched his fists tightly. He will not forget and will not forgive anyone for the pain caused to Sasha. Sasha tried to make fun of Benja's dark thoughts, suggesting that he probably hated her terribly for all the trouble she caused him. She honestly admitted that even if Benja ever became disappointed in her, she would always value their friendship. Sasha suddenly remembered how, in her youth, she had seriously convinced Benya to deal with her offenders, even if it meant killing them all. Standing with his back to her, Benja responded by only saying that she had been too naive then and had actually believed his threats. At that moment, a maid unexpectedly entered the room, holding a letter addressed to Sasha. Intrigued, Sasha looked at the envelope with interest, but who could have known that she was here? It turned out that the letter was delivered by a lady named Marianne. As the maid explained, Sasha immediately had memories of Marianne, with whom he once shared a room during his studies. Sasha's face involuntarily turned red. She clearly remembered the attack of terrible coughing that had attacked her right before Marianne's eyes. Before she had time to recover from the unexpected news, the maid reported another guest, Lord Juan. The reason for Juan's visit was completely unclear to Sasha, and she decided to ask directly. However, he clearly had no desire to be here, which was evident from his sour expression. It turned out that he was simply fulfilling Lady Adriana's request by delivering a note on her behalf. Without hiding her irony, Sasha noted that he could have saved his precious time and ask the servant for such a trifle? After haughtily throwing out a phrase about how he didn't care at all about the Serpenta family, Juan dryly noted that Lady Adriana was simply worried about her well-being. Sasha understood that Juan was, of course, too proud to admit his own excitement. She sarcastically noted to herself the feigned nature of his sympathy, because this young lord was clearly overacting. Rumors about the death of Juan's father, allegedly poisoned by his own wife, suddenly surfaced in Sasha's head. Perhaps the poisoning story stirred up old wounds, forcing him to remember his own drama? Or was he really sincerely worried and just wanted to support her in a difficult situation? At that moment, he reminded her of a capricious boy who demanded special treatment. Sasha involuntarily remembered the second imperial prince, who at one time tried to win the favor of Lady Adriana, and thought that she and Juan had previously been friends. However, participation in that failure did not hinder Juan's career at all, and influential people still stood behind him. After making sure she was okay, Juan asked if she planned to return home to the Serpenti brothers. It was as if he thought that his brothers were being too frivolous towards her, because a real brother would have taken his sister away from the bustle of the city long ago to give her a chance to rest and gain strength. There was some truth in his words. Most people really did consider Sasha to be just a tool in the hands of the cunning and calculating Serpenti brothers. In fact, Juan was completely indifferent to Sasha's fate, and the girl knew this well from the plot of the novel. Politely letting Juan know that his visit had been delayed, she conveyed through him her thanks to Lady Adriana. Her soul was uneasy, and Sasha decided to visit her hotel in the city. Imagine her surprise when, upon arriving at the place, she saw that there was not a single free room in the hotel. The poisoning incident brought unexpected fame to the hotel. Many dreamed of staying at least one night in the very hotel of the mysterious owner who miraculously escaped death. Walking down the hall, she met Jerome, whose presence here was quite unexpected. When he saw her, he assured her that he was genuinely interested in her well-being, and that was why he was here. Surprised by Jerome's concern, she thanked him for his visit, although it was not easy for her to communicate with this man from the past. She told him about the poisoning and that the investigation was still ongoing, since there were too many people who wanted to eliminate her. Jerome swore to Sasha that he would never harm her and would always warn her of any danger if he knew of it. Did he really come all this way just to say those words? But Jerome, as it turned out, noticed the strange activity of Serpente's distant relatives, who were trying to find out all the information about Sasha's life and her connections with influential people. Sasha wondered if the Serpenti family had worked with the Dallas Club. Then surely other influential families in the city had connections with the powerful Fibonaccis. All these factions reminded her of a huge web, where all the threads are intertwined, and the crown prince himself is vigilantly watching Serpente, trying to keep everything under control. Sasha heard rumors that the second prince, dissatisfied with his position, was secretly gathering supporters to challenge the authorities. The girl remembered the plot of the novel, where the second prince and his friend, Lord Juan, were joined by offended nobles, among whom were even distant relatives of Serpente. At the end of the book, their union led to tragic consequences, leaving behind only bitterness and disappointment. In this story, the Serpente brothers, without thinking, dealt with their relatives, and this cruelty tormented Latias for a long time afterwards. The main character of the novel constantly reminded him of what he had done, making Latias feel guilty, which ultimately pushed him to betrayal. In the book, both Benya and Sasha die because of betrayal, but now, controlling her destiny, she will not allow bloodshed. This was the main difference between the determined but cruel Benya from the book and the real one, Sasha decided. Suddenly, Jerome announced that all their money in the bank had been confiscated due to some mistake. He explained that they refused to hire more guards from the Python Bank and that it took advantage of Sasha's poisoning to strengthen its influence. The Python Bank guards had been doing all their dirty work for them, so after the poisoning, it was clear who they needed to hire to protect them. Sasha politely thanked him for this information, noting that their affairs were absolutely legal, no matter what anyone said. Jerome understood that Sasha did not trust him, but he sincerely wanted to protect her from new dangers. He was ready to prove his loyalty not with words, but with actions. Realizing that the atmosphere was getting tense, Sasha suggested ending this conversation and returning to it a little later if necessary. She then asked Jerome to bring her papers on a project he was working on himself and made an appointment with him for the next meeting. Sasha couldn't understand whether Jerome really thought they would believe promises that weren't backed up by actions. Suddenly, someone called her name, but Sasha did not immediately guess who the voice belonged to. Turning around, she saw her friend Valentina, who, it turns out, had heard their entire conversation. Valentina was surprised by the stranger's official tone and asked how long he and Sasha had been communicating. She asked the girl curiously what she was going to do in response to all these vows of fidelity on Jerome's part. Sasha answered ironically that Valentina should not interfere, but rather report everything to Beignet right away, since it was he who had instructed her to look after Sasha. Valentina even took offense and reproachfully reminded him that they were friends, not just acquaintances. In response, Sasha reproached Valentina for not visiting her even once for a whole week. Sasha admitted that she really missed her friend's support during this difficult time for her. Valentina felt ashamed and began to justify herself by saying that she didn't want to upset her friend with her arrival. It turned out that Valentina had deliberately told everyone that many members of the Serpenti family did not like Sasha, so that Serpenti's enemies would fall for this trick and make contact with Sasha. Sasha asked if Valentina had really come up with this herself, and if she was really afraid that Sasha would harm them. Valentina honestly said that her brother was sure that Sasha was looking for the same thing as he was. Sasha's curiosity flared up with renewed vigor, and she demanded that Valentine tell her everything so that she would know how to proceed. At that moment, Laetius appeared, and with a radiant smile presented Sasha with a gift, which was their family's talisman from his fiancée. He explained that the talisman was a sign of good luck and happiness, and his fiancée Alfonsia had ordered that the gift be handed over to Sasha personally. Sasha understood perfectly well that he wanted to smooth over the awkwardness after Jerome's appearance, and did not show that she had not yet forgotten about it. Laetius began to anxiously ask Sasha about Jerome, whether he had said too much. Sasha reassured him, saying that Jerome had simply asked for forgiveness and expressed hope that they would become good friends again. Laetius knew his uncle and did not really believe in his sincerity. He was indignant that Jerome dared to show himself and bother Sasha after everything that had happened. Sasha thought that the news of Jerome's visit would instantly spread among his relatives. Then they will stop trusting him because they will consider him a traitor to his own family. At this time, the city cafe was crowded. The townspeople were spending their day off. Jan spoke to Faber in a low voice, warning him to be careful, as they might be overheard by others. He asked Faber curiously to tell him what had really happened at the hotel. Faber gave a vivid account of how Jerome burst into his relative's room and, like a buffalo, dragged his uncle out into the corridor. Jan was struck by the sudden appearance of this man and asked why he began to appear before Serpente so often. And by the way, everything happened too quickly, as if everything had been arranged in advance. Upon seeing Benja, Jan happily offered him his signature sandwich, wanting to prove himself to the young master. But in response, Benja only politely refused, saying that he was not hungry at all, and that he had no time for lunch breaks now. Then Jan turned to Juan and asked why he wasn't home yet, since his sister was probably already waiting for him. At that moment, Jerome approached them and, stuttering, greeted Benja, adding that they had not seen each other for a long time. Benja was slightly surprised to see his Uncle Jerome where he least expected it. Uncle Jerome mumbled hesitantly and assured Benja that he had come with good intentions and wanted to correct the mistakes of the past. Jerome tried hard to convince Benja of his repentance, and therefore came to personally apologize to his niece, seeing how his niece had become prettier and more mature. Despite all the difficulties, Uncle Jerome was sincerely glad to see her return from school. Benja didn't fully believe his uncle's words and decided to ask him next how old Pierre was now. Uncle Jerome was a little confused, but still answered that Pierre was already 19 years old. Suddenly, Benja had an interesting idea and suggested to his uncle that he send Pierre to study in the capital. For this, Benja promised Uncle Jerome that no one would know about their meeting today. Suddenly, Benja realized that he was very hungry after the difficult start of the day and asked Jan to bring him something to eat. Jan didn't understand why Benja needed Uncle Jerome now, because he was sure that Jerome would be of no use. The young man only hoped that Benya was not mistaken about Sasha's attitude towards his uncle. Benja, having thought about Yan's words, replied that Sasha was not against communicating with his uncle. Benya remembered how Sasha didn't want to teach him to shoot accurately because of her fears, but wanted to protect him herself. He once again realized how much she valued him and mentally promised himself to always protect her. Yan's patience snapped, and he blurted out in his heart that it was time for Benya to confess her feelings to Sasha. Benya, in turn, turned to Valentina and sternly made it clear that he didn't care much about any of her and Sasha's secrets, as if they were best friends. He quite seriously reminded Valentina what her main task was, for which he hired her. Benya understood that if something suddenly happened to Sasha, then all their efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, Sasha, having arrived home, plunged into sad memories of the past of Latias and Jerome. To distract herself from sad thoughts, Sasha began to think about a pleasant event, because soon there would be an imperial hunt. Sasha understood that the imperial hunt was an excellent opportunity to make new, useful acquaintances with noble guests. Suddenly, Sasha heard Benya's familiar voice and quickly called him, asking him to wait a little. Benja, as expected, began to patiently wait for Sasha while she took a bath. Coming out of the bathroom, Sasha quickly asked Benya how long he had to wait for her. Benja was a little embarrassed by this question and replied that he didn't even notice that the bathroom door was open. Sasha explained to him that she left the door open on purpose to air out the room and at the same time enjoy the evening coolness. Benya jokingly asked Sasha if she would scold him for being late again today. Sasha, smiling, decided to support his joking tone and then asked if Juan had managed to feed him his signature sandwich. She was seriously concerned about Benja's health and often reminded him to eat regularly. Suddenly, Sasha noticed a box of chocolates under Benja's bed. Sasha immediately decided that Beignet needed the candies to put himself in a good mood, since he sleeps right on top of a whole warehouse of sweets. Benya unexpectedly invited Sasha to join him on the imperial hunt. Sasha was surprised. Did someone really advise Benya to take her with him on a hunt? Benya explained to Sasha that no one asked him about this, but he did not want to go alone, and many court members of the family wanted to see her there. Touched by Benya's concern, Sasha happily agreed to go with him, especially since she was now a good shooter. Of course, Benya knew for sure that she would not refuse his request, but he still had to ask Sasha about it. Moreover, he admitted that she constantly surprises him with her unpredictable actions. Sasha smiled and replied that it was he who constantly delighted her with his actions. Benja, looking at her with a loving gaze, quietly said that she was his greatest joy in life. It was late and Benya advised Sasha to go to bed. Sasha wished him good night and went to her room to gather strength for the next day. In the room, Sasha touched her wrist, which was still burning from Benya's hands. She never thought that he was capable of looking at her like that. A couple of days later, while sorting through the documents with debts, Sasha was very surprised by what she read. Sasha could not understand at all. Was it really possible that they had managed to collect this entire amount of debt in just 5 years? Valentina explained to the shocked Sasha that the whole thing was that the relatives of the Serpenti brothers, trying to help their children, did not spare money. Knowing that they would be deprived of their inheritance rights, they desperately tried to somehow influence the situation with the help of money. Seeing John in the office, Valentina asked who invited him here and why he came at all. Jan retorted with an important air that he came because he was the smartest of their whole company. Sasha, having looked through all the documents, came to the conclusion that the family was barely staying afloat after the death of the Duke and Duchess. Sasha was a little scared by the family she was dealing with. Rumors were that they had gotten involved with some mysterious group and were up to some shady business. Valentina had a cunning plan, and she needed to find out the name of Jerome's son, who worked at the bank. Jan, trying to remember his name, said that the guy's name was Pierre, and he was still very young. Valentina was delighted, because the less this young banker understood about business, the easier it would be for them to outwit him. She wanted to accuse the poor guy of theft or forgery of documents, so that she could then blackmail him. Sasha's relatives would be delighted to have such a puppet in the bank. The guy wouldn't even understand that he was simply being used. Sasha herself had not made any plans yet. She was waiting and preparing for any turn of events. Valentina was sure that only the emperor could challenge the powerful Python bank, and even he would hardly dare. The friends worked until late, and Valentina hurried Sasha, reminding him that it was time for them to go to their places. Suddenly, a guest came to visit them, without an invitation, which Sasha didn't like at all. You have to be so impudent to constantly ask for a conversation. The stranger turned out to be the same Noxus that Sasha had encountered before, and he seemed to be waiting for her to recognize him. Looking at Noxus, Sasha thought that he looked very much like a prince she had met on her voyage home. Noxus liked Sasha even at that meeting. Her fortitude intrigued the guy. Sasha, as befits a well-mannered girl, offered the guest tea, although it was clear from her face that the prince was making her nervous. Noxus refused, grinning, as if he was afraid that she would poison him with the tea. Apparently, he knew about that incident, and Sasha didn't like it at all. She would have preferred to forget about it forever. Finally, Noxus explained the reason for the visit, and Sasha couldn't believe her ears. What impudence! It turns out he lost everything he had at the casino and decided that she would be happy to lend him some money. Sasha didn't expect such impudence. Noxus acted as if they were old friends. He was sure that for Princess Serpente, and Sasha was exactly that, money was not a problem. Deep down, Noxus was sure that Sasha would not refuse his request and would lend him the amount he asked for. Sasha, deciding to play along with Noxus a little, asked how much money he needed. Without thinking twice, he blurted out that he only needed 1,000 ducats. For him, this was not much money, and the guy was already anticipating easy money. Sasha watched Noxus and tried to figure him out. What kind of bird was he? Unexpectedly for the guest, Sasha agreed to lend him money, twice as much as he asked for. She only asked Noxus not to tell anyone about this. Otherwise, all his friends and acquaintances would start asking Sasha for a loan. Noxus was confused. Was he really that lucky, and could the girl throw money around so easily? Sasha pretended that money was a trifle for her, and even more so these measly 2,000 ducats. If Noxus can't repay the debt, let him consider it a gift for his services to the homeland. Before leaving, Noxus reminded Sasha that gossip could ruin her reputation if someone found out about her favor. He was sure that they would see each other again, because the famous imperial hunt was about to take place very soon. All the important people came to this hunt not only to hunt, but also to discuss business. This was an important event for the entire empire, and Sasha was looking forward to it. Ledius looked at the bruise on her forehead with concern and asked where it came from. They had to wriggle out of it, and Sasha lied that she accidentally hit herself, blaming everything on her clumsiness. She made up a story about waking up awkwardly and hitting her forehead on the table. The appearance of Prince Assad confused Sasha a little. He had to observe etiquette and choose his words carefully so as not to blurt out too much. The prince, noticing Sasha's brother, asked what he was doing now and how things were going with the hotel. Sasha cleverly avoided answering and advised the prince to ask his brother himself, and immediately changed the subject. It turns out that the prince was a passionate dog lover, as the beautiful Alfonsia, who accompanied him, informed him with a smile. Sasha was surprised to note that Alfonsia also shared the prince's affection for his four-legged friends. Alfonsia said that she has loved dogs since childhood because they are such funny and very loyal animals. Adriana suddenly appeared, accompanied by her younger brother Juan, and they were looking for friends all over the area. Sasha smiled. It seems that Juan is his sister's real ponytail. He can't live without her. Lydias's ceremonial announcement of the start of the hunt caused the guests to whisper excitedly. Everyone, anticipating the excitement of the competition and fresh air, hurried to the gathering place. Alfonsia, noticing that Sasha was heading not towards the other guests, but in the other direction, asked in surprise where she was going. Sasha proudly replied that she was also going to take part in the hunt, which greatly amused Alfonsia. Alfonsia, trying not to laugh, asked her new acquaintance if she even knew how to stay in the saddle. Anticipating a fun competition, Sasha invited her to race, but reminded her that they should stay closer to the edge of the forest. The girl noted that Alfonsia and Adriana, carried away by the pursuit of prey, disappeared from sight. The dog's sudden barking made Sasha wary, because just a minute ago there was no one in that place. Noxus said loudly, with an evil grin, that he had confused Serpente's shaggy dog with a red fox. Grumbling a little, he complained that this dog was always getting under his feet. Upon seeing Noxus, Sasha greeted the prince and made sure to mention that he looked great. Noxus, with the important air of a fashion connoisseur, confirmed that he looked great and was well aware of it. Noticing the bruise on Sasha's forehead, Noxus asked in a rough voice if any of the local hooligans had offended her. Sasha sheepishly explained that it was just a small accident that happened during preparations for the trip. The distrustful Noxus, suspecting that Sasha was hiding the truth, continued to ask about the reasons for the bruise. It was important for him to know not so much about the injury itself, but about what led to it. Sasha mentally scolded herself for the inappropriate joke that, contrary to expectations, had aroused such interest in Noxus. Wanting to uncover the intrigue, Noxus, with hope in his voice, asked again about the origin of the mysterious bruise on Sasha's forehead. He was surprised that Sasha was wandering through the forest alone, because usually she was looked after. Suddenly, a thought struck Sasha, and she confidently assumed that it was Noxus who was trying to poison her. Remembering that she had only worn the necklace at the opening of a hotel where Noxus was not present, Sasha wondered how he knew these details. She was struck not only by Noxus's knowledge of the necklace, but also by his feigned regret about what had happened. And then Sasha understood everything. It really was Noxus who was behind the attempt to poison her, and what a cunning plan he had come up with. What struck her most was not the poisoning itself, but how sincerely Noxus regretted it, as if he repented. Gathering her courage, Sasha took aim and shot the red fox with one well-aimed shot. The bullet whistled right between the two riders, Noxus and Prince Asad, who appeared as if by magic. Sasha was embarrassed and apologized for the accidental shot, which happened somehow too quickly. Surprised by Sasha's accuracy, Prince Noxus praised her and expressed hope for an interesting rivalry. Prince Asad explained that he was looking for his brother, assuming that Noxus was, as always, busy conversing with Sasha. Noxus calmly assured his brother that he was unaware of his search. Prince Asad asked his brother, with a reproachful voice, what he was doing in these parts and why he could not even send a short letter about his visit. Sasha felt sad that the brothers had become so distant from each other and now looked like enemies rather than siblings. Wanting to end the conversation, Noxus waved his hand and told his brother not to pay attention to his words. He abruptly turned his horse and disappeared into the thicket of the forest, leaving Sasha and Asad alone. Asad looked guiltily at Sasha and apologized for his brother's ugly behavior, assuring him that they were constantly arguing. Sasha politely assured the prince that such rivalry was typical for all brothers. Prince Asad sighed sadly, wishing that Noxus was half as charming as her friend Benya. He looked at Sasha with sympathy, understanding how difficult it was for her to cope with the difficult memories of her past in the tower. Sasha nodded sadly, regretting that they all had to go through such an ordeal. Asad told of a fifth prince who ascended the throne but did not rule for long, dying suddenly from some rare disease. After the death of the fifth prince, young Serpente strengthened his position by marrying the daughter of the people who saved him. Sasha thought that if she had managed to escape then, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. She thanked Asad from the bottom of her heart for his fascinating account of the events of the distant past. Sasha noted the penetrating gaze of the young Prince Asad, because he immediately noticed her hidden sadness. With a slight smile, he noted that Sasha's catch must have gone to the stray dogs. Sasha was upset, because this was her very first trophy obtained while hunting. Suddenly, a worried Latiez appeared in the clearing, looking for Sasha and Benya. With hope in his voice, he asked if they had seen Benya, who had quietly disappeared a few minutes ago. Latias explained that they had passed each other only recently, and he must be somewhere not far from here. He was worried that he would have to look for Benya until the evening, as happened last year. Asad laughed, remembering how a year ago everyone was worried about Benji, who had ended up hunting far from the group. Sasha suggested checking the camp, because Benja could have already returned. Suddenly, she saw a horse standing alone without a rider, which seemed strange to Sasha. Listening closely, Sasha heard the murmur of water and decided that there must be a stream nearby. Peeking out from behind the trees, Sasha smiled and discovered Benya, who was happily swimming in the forest lake. Not far from the shore, Benja was surprised to find Sasha standing there, although he had actually thought that he would be here alone. The girl decided to find her friend, and it seemed to her that Benya would not mind if Sasha kept him company. While talking to Sasha, Benya began to feel a little jealous, remembering how much fun she had with the prince. Noticing the change in his mood, Sasha hastened to calm Benya down, not wanting to upset him. Sasha convinced the young man that he was very dear to her, because he was the one who was there during a difficult time for her. Having calmed down a little, Benya asked Sasha if she had managed to catch the fox. The girl said with annoyance that her fox had escaped due to an accidental oversight. The reason for this was the fascinating story the prince told her, and distracted her from the killed prey. The prince told an old legend about how the Serpenti family is connected to the imperial family. Benja remained indifferent to the story, noting that he had heard this legend a long time ago. But Sasha was deeply touched by the story, and she was especially pleased by the happy ending. Benja doubted that the ending of this story was as happy as it seemed at first glance. Sasha began to assure Benya that according to the legend, all the heroes remained safe and sound, and that this is the happy ending. Benja reminded that there is a continuation of the story that is not mentioned in the legend. Sasha, who had not heard anything about any continuation, decided that it was about someone who died. Benja told about the sad fate of the nanny, who was executed on false charges. The boy believed that the nanny was accused unfairly because she had the opportunity to harm much earlier. Sasha felt sorry for the poor woman because she, like no one else, understood what it was like to be unfairly accused. She was outraged by the cruelty of people who forgot about the nanny after all her services. Benja, wanting to calm his upset friend, said that it was just an old story that did not concern them. To freshen up a little, Sasha dipped her feet into the pleasant coolness of the forest lake. She happily admitted that she loves spending time by the water and never misses such an opportunity. Suddenly, Benya noticed a small abrasion on Sasha's leg and anxiously asked if she was hurt. Sasha assumed that she must have accidentally touched the edge of the bathtub, but she didn't focus on it. She said it was just a minor issue that would go away on its own in a couple of days. Unexpectedly, Benya took her fragile leg in his hands, which greatly surprised the embarrassed Sasha. Without saying a word, Benya tenderly kissed the abrasion, causing Sasha to blush from such a sudden display of feelings. The girl had absolutely no idea how to behave in this situation and simply froze. Embarrassed but touched by his action, Sasha ran her hand through his white hair. Suddenly, Sasha lost her balance and almost fell, but Benya's strong arms prevented her from falling head over heels into the water. She was afraid that she might stain her new dress and hastened to apologize for her stupid clumsiness. Benja reassured her, hinting that it was time for them to return, since evening was just around the corner. Finally, Sasha jokingly noted that Benja's attractiveness, which attracts the attention of all the girls, was to blame for everything. Benja only said once again that it was really time for them to hit the road. Otherwise, the sun would finally disappear behind the horizon. The girl also decided that they should hurry, because Latias must already be worried. Benja, however, doubted Latias's sincerity, suggesting that he was having a great time in the company of his fiancée. He once again noted Sasha's intelligence and her talent for coming up with cunning plans. Rustling through the fallen leaves, Sasha and Benya returned to the gathering place of the hunters, where they were supposed to meet all the participants. The evening breeze gently played with Sasha's hair, filling her heart with peace and joy. However, the illusion of serenity dissipated as quickly as it appeared, reminding us of the harsh reality. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a frightened cry, which made everyone rush to help. It was hard to believe, but there was a revolver lying on the ground, next to which stood the wounded Count Bavorio. It turned out that Jerome had shot the poor count and was explaining what had happened incoherently, trying to convince everyone that it was just an accident. But Sasha, of course, didn't believe him, believing that it was impossible to hit the target so accurately by accident. Sasha clenched her fists tightly because she already guessed why this happened. She sarcastically remarked that he had chosen a very good place for the accident. Benya supported Sasha, coldly remarking that he had no idea about such a family tradition of depriving a relative of an eye. Soon Latias appeared, who immediately noted with irony that he was a little less fortunate than his uncle. He noted with a smile that Benja could have taken the initiative back then and taken away Bavorio's eye without waiting for today's hunt. Prince Assad, in order to smooth over this terrible incident, said that such things unfortunately happened during hunting. But then Assad frowned, noticing the strange behavior of Count Bavorio, who had been hiding in the bushes all this time. The guests decided not to attach any other significance to Jerome's shot, deciding that it was a fatal mishap on the hunt, and the man simply did not see that he was shooting at a person. Alfonsia was relieved to see Sasha and immediately asked where she had been. Sasha, trying to appear cheerful, assured Alfonsia that everything was fine and that she was simply going to look for Benya. Despite his outward calm, it was clear that his lordship was worried about his loved ones. Alfonsia noticed that Sasha was wet and was worried whether the girl was cold. Sasha suddenly felt that Adrian was more interested in the fate of the beautiful coat than in her well-being. Sasha admitted that she got carried away while walking, fell into the water, and is now worried that her outfit looks too dirty. Latias suggested that everyone warm up by the fire and make wishes to lift everyone's spirits. He suddenly became interested in getting to know Sasha better and asked if she had ever been to an auction. Sasha talked about the school tradition of holding an auction in which students bid on each other. Hearing about such a strange auction, Adriana was surprised. "Is this legal?" Sasha explained that everything was voluntary, and the auction winner simply walked around the festival with the chosen student. Sasha thought that adults would hardly like such a game, although at school it seemed fun. Suddenly, someone grabbed Sasha by the hand, and she quickly turned around. It was Lady Fleur, who turned angrily to Sasha, surprised at her good mood at such a terrible moment. Maybe she had set it all up with that shot on the hunt. Alfonsia gently pulled Lady Fleur up, because she had been very rude to Sasha, whom she did not like at all. Fleur resentfully threw the accusation towards Sasha, believing that she was cleverly manipulating Uncle Jerome for her own benefit. Calm Sasha replied that the problems in Fleur's family had nothing to do with her, and it was not her fault. Fleur angrily interrupted Sasha, considering her to blame for her uncle's mood that he had been in lately. Enraged, Fleur began to insult Sasha, reminding her that she was just the daughter of a simple servant. Alfonsia, outraged by Fleur's words, firmly stood up for Sasha. Adriana, despite her sympathy for Fleur, asked her to calm down and stop fighting. Trying to justify herself, Fleur loudly spoke about her strong feelings for her uncle, who had been bewitched by Sasha. In turn, Sasha noted that Fleur was paying too much attention to her person and that she would do better to take care of herself, because she too could be subject to many complaints. These words deeply hurt Fleur, completely depriving her of self-control. Unable to restrain herself, Fleur pushed Sasha and she, screaming, plopped into the water, right in that beautiful dress that had been custom-made especially for her. The cold water pierced Sasha to the bone, making her forget about everything for a moment. But at the same time, the cold cleared the girl's thoughts, as if forcing her to wake up from this wild dream. And as if through the thickness of water, Sasha heard Estelle's warm and familiar voice. At that moment, Sasha saw Benya next to her, who rushed to her aid, having seen their quarrel from afar. Prince Assad, as always, noted with irony Sasha's love of getting into all sorts of trouble. Feeling awkward, Sasha apologized to the prince for the inconvenience she had caused him. The prince only replied with a grin that he was glad to see her safe and sound, and that there was no need to worry about the dress, since it was not the biggest loss in life. Fleur, having come to her senses, began to nervously justify herself, explaining that she did not want to do this. An angry Benja unleashed a wave of anger on Fleur, reproaching her for her inappropriate behavior. Trying to calm Benya down, Sasha convinced him that everything was fine with her and there was no need to worry. In the general confusion, someone shouted that Fleur was unconscious and demanded that a doctor be called. Latias once again noticed that both father and daughter behaved the same way, and each time created a new conflict. Having calmed down a little, Sasha sincerely thanked Alfonsia for standing up for her. Modest Alfonsia said that this was nothing compared to what Sasha did for her. Alfonsia, looking straight into Sasha's eyes, said that she would always be on her side and protect her from all offenders. Despite Sasha's soothing tone, Alfonsia was still very worried about her friend. She confessed to Sasha that she was afraid that the same unpleasant incident would happen again. She was tormented by the thought that if Benja had not been there, everything could have ended very badly. Surprised by her friend's reaction, Sasha thought that it seemed that only Alfonsia understood the seriousness of what had happened. Sasha tried to calm her worried friend, reminding her that everything was fine now and there was no need to worry. Latias, wanting to amuse her friends, loudly invited them to take the empty seats at their table. Seeing Sasha, Benya kindly asked if everything was okay with Sasha and if she needed help. Sasha, trying to hide her emotions, answered with a smile that she felt great and couldn't wait to watch the auction. Benja kindly encouraged Sasha, saying that if she liked something, she could safely participate in the bidding. Then, Sasha jokingly asked if she would go bankrupt if she accidentally bought something very expensive. Benja responded that if she went bankrupt, he would have to work hard to somehow feed them. And suddenly, Benja's face became serious, and he unexpectedly apologized to Sasha for his unbridled behavior. Already sitting at the table, Sasha suddenly felt someone's observant gaze on her. Turning around, she saw that Adriana and Latias were openly watching her with interest. But to her surprise, Adriana's attention was captured by Benja, who was sitting next to her. But why was she staring at him so openly? Without looking away, Adriana looked at Benya, and this seemed a little strange to Sasha. Sasha could not understand Adriana's behavior, because she had always been so kind, sweet, and understanding. Could such a beautiful girl like Adriana really fall in love with such a dark man like Benja? Sasha knew that in books there is always a main character, and it was not Benya at all, but Crown Prince Assad. It is quite possible that Adriana is doing the same as Noxus and Juan, not watching Benya, but carefully studying all his actions. Looking at Adriana's shining eyes, Sasha thought that she seemed delighted with Benya's actions. The thought flashed through Sasha's head that all of them, Noxus, Juan, and Adriana, were not seeing reality, but what they wanted to see. It seems that even Adriana has doubts about Benja and wants to justify him, at least to herself. Smiling to herself, Sasha firmly thought that she would never want to be the heroine of such a novel. The next day, Sasha tried the fruit of a rare plant called register, which, according to Valentina, was very bitter in taste. Valentina warned that these fruits are very difficult to obtain, so Sasha needs to be prepared for their unusual taste. Sasha doubted that the registry could make her immune to poisons, as Valentina claimed. Valentina explained that to become resistant to poisons, one must eat one fruit every day for 3 weeks. It is interesting that earlier people did not know about the real properties of the register and added it to tea as a beauty product. In addition, Valentina heard that the register extract was previously used as a contraceptive. Remembering the recent incident at the royal hunt, Valentina felt uneasy. She was particularly troubled by rumors of a strange incident involving Count Viboret. Noticing that Valentina was worried about something, Sasha asked the reason for her worry. Valentina admitted that she was worried about Sasha, remembering how she was pushed into the lake and what fate befell the offender. Valentina thought that Sasha was planning to take revenge for past grievances and decided to stop her. By the way, Valentina was also interested in the fact of the large monetary debt that the second prince took from Sasha. Concerned about Sasha's safety, Valentina asked what the prince spent all this money on. Sasha said that the money was lost in a casino, but did not attach much importance to it. Valentina puzzled Sasha by telling him that her secret mission was connected with the dangerous Fibonacci gang, and that its leader was that very prince. Surprised, Sasha asked Valentina to tell her in detail how she knew all this. Sasha remembered how the prince tried to poison her right on the day of the hotel's opening, wanting to see the reaction to his actions. Sasha believed that the attack on the hotel on the night of her arrival was also the work of the prince and his gang. The girl found it hard to believe that the prince could betray his brother just because of ordinary hostility. Juan, unlike his brother, seemed to her to be a very pleasant young man, albeit a little nervous. Sasha asked Valentina not to tell anyone about their conversation, so as not to harm innocent people. She promised to tell Valentina about everything as soon as something important appeared and went to the bank on business. Having reached the bank, Sasha went to the manager to personally check her accounts. Tommy, seeing Sasha, was very surprised and hurried to find out what reason had brought her to the bank. Sasha explained that she had come to check how things were going and to personally monitor the progress of the work. Tommy tried to show his best side and assured Sasha that everything would be done in the best possible way. The young man said that everything was fine with his father, and even apologized for his cousin's ugly behavior, not hiding the fact that he already knew about everything. Sasha told Tommy that she didn't hold a grudge against her cousin and asked him not to be distracted from work. Valentina noted that Tommy is very different from his father. He is a very responsible and hardworking guy. Sasha reassured Valentina that she would never hurt an innocent person, if that was what Valentina meant. The girl asked Valentina to bring her the papers regarding the Vibora estate for a more thorough check. Prince Noxus unexpectedly arrived at the bank to repay the debt ahead of schedule. The prince jokingly asked Sasha if she would like to lend him money again, since he had shown himself in such a good light. Then Noxus apologized for his jokes and calmed Sasha down, saying that he would definitely repay the debt on time. Sasha noticed that the prince left the hunt before it was over, as if he wanted to get to the city before the others. Noxus explained that he had become bored and mentioned some interesting events that had occurred after his departure. The prince seemed to hint to Sasha that she constantly finds herself at the center of scandalous stories, and he even likes it. Sasha admitted that she doesn't like being the center of attention at all because of all the gossip that has started to constantly rain down on her head. Noxus agreed with Sasha that the behavior of some of the guests during the hunt was too intrusive and even strange. Sasha was indignant, reminding Noxus that he was not on the hunt at that fateful moment of the shot, so he cannot judge it. Suddenly, Noxus wanted to tell Sasha about the events of last year, believing that she did not know about them. But Sasha stopped him, explaining that she trusted Lord Benier and the Duke much more than rumors and their gossip. Noxus was amazed that Sasha was so agitated, despite being surrounded by the protection and care of the Serpenti family. Sasha admitted that recently there was an anniversary of her mother's death, and she is still worried about it. She said that her mother died during a terrible plague epidemic, which killed many of her relatives and friends. In response, Noxus assured Sasha that the plague spares no one and everyone is equal before it. Noxus was sure that Sasha's mother was a wonderful woman to raise such a beautiful daughter. He also suggested that the strict laws of the imperial court had a hard time on Sasha's mother. Suddenly, Noxus shared with the girl a rumor that the emperor still loved his late wife and did not look at other women. However, according to Noxus, the mother did not accept her youngest son because he, like his father, chose a military career. Sasha didn't even realize that the problem wasn't with her personally, but with the fact that the queen didn't love her late husband. Despite this, Sasha dared to ask the Prince of Noxus how he felt when his wife died. Noxus, standing with his back to Sasha, only briefly let her know that that year had been very difficult, and the death of his wife was only one of many sad events. Feeling awkward about this conversation, Sasha apologized and was about to leave quickly. Noxus noticed that the girl wanted to run away and suddenly asked about her friend, who was always nearby. How soon would she return? Sasha, without answering, apologized again and wanted to leave, but the prince quickly grabbed her hand. The next second, Noxus apologized in fear, because he didn't want to put the girl in such an awkward position. But then his gaze fell on Sasha's bag, where there was a bottle with unusual fruits, and he asked if these were the rare fruits that had a bitter taste. Noxus's face became serious. He was surprised that Sasha did not understand how dangerous it was to eat these fruits. Then, Sasha told the prince that they had recently tried to poison her, and now these fruits were her way of protecting herself. Noxus was even more surprised. Could Sasha really have started eating these dangerous fruits every day and risked harming herself? The prince found it hard to believe that Sasha knew about the harm, but still started doing it. Of course, Noxus had guessed that something like this could happen, but the cruelty of the people who forced the girl to take such a risk amazed him. Seeing that the prince was not going to return the bottle to her, Sasha politely asked for it back. Noxus could not understand why she needed these fruits, because if someone wanted to harm them, then nothing would stop them. The girl responded by assuring him that her friends treat her like a sister, and that it was time for her to return home before they started looking for her. Noxus didn't want to put Sasha in an awkward position with his questions, because her admirer Benya was probably already waiting for her return. Not wanting to upset Sasha any further, the prince suggested that they see her less often if these meetings were so burdensome to her. Sasha disagreed with him, saying that Noxus had always been pleasant to her, but now she was really in a hurry. The girl even admitted that she enjoys their short meetings, when Noxus tries to teach her the intricacies of social life. Unfortunately, Noxus couldn't offer her a ride to protect her, and that made him very sad. When saying goodbye, Noxus asked to choose a place for their future meetings away from the Serpenti brothers' house. Finally, he joked that Sasha shouldn't be surprised if some fool decided to approach her. Later, at a family dinner, Benja scolded Letias for the disgusting way he had behaved with the bishop and for not understanding how he could so openly laugh at his baldness. Letias reminded his brother that he, too, could not help but laugh when the bishop's wig flew off right before everyone's eyes. Letias then noted that it had been a long time since they had all sat together for dinner, and he missed their long-standing family tradition. Sasha agreed that the brothers were constantly busy, especially Benya, who began to appear at home very rarely. Benja was indignant. He was forced to work for two, because Letias was a rare lazy person. The guy said with annoyance that in the fall, they would have a lot of different events that would take a lot of time and energy. Benja noticed that Sasha was thinking about something and asked her if everything was okay with her. The girl replied that she was in a good mood. She was just wondering if Lady Adriana had been in the palace today. Benja replied that Lady Adriana had indeed come, since recently she had been replacing her mother at meetings. Unexpectedly, Letias apologized and hurried away, saying that he still needed to meet with Elsie. After Letias left, Sasha wondered whether to tell Benja that she had started taking the antidote. On the one hand, she didn't want to hide anything, but on the other hand, she didn't want to upset Benya. Nevertheless, having gathered her courage, Sasha decided to tell everything, starting with the fact that she plans to take one medicine and wants to know his opinion. Benja understood everything anyway, and without waiting for an explanation, simply showed Sasha the bottle with this medicine. Benya had no doubt that it was Valentina who gave these rare fruits to Sasha. Sasha said that it was she who asked Valentina for the medicine, and she told her to take it for no longer than 3 weeks. Benya chuckled and noticed that Sasha was protecting Valentina, as if he was afraid for her. Sasha only complained that these fruits were terribly bitter, and asked if Letias had tried them to get rid of his bad habit. Benja said that Letias, of course, drinks the medicine because he is a big fan of strong alcohol and therefore has to be constantly monitored. The guy added that these fruits are very dangerous, and he would never allow Sasha to eat them. Hearing that Benya knew about this medicine but didn't say anything, Sasha demanded that he give her the bottle back. She tried to explain that she simply didn't want to hide anything, and so she honestly confessed everything. Benya replied that since Sasha had decided to be honest with him, then she should not complain now. Sasha was very surprised to learn that there is a cure even for the rare and dangerous poison of the Serpent family. Benja proudly declared that this was the only worthwhile invention of their family, which was used to making money in various ways, including this one. Benja also added that Letias feels sick every time he has to take this medicine and suggested that Sasha see for herself. Benja had no doubt that Letias would become indignant and say that his brother wanted to poison him. Sasha, anticipating an interesting conversation, decided not to reveal all her cards to Benya for now. Benja, wanting to spend a little more time with Sasha, invited her to join him at the gala ball in honor of All Saints' Day. Sasha understood perfectly well that they were talking about the main event of the year, which would be the ball at the Imperial Palace. Benja honestly admitted that this evening would have been empty and boring for him without her. Sasha only noted that there would certainly be many girls at the ball who would be ready to share this evening with him. Despite the joking tone, Sasha happily agreed to go to the ball with Benya. Her dream was coming true, because the heroine of Sasha's favorite novel was never lucky enough to attend such an event. In a fit of joy, Sasha assured Benya that she would be the most beautiful lady at this celebration. Benja, in turn, admitted that he and Sasha had always been a special couple for him personally. He was grateful to fate that their meeting today allowed him to open up about his feelings. Sasha noted with a smile that he would have regretted it for a long time if he hadn't invited her to the ball today. Benja laughed and replied that he was ready to do anything to earn her forgiveness, even if it took him forever to beg for it. Suddenly, Sasha's heart started beating faster, and without thinking, she kissed Benya. Embarrassment overwhelmed her, and Sasha hastened to apologize for her behavior. Realizing that she needed time to come to her senses, Sasha quickly said goodbye to Benya and ran to her chambers. Left alone with her thoughts, Sasha scolded herself for her thoughtless act. And who the hell made her kiss the guy? To calm down, she remembered the relationships between the characters in a novel she had read recently. She knew that in the original story, Sasha and Benya were much closer than just friends. Sasha convinced herself that everything was going according to plan, because she herself provoked this kiss. Now she had to act more carefully, so as not to scare Benya and achieve her goal. Meanwhile, at the other end of the estate, Valentina and Jan's conversation began with a recollection of that terrible epidemic 9 years ago. Valentina told her brother that the empress who died of the plague had no relation to the Serpent family, and this is what interested Sasha. Jan found it strange that Valentina didn't ask Sasha herself about this, but Valentina's sharp answer interrupted Jan's reasoning, who tried in vain to accuse her of cowardice. Ignoring Valentina's irritation, Jan calmly told her that he and Sasha were being followed. Valentina decided that these people were connected with the assassination attempt that Sasha had recently suffered. Jan believed that it was necessary to act decisively and eliminate the person who ordered the crime, who was precisely Prince Noxus. Jan knew he had to proceed with caution, but he was upset that Sasha preferred to decide everything herself. Valentina explained to him that the prince had deliberately taken advantage of the loan situation in order to be closer to Sasha. She could not figure out his true intentions. Was he in love with Sasha, or did he have hidden motives? Jan did not immediately understand what his sister meant, and asked Valentina to be more specific. To clarify, Jan compared the prince to the hero of a famous novel, in which he was obsessed with an innocent girl who served in their house. Valentina agreed with him, hinting that the comparison was very apt, and that this was exactly how she imagined this person. For a second, the guy's expression changed, and he asked again who exactly Valentina meant in the role of Sasha's rejected suitor. Could it really be Noxus? To this direct question, Yana Valentina calmly answered that he understood everything correctly and that it was about the prince. Imagining the comical nature of the situation, Jan couldn't help but laugh at the picture. Feeling obliged to protect his friend's name, he firmly decided to carry out Valentina's instructions and give her the exact information a little later. Valentina, not doubting his abilities, completely entrusted him with this task and said goodbye, agreeing on the next meeting. Barely hiding his smile, Jan promised that he would not let his sister down, although this situation still seemed too stupid and absurd to him. Suddenly, he turned around sharply, addressing the one who had been listening to their conversation all this time right outside the door. Recognizing Benya, he asked with fear in his voice what his intentions were regarding their conversation with his sister. In response, Benja's cold voice rang out, immediately making it clear that everything depended only on Jan himself. Trying to speak calmly, Jan asked what exactly Benja was interested in. Benja briefly ordered him to tell everything concerning his task, which he had discussed with Valentina. By that time, the sky above the city was covered with dark clouds, hiding the stars. Letias happily greeted Sasha, who was excitedly descending the stairs towards him. Having appreciated Sasha's beauty, he promised that she would never forget this evening. He also jokingly ordered his companion to protect Sasha from annoying admirers. Letias recalled with a slight smile how he and Sasha had dreamed as children about going to such a fancy ball. Looking at the shining Sasha, he thought about how their life would have turned out if they had met earlier. Faber, seeing him from afar, reported to young Pierre that guests had come to see him. Pierre greeted Sasha and his cousin Letias with genuine joy, whom he had not seen for a long time. The sudden barking of a dog displeased Letias, who did not have much love for animals. Pierre explained the puppy's appearance by saying that it was a gift from his father, especially for Sasha. The cute puppy immediately charmed Sasha, and she invited Letias to pet him. Pierre was pleased to see how sincerely Sasha was happy about the gift, because they had thought for a long time whether to give her a dog. Although Letias was charmed by the puppy, he chose to hide his feelings and said that he simply came closer to take a closer look. After accepting the gift, Sasha asked Pierre if he planned to attend the ball with them. At that moment, Benja appeared in the hall, who was always aware of all the events, and knew that Sasha was supposed to get a pet today. But Benja immediately demanded that the puppy be removed. He didn't like the smell coming from it. Latias was surprised by his brother's indifference to Sasha's feelings, who liked the puppy. Pierre immediately tried to talk to Benya and thank him for everything he did for his father. Not wanting to waste time on unnecessary words, Benja briefly asked how things were going for Pierre at work. Without listening to the end of the young man's answer, Benja suggested that everyone hurry up so as not to waste time. When saying goodbye, Pierre expressed hope for a quick meeting at the ball because he intended to go there right after work. Benya nodded briefly to Sasha, not showing off their close relationship in public. Sasha, in turn, noted that today Benja looks great, although in fact he always knew how to hold his own in society. Benja admitted that he made every effort to match Sasha's beauty. Having accepted the compliment, Sasha went with Benya to the palace. On the way, Sasha remembered with gratitude the beautiful bracelet, a gift from her friend Alfonsia. Alfonsia, however, believed that the gift was just a small thing compared to what Sasha had done for her. Sasha was touched by her friend's words and promised to keep the gift as the most precious thing. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the excited voice of Adriana, who was looking for one girl and, to her happiness, ran into friends. Greeting everyone who had gathered, Adriana noted with surprise that they had arrived too early. Noticing Sasha, Adriana was delighted and decided that it was Benya who had invited her to the ball. Benya, however, explained that Sasha made the decision to come to the ball herself, and no one could force her to do it. Surprised, Adriana asked Sasha if this was her first time in such a luxurious imperial palace. Benja, not wanting to draw attention to his chosen one, asked Adriana to leave her alone. The herald's solemn announcement called for silence from all present, as the emperor himself appeared in the center of the hall. Looking at the emperor, Sasha found him similar to Noxus, and the strangeness of his behavior reminded her of Asad. Benja explained his unusual behavior by the fact that he does not like public events, especially in the presence of both sons. With a touch of irony, Asad advised Benyer to watch his speech, reminding him that family ties were also very important. Asad also added that Benya's recent apologies did not sound very convincing. Looking at his friend and his companion, Asad thought bitterly about why such a nice girl went to Benya and not to him. Noticing Adriana's absence, Benya did not miss the opportunity to remind Asad of this. After apologizing to Asad, Adriana quickly explained that she had to step away for a while to find her brother. But Asad immediately calmed Adriana down, assuring her that he was not at all offended by her. Asad only noted that sometimes younger brothers and sisters cause a lot of trouble for each other. Adriana agreed with him and added that she would be happy if Sasha were her sister. Benja suddenly remembered that he once had a younger sister, but he lost her. Adriana's words gave Sasha strange thoughts, and it seemed to her that Adriana saw her only as a replacement for Benyer's deceased sister, and not as his chosen one. Noxus noted with sarcasm that the Serpente family members were now appearing everywhere with a new companion. Asad, feeling guilty for his brother's behavior, apologized to Benya for his harsh words. Trying to smooth over the unpleasant situation, Asad suggested that his brother observe the rules of decency because this day was special. Not wanting to listen to moralizing, Noxus suggested that his brother not interfere in his conversation with Benya. Asad, wanting to pique Noxus's pride, sarcastically asked if he was trying to become one of their own. Sensing that the conflict could flare up again, Adriana hastened to calm Asad. Adriana explained to Noxus that Sasha worked in the Serpenti house, so her presence at the ball was understandable. Noxus dismissively remarked that lineage and titles meant nothing to him. Sasha was hurt by Noxus' words, even though they were not addressed to her, and, on the contrary, spoke of the prince's mature character. Noxus decided that he had accidentally offended Sasha, for which he felt ashamed and wanted to apologize as soon as possible. Sasha didn't stay angry for long, assuring Noxus that his words hadn't hurt her feelings. Wanting to make amends, Noxus gallantly invited Sasha to dance. Benja pointed out sharply that the prince had a very strange way of apologizing to a girl when inviting her to dance. Noxus, justifying himself, admitted that he was simply jealous of the guys who were already dancing with girls. Sasha, seeing Noxus's ardent desire, accepted his apology and agreed to dance. The couple whirled in a waltz under the flickering light of the imperial hall's huge chandeliers, richly decorated with gold. During the dance, Noxus could not calm down, worrying that he had upset Sasha. The girl, noticing his agitation, calmed the prince, assuring him that she held no grudge against him. Noxus was glad to hear this, and also noted that Sasha danced beautifully. Suddenly, he asked the girl if the dance teacher had been too strict with her, and if he had punished her. Noxus asked a few more strange questions, trying to find out if Sasha had any other strict teachers besides the dance teacher. Sasha just smiled to herself, guessing that Noxus had simply forgotten where she had learned all these intricacies. Having finished the dance, the girl wanted to take a little break from everyone's attention, but it was not to be, because a whole line of gentlemen wishing to dance had formed towards her. Sasha was able to free herself only by dancing with Latias, who was the last in line. Tired of endless dancing, Sasha ran into Fleur, whose look did not bode well. Without wasting a minute, Fleur unleashed a barrage of questions on the girl, which greatly puzzled her. Sasha had absolutely no idea what had caused Fleur's violent reaction and what was going on. Fleur angrily reminded Sasha of her father's illness, accusing her of inappropriate behavior. Sasha tried to calm the angry girl down, explaining that she had only sent Fleur's family wishes for a speedy recovery and one antique item that had once belonged to their family. It turned out to be a valuable pen that Lady Fleur's brother had once received as a birthday present. Surprised, Fleur demanded an explanation of where Sasha got this thing so dear to their family. The girl decided that Sasha had bewitched her brother and his friend, and was now trying to harm the whole family. Enraged, Fleur continued to blame Sasha for all the sins that had befallen their family. In the end, she asked Sasha directly if she was their secret relative. Fleur's suggestion seemed so ridiculous to Sasha that she couldn't help but laugh. Fleur was furious with Sasha's reaction and demanded that he stop laughing and answer her questions seriously. Fortunately, Pierre appeared, and noticing the girls' quarrel, decided to intervene. Fleur, even more angered by Pierre's appearance, began to accuse him of being under Sasha's spell. Remaining calm, Pierre asked Fleur to be more restrained and show at least a drop of respect for Sasha. Not understanding Pierre's words, Fleur reminded him who Sasha had been before and how they all treated her. Pierre sighed, because he had already explained to Fleur more than once that people change and there is no need to judge by the past. Adriana, who was dissatisfied with Lady Fleur's behavior, also witnessed this ugly scene. Fleur, in her usual manner, responded to Adriana in the same rude manner, barely holding back from insults. She made it clear to Adriana that she had no intention of discussing this conversation with her. Adriana, ignoring Lady Fleur's threatening tone, turned to her with a question about why she hated Sasha so much. Fleur, getting even angrier, literally muttered through her teeth that she didn't want to see Sasha in this palace. Adriana tried to reason with the girls who had separated and suggested that they calm down and discuss everything peacefully. She believed that there were no problems that could not be solved by calm conversation. It seemed that the conflict was about to be resolved, but everyone's attention was drawn to the appearance of Latias and Benja. Latias immediately headed towards Sasha, wanting to know where she had been all this time. Benja was surprised to see a group gathered in the distance and hear loud swearing that even drowned out the orchestra's music. Seizing the right moment, Adriana explained to Benja what was going on and what was going on here. Pierre, supporting Adriana, said that it was time to put an end to this senseless quarrel. Adriana also confidently stated that it was necessary to end this conflict once and for all. She suggested that Sasha forgive Fleur because she was much wiser than her, believing that after that, everything would work out. Sasha looked at them and thought that Adriana could sometimes be too naive. She remembered that she had recently seen a different side of Adriana when she was not so friendly towards her. Sasha realized that Adriana, due to her upbringing, firmly believed that good always triumphs over evil. This childish confidence both pleased Sasha and made her slightly irritated. Alfonsia believed that Sasha herself should decide whether to forgive Lady Fleur, since she had put her life at risk. Despite Lady Adriana's good intentions, Alfonsia hinted that she should be apologizing to someone else. After all, it was Lady Fleur, as it turned out, who was detained on her way to the ladies' room that everyone was talking about. Hearing these words, Sasha remembered how she pretended to be looking for Lady Fleur, just to leave the ball unnoticed. She had found herself in that ill-fated ladies' room long before all these events, which is why she was here now. She was completely unconcerned by the current situation, since she had nothing to lose anyway. Noxus, who appeared to be following the girl, asked if she was okay, clearly surprised by her calmness. Sasha asked a counter question and immediately asked if Noxus really intended to follow her even here. Suddenly changing the subject, Sasha asked Noxus directly if he had anything important to tell her. Noxus suddenly responded by stating that he was not at all surprised by Lady Adriana's eternal naivety. Sasha felt like Noxus was enjoying watching her reactions to his remarks, and she told him so too. Prince Noxus calmly said that he was not going to interrogate Sasha, but he could clearly see that she was very worried. But why was she suddenly shaking so much? Noxus noticed how Sasha's hands began to tremble as soon as the prince looked at her. Embarrassed, Sasha tried to hide her excitement, blaming it all on her intense hunger. But then Sasha once again openly expressed her irritation at Noxus's strange habit of watching her reactions. After listening to her, Noxus noted that this was the first time he had encountered such a boorish attitude towards himself. He believed that such a smart girl like Sasha could only be insolent out of fear of someone more powerful. What if he talks to Lady Fleur's father and asks him to leave Sasha alone? Will her fears disappear? Noxus admitted that no matter how Sasha felt about it, he would not allow her to be treated poorly. Suddenly, the prince declared that he had had many girls before, and that Sasha should not take his attention to her so seriously. The conversation was interrupted by Assad, who appeared and noted his brother's strange behavior that evening. Noxus responded by saying that he was always surprised by Assad's attempts to appear better than he was. Watching them, Sasha remembered that the brothers had a cool relationship. It became clear to her that Noxus was pursuing Assad's beloved, not just like that, but because of an old grudge against his brother and jealousy of their mother's love for her eldest son. Sasha began to doubt whether Assad was really in love, because since their last meeting, it was not so much she who had changed, but his understanding of life. Benya suddenly came up to her and addressed her in a stern tone, which greatly surprised Sasha. She thought that this behavior was strange for Beignet, although of course this time he appeared at the right time. Having calmed down a little, he asked if everything was okay with her and extended his strong hand towards her. Sasha said that it would be very offensive to leave the ball without dancing, especially since it was the first time they had come to the ball together. Benja responded by confessing that he hadn't danced for a long time and was now afraid to step on her foot. He noticed that Latias was mostly involved in balls and other social entertainment, while he had more serious matters to attend to. Looking at him, Sasha wondered how much the brothers' lives had changed in the years that she had not been around. Sasha encouraged Benja, saying that she would remind him of everything and show him how to dance correctly. Noticing the dancing couple, Letias was surprised to realize that Benja had finally matured and become bolder in his relationships with girls. But Benja immediately asked Letias how much he had drunk today, noticing his brother's loose speech. Letias, offended, assured his brother that he had only drunk 1 glass of juice the whole evening. Suddenly, an enraged Juan jumped up and immediately began to rudely insult Letias. Adriana hastened to calm him down, not understanding what was going on here and why Juan had suddenly gone mad. Benya calmly suggested that Juan follow Adriana's example and not make a scene. An enraged Juan responded by accusing Benya of arrogance and hypocrisy and asked him not to interfere. Seeing what was happening, Sasha firmly ordered Juan to apologize for his rudeness. Hearing the noise, Noxus approached them and asked what was going on. Noticing Adriana's distress, Sasha asked how she was feeling and offered her a handkerchief. Suddenly, Adriana roughly pushed Sasha's hand away and threw the scarf aside, which shocked everyone at once. Embarrassed, Adriana apologized to Sasha for her harshness, saying that she did not do it on purpose. Benja reassured Adriana by saying that everyone understood her feelings perfectly. Turning to Latias, he informed him that they were leaving and, having said goodbye, he quickly left the palace. After watching them leave, Prince Assad wished everyone a pleasant evening and advised them not to take what had happened today to heart. That evening, Benja returned home much earlier than usual, which surprised the court servants. Looking at him, Sasha made it clear that she was worried and knew that Benya had accumulated questions for her. Benya, noticing Sasha's every movement, had already guessed her plan, although she, as always, kept her plans a secret. Anger towards Sasha's offender boiled within him, but Benya tried to remain calm so as not to upset her even more. Watching how skillfully Sasha turns any situation into an adventure, Benja wanted to understand his role in her drama. Benja's patience was at its limit, and he firmly demanded that this farce be stopped. Otherwise, he himself would be forced to intervene. Deep down, he felt that he was ready to do anything for Sasha, even to once again become a ruthless tool in her capable hands. Sasha sincerely did not understand why Beignet would commit bad deeds if there were other ways to solve problems. It was only with a huge effort of will that Beignet restrained himself today and did not let his anger burst out. Feeling guilty for ruining the evening, Benya sent the upset Sasha off to rest. But then, with bitterness in her voice, Sasha reminded Benya that no one existed for her except him, and therefore there could be no strange games. No matter how strong their feelings were, neither Benya nor Sasha could simply change themselves for the sake of love. Sasha begged Benya to drop the secrets and admit that he had been watching her all this time to protect her from danger. By the way, behind Prince Assad's angelic appearance, there was a secret that alarmed Sasha. And Benya, jealous of Sasha towards him, hid it behind a mask of indifference, which caused pain to the girl. Protecting Sasha became more important than anything else in the world for Benya, and he told Sasha this directly. Sasha's heart sank when she saw the price Benya paid for this very protection. It is unlikely that Latias would have survived without the help and support of the brave Benja, who managed all the affairs of the house from the very beginning. If Benja had not been there, the life of the imperial family would hardly have been so calm and safe. But Sasha understood that even the strongest defender also needed someone to help him. However, Benya did not consider himself worthy of such strong love for him from Sasha, because he valued her own merits above all else in the world. Sasha believed that their relationship was not accidental, because it was a deliberate choice of two free people. Now Benja won't be able to push her away, even if he really wants to. Having confessed her love to Benya, Sasha assured him that she would never regret having met him. Benya, accustomed to not trusting words, at first doubted Sasha's feelings a little, although Sasha yearned for him every day in her cold bed, enjoying the silence and listening to every sound that spoke of Benya's return. She eagerly caught any rustle, praying to finally hear the voice of her beloved and calm down. Sasha didn't care what awaited them ahead, heavenly groves or hellish fire, as long as she was next to Benya. And Benja, no longer able to hide his feelings, reciprocated her feelings. That magical night that the lovers spent together was woven from passion and tenderness, becoming the happiest night for both of them. In the morning, Letias discovered a funny little dog in his room, whose presence did not at all match the luxurious surroundings. Noticing the embarrassment and blush on Alfonsia's face, Sasha asked directly what the reason for such excitement was. Judging by everything, Letias and Alfonsia spent last night no less interestingly than Benja and Sasha. Sasha allowed herself a sly smile when she realized that very soon this couple would be united in marriage. Blushing under Sasha's inquisitive gaze, Alfonsia hurried away. Sasha looked at Letias with surprise. Why did he let Alfonsia go alone? But before answering, Letias wanted to discuss one important issue with Sasha, without whom he would not be able to make a decision. Letias asked how she would feel about scheduling the wedding a little earlier than expected. Sasha supported him, because she and Alfonsia had been in the status of bride and groom for too long. But Letias was a little afraid of how Benja would react to this decision, and this is exactly what he wanted to find out from Sasha. After all, it was Benja who insisted on the engagement, although Letias himself was against it, which means he might be angry when he finds out that Letias decided everything on his own. Or maybe Benja will approve of such a hasty decision, having learned about everything after the fact. Sasha just laughed. Did Letias seriously think that she and Benja would interfere with his plans for their marriage? There is nothing more important to them than Letias' happiness, and he can be sure of their support. A delighted Letias thanked Sasha and went to carry out his plan. Sasha looked after him, because just recently Lydias was a little boy, and he was already getting married. When Benja entered, Sasha explained that she was going to a gala evening and didn't know what dress to choose. Benja asked where exactly she was going. Was it another charity event? Sasha explained her idea to him, She wanted to remind the townspeople to whom they owe the prosperity of their hometown. Benja nodded in response, since he was going to the palace for the same purpose, which meant they were on the same path. Sasha continued to try on her outfits and couldn't decide which one to choose. After all, she was not just going to be present at the evening, but to represent the legendary Serpent family. Sasha's beauty made her more confident, because she believed that it was precisely because of his striking appearance that Benya kept her company. Despite the fact that Benya did not hide his sympathy, Sasha could hear some secret motives in his words, which he was still keeping silent about. Although it must be said that Benya's attempts to appear so mysterious and secretive seemed very attractive to Sasha. An hour later, one of the city beggars decided that if he asked Sasha for alms again, he would be able to receive even more gifts. Having received the desired alms from Sasha's hands, the beggar thanked the girl with all his heart for her kindness. While walking around the festive city, Sasha decided to tell Benya about the traditions of celebrating All Saints' Day in the capital. In the crowd of passers-by, Sasha noticed a familiar face, and coming closer, decided to find out what brought him here. Jerome admitted that he attended the party not only for the celebration, and Latias probably already received the puppy he gave her. Sasha was glad that Latias liked the gift, and noted that Pierre carried out the order exactly. Jerome praised the girl's kindness, but had no doubt that she had more important things to do than charity. Sasha felt that after his recent actions, Jerome had changed somewhat, deciding that he had become Sasha's right hand. Seizing the right moment, Sasha decided to ask Jerome the question that had been bothering her. Jerome was ready to answer any of Sasha's questions, no matter how difficult they were. Curiosity overcame her caution, and Sasha decided to ask about the events that happened many years ago in that damn tower, because she knew how difficult it was to pull it off. Jerome admitted that he knew nothing about it beforehand, but he remembered his brother's story about a certain book that he gave to his friend. Jerome himself would have liked to know the contents of that book, but he doubted that his brother would share the secret with him. Sasha smiled to herself, because now that Jerome's brother knew whose side he was on, no one would tell him anything. Jerome shared his suspicions that his brother was still in contact with Rosa Fasanici. At Sasha's request, Jerome was willing to meet his brothers and find out everything about that mysterious book in order to help her. Sasha was grateful to Jerome for his help and handed him a bag of coins as a token of her appreciation. The results of the meeting exceeded all expectations, and Sasha was very pleased with the conversation. Having sent Jerome on an errand, Sasha was finally able to take a little rest. Unexpectedly for Sasha, a servant entered the room with the message that the prince wanted to see her. That evening, Sasha met Noxus in an inconspicuous tavern that she had chosen for the meeting. Apparently, His Highness enjoyed spending time in places like this. And not without reason. The palace walls are full of ears and gossip, and therefore Noxus preferred secret meetings. Despite the seeming ordinariness of this place, Sasha had doubts about their safety. Noxus himself understood this perfectly well, and before starting the conversation, asked about Sasha's well-being after their last meeting. Sasha suspected that Noxus had lured her here under false pretenses and intended to interrogate her again. Noticing that Sasha was getting nervous, Noxus assured her that she had nothing to fear and could leave at any moment. Despite Noxus's assurances, Sasha asked him not to pressure her, making it clear that she was difficult to convince of anything. Noxus' words that he would not allow Sasha to be treated badly sounded quite sincere this time. Noxus had no doubt that the Serpente family was simply using the girl in their own evil plans. The prince once again called on Sasha not to delay making a decision and to go over to his side. Sasha's patience snapped at that moment, and she abruptly cut Noxus off. But it was not easy to dissuade the prince. He was sure that Sasha would definitely appreciate his sincerity and protection. To make amends for what happened at the ball, Noxus wanted to send Juan to Serpenta with an apology, but he doubted that it would have any effect. At parting, Noxus once again asked Sasha to think everything over, assuring that he would always be there. Unexpectedly for everyone, even before Juan had time to talk to Serpente, news arrived of the Duchess's death. The atmosphere at the funeral was oppressive, and in addition to the mourning, the guests were tormented by the terrible smell emanating from the body of the deceased. Those present whispered in low voices. Some said that the Duchess was cursed, while others linked her death with the death of her husband. Adriana, surrounded by guests, tried to hold on and accept condolences. Expressing her condolences to Juan, Sasha noted that she had heard about the serious illness that had taken the Duchess. But Juan took his mother's death calmly, because he and his sister had long been prepared for it, and no one really loved the Duchess anyway. Juan knew that Sasha had probably heard various rumors about his mother that were circulating around the city. Sasha did not deny it. She was familiar with different opinions, but she was sure that Adriana's grief was sincere. But Alfonsia doubted the kindness of her late mother, believing that she herself would have dealt with Adriana if she had had the opportunity. Sasha noted that Juan was hardly upset by his mother's death, since she never loved his sister and often offended her. Juan still felt awkward about his behavior at the ball, so before continuing, he checked with Sasha if she held a grudge. Sasha assured Juan that she held no grudges and that he should focus on more important things. Juan reproached himself for the rudeness he had shown towards Benja and understood that he had behaved inappropriately. Adriana, seeing her brother at her mother's grave, was surprised by his appearance and asked why he had come here. It turned out that Juan had managed to tell Sasha about how badly their late stepmother treated Adriana. Adriana replied sheepishly that all that was in the past, and Juan had always been on her side. Sasha had the feeling that Adriana had specifically emphasized Juan's loyalty so that she, Sasha, would know about it. Their conversation was interrupted by Prince Assad, who came to express his condolences to Adriana and Juan. Unable to resist, Letias made a caustic comment about the unpleasant smell in the cemetery. Remembering his behavior at the ball, Juan decided that he needed to apologize to Benja too. But Benja answered him that the day of the funeral was not quite the right time for an apology. He warned Juan that he could get seriously hurt next time if he was so reckless. Prince Assad supported Benja, reminding him that if he had not intervened then, they would have had to arrange a funeral for Juan himself. Wanting to change the subject, Adriana asked Sasha if she had brought these beautiful lilies. She sincerely thanked the girl, making it clear how important Sasha's participation was to her. Adriana even compared Sasha to her late mother, with whom she thought they could have become friends. These words made Sasha remember the story of the late Duchess, who was not the kindest mother to Adriana. The thought of being compared to a woman like the late Duchess left Sasha with nothing but bewilderment. In her heart, she hoped that the late Duchess had gotten what she deserved, considering her terrible actions in the past. Adriana looked at Sasha and quietly reminded him that he shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Sasha tried to explain that her harsh words were just her reaction to Juan's story. Not wanting to involve Sasha in their conversation, Juan said that it was he who asked the girl to listen to his family stories. In fact, Sasha just wanted to support him and convince him to apologize to Benja. Sasha didn't like at all that Juan was speaking for her, as if she herself couldn't express her opinion. Benja noted out loud that Sasha was behaving much more decently today than he and Letias had. Letias agreed with his brother, adding that Sasha could really be trusted because she had become an adult not only in appearance, but also in her character. Prince Assad, meanwhile, hinted to Sasha about a reward for any interesting information they could tell him about the enemies of the throne. Sasha immediately realized that he wanted to use her as a spy who would not arouse any suspicion. Benja slyly whispered in the ear of his beloved so that she would come up with a couple of incredible stories and pass them off as information, receiving her reward. Tired of the heavy atmosphere of the funeral, Benja decided to go home. Before leaving, Prince Assad once again expressed his condolences and promised assistance. When Benja suggested going into the tavern, Letias firmly refused, not wanting to interrupt his already short period of sobriety. Benja reminded him that it was Letias's idea, who himself suggested celebrating the event. Looking at the visitors, Sasha noted that this tavern attracted a very diverse crowd. Letias was irritated by the noise and the large number of people, which made it difficult to hear each other. Yan did not immediately understand Letias's reproach, because it was his brother Benja who invited all these guests. True, Letias was not going to announce the main news of his personal life today, but he got up from the table and loudly attracted the attention of everyone present by solemnly announcing his engagement. Someone from the crowd was indignant. Why was it necessary to make such a fuss about this? Ignoring the shouts from the crowd, Letias excitedly announced that the wedding would take place in the winter, just before Christmas. Yan was surprised to hear that the wedding was happening so soon, because Christmas was only a month away. Yan's sharp question about the reasons for such a hasty decision even offended Latias, and he almost attacked the guy. The guests began to congratulate Latias one after the other, wishing him all the best and family well-being. Latias caught Sasha's eye and asked if she wanted to tell him something. He explained to her that he and Alfonsia wanted to get married as soon as possible and hoped for her understanding. Of course, Sasha understood that the wedding chores would fall on her shoulders, but she still congratulated Latias with a joyful smile on her face. Benja also did not hide his surprise, because he thought that the wedding would take place much later. He noted in his usual manner that Latias often made rash decisions. Before leaving, Benja asked Latias to discuss some details of the future wedding with him later. Sasha asked everyone present to simply enjoy the evening and not think about anything bad. Touched by Sasha's concern, Latias could not resist and hugged his friend tightly. Watching Latias happy, Sasha was happy because she managed to avoid Latias and Adriana's romance, which was in the original story. The party was in full swing, the guests were having fun, and even decided to have a fun competition to see who could drink the most beer. Sasha tried to keep an eye on Latias unnoticed, afraid that he might drink too much and get upset. She was a little sad that Estelle couldn't come and share the fun with them. Suddenly, a servant appeared and announced the arrival of a guest. Benja was extremely surprised to see Sasha and hurried to find out what she was doing there. The girl did not lose her head and answered that she was waiting for him. But why was he asking about it with such surprise? Sasha smiled as she told about her victory, because she managed to drink more beer than anyone else. Explaining her actions, the girl stated that she drank everything herself in order to protect her friend from a hangover the next day. Looking at his friend, Benja noticed that, most likely, she didn't care at all about Latias's condition, but simply wanted to get drunk. Sasha had no choice but to admit that she hadn't had this much fun in a long time. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the girl decided to find out Benja's opinion about the upcoming wedding of their mutual friend. He only calmly noted that it was only a matter of time. With a slight grin, Benja noted that Latia's attitude toward marriage had changed a lot in recent times. Benja noticed that Latias, as always, was dragging things out until the last minute and was acting somehow absurdly and without preparation. A mischievous glint flashed in Benja's eyes as an unusual idea came to his mind. He clearly decided for himself to do everything possible to ensure that this wedding would be remembered for a long time by all the guests. Noticing that the topic had been exhausted, Sasha told about her recent meeting with Uncle Benya and his confession. However, the girl immediately admitted that she still did not understand how one could poison a person using just some book. After listening to her, Benja thoughtfully rubbed his chin and laid out his version of what happened. He suggested that the pages of the book were treated with poison, which entered the Empress's body through touching the pages. Sasha screamed joyfully, because now she finally understood the poisoning scheme. She immediately asked herself a new question. Did the courier who delivered the book know that he was involved in a conspiracy? Benya just looked closely into her eyes, noticing that Sasha knew too well about this courier. The girl explained that she knew him superficially, but it seemed to her that he would not do something like that. Having observed him before, she had concluded that he was vain by nature and given to self-praise. Continuing to think out loud, Sasha suddenly compared him to Juan and was surprised by their similarity. Benja, hearing her words, grinned and noted that both of them had a desire to seem better than they actually were. With contempt, Benja once again recalled Juan's recent act, which had only caused disgust. With a slight smile, Sasha replied that everything she told was the pure truth. Suddenly, she playfully asked Benja what it was like to be a terrible owner who was attached to his own property. Benya appreciated that Sasha called him master and was not against such words. Gently hugging Sasha, he whispered to her that in reality, only she makes decisions and dictates the rules here. The lovers decided that the wedding would take place on the grounds of their new Wendy's hotel. Now, Sasha faced a new task: to take on all organizational issues of the upcoming celebration. The idea for the hotel was given to them by Count Orsini, and the happy bride and groom agreed without hesitation and completely entrusted the preparations to Sasha. The girl, taking advantage of the opportunity, turned to a police officer she knew with a request to ensure order at Latias's wedding. Despite a lot of worries and troubles, Sasha could not refuse to talk to her friend Valentina. Sasha was sincerely glad to see her friend, whom she had not seen for a long time, and listened to her with interest. Having accepted a gift in a beautiful box from Valentina's hands, Sasha was very surprised, wondering what holiday was the reason for such generosity. Valentina smiled mysteriously and noted that Sasha would receive a great gift for Christmas. Imagine Sasha's surprise when, upon opening the gift box, she discovered a hat with a gun hidden inside. Valentina explained that the gun was made to order especially for Sasha, and the unusual shape is only a necessity to carry it discreetly. Deeply touched by Valentina's care and attention, Sasha thanked her for the original and much-needed gift. She responded by noting that she was fulfilling the request of her master Benja, and nothing more. A thought flashed through Sasha's mind. Why didn't he decide to give her this gift himself? Valentina, as a good friend, immediately understood what Sasha was thinking, but did not say anything to her. She found Benier's attention to Sasha and the whole situation suspicious. After telling about the rumors that were connected with Latias and the reason for his hasty wedding, she noted the strangeness of such a gift. Then Valentina asked Sasha directly about what was happening in her personal life now, if she could, of course, trust her friend with her secret. In the midst of the girls' conversations, a servant knocked on the door to inform Sasha of a new guest. Sasha couldn't understand, wondering who could disturb them so late. Imagine her surprise when none other than Prince Assad appeared on the threshold and immediately apologized for his late visit. Noticing her embarrassment, he accepted the offered cup of tea, trying to act as naturally as possible. Watching Sasha, the prince noted with a smile that she seemed to rule the entire Serpenti household. Sasha would have been glad to share her concerns with him, but something kept her from being frank. Blushing slightly, she admitted that without her control, chaos would have reigned in the house long ago. Assad, smiling, reminded that Christmas is just around the corner, which means it's time to take special care of your reputation. Sasha smiled to herself, because it was so easy to talk about reputation to someone who didn't know what real pain and loss were. Unexpectedly, Assad asked if it was true that she had insisted on strengthening the security of Serpenti's house. It was as if he saw right through her and wanted to make sure that this was nothing more than simple caution. Sasha just looked at him in response, not understanding what he was getting at. It turned out that Prince Noxus had recently come to Acid with a request. He wanted to know the origin of the fountain pen that belonged to Sasha. It turned out that she herself sent the pen to Count Vibora, but somehow it ended up in Noxus. Assad wondered why the Count needed to pass the pen to his brother and what the point was. Sasha felt uneasy. What if Count Vibora was planning to discredit her? Sighing, she merely noted that Assad, of course, was well aware of his brother's reputation. Assad kept silent about the main thing, not wanting to upset her and cause even more anxiety in her heart. Noxus, according to Assad, trying to pry details of his past out of him, waved that pen as if it were the main evidence in some crime. Realizing that his brother had unwittingly gotten involved in a dangerous game, Assad told him everything he knew and strictly forbade him to talk about it with anyone else. But Sasha understood that Noxus would have found out the truth anyway. Too many people were privy to it. Sensing that excessive interest from Noxus would not bode well for her, Sasha deliberately sent the pen to the Count in case the prince became interested in her past. Assad noticed a shadow of sadness in the eyes of his young interlocutor and hastened to find out what was bothering her now. Sasha assured Assad that she would do everything to protect him, even at the cost of great losses. An agitated Assad admitted that he himself was beside himself with worry for Sasha. He bitterly remarked to the girl that taking revenge was like drinking poison and hoping that someone else would die. Yes, he tried to explain to Sasha that the thirst for revenge is a dead end, leading only to new losses and suffering. Then the prince asked why she needed this revenge. Would it really bring her loved ones back? Instead of revenge, Assad suggested that Sasha try to live on and find joy in life despite everything. Assad just couldn't understand why Sasha's brother allowed her to get drawn into such a dangerous game. Sasha noted with bitterness that it seemed the prince saw her as nothing more than his beautiful doll. Her words sounded like an accusation. Did he really think that a woman should wait silently while men decided her fate? Sasha compared him to the heroes of her favorite novels, who seemed to observe life from the outside. As a rule, such heroes get out of trouble unscathed, achieving what they want thanks to their composure and ability to foresee events. Assad was quick to assure her that he was not like that at all. Sasha, trying to hide her anxiety, thanked him for his participation, making it clear that she did not need his patronage. She stressed that she had decided to take revenge herself and was not going to justify herself to anyone. Then she asked Assad directly why he himself had not yet taken revenge for his mother's death. Did he really not have the willpower to do so? Assad calmly explained that his goal was to find and punish the person who ordered the crime. He admitted that although the thirst for revenge never leaves him for a minute, he wants to restore justice. Sasha, accustomed to relying only on herself, noticed that such crimes are not committed alone. She carefully asked Assad if he had ever thought that his own father might have been involved in his mother's death. After this question, Assad nervously crossed his arms, because this thought had crossed his mind more than once, but he was afraid to believe it. Only now did Assad understand why Sasha decided that he had resigned himself and forgotten about his revenge. In turn, Sasha realized how wrong she was about Assad and sincerely asked him for forgiveness. Assad admitted that, without wanting to, he had exposed himself as a monster in her eyes. He realized that, wanting to protect Sasha and avenge his mother's death, he had turned her against himself even before he told her about his feelings. Sasha looked at him in surprise. Could his concern for her brother really be dictated by his love for her? It turned out that Assad had fallen in love with her many years ago when he first met her. He tried to forget Sasha for a long time, but a recent meeting with her awakened his feelings with renewed vigor. Embarrassed, Sasha reminded the prince of his fiancée, since he was already engaged to Lady Adriana. Prince Assad wanted to marry only Sasha and no one else, and he saw only her next to him at the altar. Sasha didn't believe in their future together, even if her heart didn't belong to Benya. Assad thought that Sasha was being negatively affected by the gossip of those around her, which is why she could not sort out her feelings. After a few minutes of complete silence, Assad decided to take a break from matters of the heart and focused on matters of state, finally understanding Sasha's feelings for him. And Sasha suddenly remembered that because of those tragic events in the tower, their happy childhood ended too quickly. Sighing, she assured the prince that she would not cause him any trouble and that he need not worry about it. The prince bitterly noted that Sasha had already hurt him, so he could only offer his help. Having finished this difficult conversation, Sasha quietly went home, going over in her head the details of her recent communication with the prince. Suddenly, someone's hand reached out from around the corner towards her to grab her from behind. She screamed loudly, trying to understand what was happening, but fear seemed to paralyze her. Noxus appeared in front of her, and with obvious interest, he began asking her about her meeting with his brother Assad. Sasha immediately noticed that the brothers were similar, not only in appearance, but also in their habit of appearing suddenly. Noxus reproachfully said that Sasha was hiding important information from him. A romantic story of their love immediately arose in his imagination, where Prince Assad must play the role of the noble savior of the princess from the tower. He jealously asked Sasha why she had been trying to please him all this time. Sasha looked at him with a smile and replied that it was he who was looking for her attention, and not the other way around. The girl openly stated that if she had known in advance about his stupidity and jealousy, she would have told him everything as it was, just so that he would leave her alone. She was amazed that Noxus, who hated his brother so much, would rush to him for details. Sasha decided to dispel all his illusions and explained that all this time she was only a teacher of the girl Estelle, who lives in the tower. Losing control of herself, she loudly asked Noxus if he wanted to know the details of their imprisonment. Although deep down, Sasha doubted that he was capable of understanding anything at all. Unexpectedly, Noxus concluded that Assad had been mistreating her in the tower the entire time they were locked in it. He also thought that the feather she sent was just her innocent prank, not a threat. A little tired of this conversation, Sasha asked if the prince had any more questions for her. Noxus, feeling awkward, apologized for the inconvenience. Sasha replied that Noxus' friends didn't trust her too much, and she was already used to it. Suddenly, Noxus began loudly reproaching Sasha for continuing to meet with Assad. He said in despair that he would not let her go until he knew the whole truth. But Sasha firmly stated that he was the only one to blame for all his troubles and demanded that she be let go. Suddenly, Noxus remembered the poisonous fruits and suggested that Sasha was used to the poison and her body did not react to it. He immediately offered to take her to a healer who would help her get rid of the effects of the poisoning. Turning his back on Sasha, Noxus said that he believed her and would be on her side no matter what happened. He sincerely regretted his words and promised that this would not happen again. After their meeting, when the girl entered the house, Valentina offered Sasha to try some fresh bread, greeting her joyfully. Sasha accepted the treat with pleasure, because the taste of bread always reminded her of her childhood. Valentina assured her that Sasha was very important to their family, and they would not allow anything to happen to her. By the way, Valentina mentioned that their new sponsor, Lord Benya, never makes stupid mistakes and knows everything in advance. He had no bad habits and was always polite to those around him, which gave his person even more weight among the inhabitants of the empire. But the main thing is that only next to Sasha did everyone see his sincere smile, which no one had seen before when the girl was not in his life. She admitted that club members fear she might disappear again, and they will miss her. Sasha replied that she liked her new place, and she wasn't going anywhere. She calmed Valentina down and said that she was quite comfortable here and was not going to go anywhere. Then Sasha suggested putting off the conversations for later and doing important things. On the way, Valentina told her about the new waitress in their tavern, who looked very much like Sasha. She noticed that the prince began to appear frequently in their establishment after the arrival of a new waitress. Valentina quietly added that the prince would most likely come there on Christmas Eve, and even Jan didn't know about it. Sasha thanked Valentina for the valuable information and promised that she would sort it out a little later, hugging her best friend tightly. Meanwhile, Alfonsia was preparing for the upcoming wedding. This day was very important for her, so she could not calm down her excitement, and this was quite expected. She was eagerly awaiting Sasha, who was supposed to help her with her hair and wedding makeup. Sasha believed that Alfonsia's makeup would be excellent, because they chose the best makeup artists in the city. Despite this, Alfonsia was a little worried and asked her friend to tell her if she didn't like something about the makeup. Sasha reassured her friend, assuring her that she would definitely tell her if she saw any shortcomings, although she was sure that everything would be just fine. Sasha understood her friend's worries, because Alfonsia had had a hard time in the past, and now it was difficult to trust anyone. Shortly before the ceremony, Alfonsia became agitated and began to apologize to the assembled guests. Sasha was surprised by her friend's reaction, because it was the long-awaited wedding day, which one can only dream about. Alfonsia explained that she was simply worried about such an important and unusual event for her, her own wedding. The girl thanked Sasha for his help and support, because according to her, without her friend, she would never have decided to get married. Previously, Alfonsia could not even think about marriage. She only read about it in her women's novels. And only thanks to Sasha, she finally believed in herself and was able to make the decision to get married. Alfonsia was very grateful to her friend and wanted to thank her somehow. Sasha replied that it would be a real gift for her if Alfonsia was happy in her marriage. However, knowing Litias, Sasha was still worried whether the newlyweds would be able to create a strong family. Alfonsia said that she wanted to ask Sasha to be her bridesmaid, but she was very busy, and then Alfonsia turned to her sister. Sasha assured that she would gladly accept her offer, but she herself thought that Lady Adriana would rightfully play this role. Alfonsia did not ask Adriana about this, because she had recently lost her mother and was very sad about her loss. However, Sasha was sure that proud Adriana would never agree to give up her attention even to her best friend. When everyone was ready for the ceremony, Sasha invited Alfonsia to go to the guest hall. Seeing that the groom was late, Sasha became worried and began asking about Litias. Faber suddenly appeared and announced that the groom was drinking strong drinks right before the wedding. Litias, in turn, began to justify himself by saying that he had only drunk one glass for courage. Sasha objected that drinking alcohol before an important event was not the best decision and asked what was the reason for the groom's anxiety. It turned out that Litias was afraid that Alfonsia would change her mind about marrying him. Sasha calmed the groom, assuring him that the bride was no less worried, so he should pull himself together and support her. She reminded Latias that today was a special day for both of them, and it was important to enjoy it. Letius calmed down and hurried to the mirror to assess his appearance one last time before his grand exit. Sasha assured him that he looked great, and Latias finally went to the guests. Valentina, smiling, decided that the newlyweds would go on a honeymoon for a long time. Sasha, however, got carried away with preparing for the celebration and completely forgot to clarify what time the wedding ceremony would begin. Valentina announced that the start was scheduled for 7 o'clock in the evening and decided that the wedding would be stormy and last until the morning. Sasha was not at all afraid of this prospect because she, too, always loved fun. Valentina joked that perhaps she would have to entertain not only the guests, but also the invited police officers. And then came the most exciting moment. The priest solemnly asked Latias and Alfonsia for their consent to become husband and wife. Sasha looked at her friends with excitement, realizing that not only hundreds of guests, but also all the city's residents were watching them. She decided that even more people had gathered in the square in front of the church, because after the wedding they would be distributing gifts there. Seeing Benya standing to the side, she walked closer to him and asked why he wasn't watching the ceremony near the altar. Benja replied that he needed to personally ensure that the preparations for the holiday were successful. Having assessed the scale of the celebration, he was pleased. He had never seen such a scale even at imperial receptions. It was already almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and Benya asked Sasha why she was so worried. Sasha replied that she was actually completely calm and was just thinking about the fact that she would soon have to part with Benya before the end of the holiday. Benja agreed with her, mentally hoping that he would be able to return earlier today. At that moment, he noticed that something was wrong with Sasha and asked fearfully what had happened. It turned out that she was just very worried, as Benja had assumed, but now everything was fine. Benja tried to calm his future bride, saying that her anxiety was completely natural, and although Sasha understood that he was right, fear and anxiety did not leave her. Then Benja hugged the girl even tighter and promised that they would definitely overcome all the difficulties. While Latias and Alfonsia were getting married in the church, less than festive events were unfolding on the streets of the city. After all, those people who were so hindered by Sasha's return decided to take revenge on the Serpent family, and that evening a real war began in the city. Of course, Letias would have taken part in this skirmish, but today was his special day, and leaving his bride alone would have been an even greater crime than all the others on his account. And while the guests were having fun and celebrating, their fates were being decided on the dusty streets of the capital, where a brutal, deadly fight between people for the right to simply live and love each other was unfolding.